We're just going to start in next 2 minutes. I have been told there is a video here. So is the video ready? So we'll start in 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. I would request all the people who are standing there at the backside, in the exhibition hall also, to please come forward. I would request my team members who are scattered here and there to please bring in all the audience who are there at the backside of the hall, plus also on the adjacent hall. A very warm welcome once again to the 24th edition of World Education Summit, brought to you by Telangana Education Department in knowledge partnership with Elite Technomedia. This is a pleasure here to welcome here all the distinguished experts, academicians, education administrators, think tanks, and also diplomats from foreign countries who would be assembling here in due course of time to discuss and deliberate upon the emerging opportunities, scope, challenges in the education sector. Education sector is one of those sectors which is fundamental to creating a new India. The vision of the government of India of making a new India, a 21st century India, cannot be completed without empowering the education sector per se. And this is one such sector which has actually seen some paradigm shift in the last 2 years. The pandemic has shown us how we can create a modern, futuristic education system with the help of digital innovations, digital technologies, and new age learning methods. So these things and much, much more we'll be discussing over the course of 2 days, today and tomorrow. We have had here speakers from different states, different parts and length and breadth of the country. We would be having speakers from some international missions also. Plus, of course, there is a representation from Government of Telangana Education Department. We have representation from Government of India as well, from think tanks like Niti Aayog. And we'll be discussing a whole array of subjects, very interesting deliberations. There are two different halls here. This is the main hall, which is meant for the higher education. And for the school education, we have a parallel hall on the right side of this hall. We would be having a gala expo also, which is again spread over 2 or 3 different halls towards the backside of this main conference room. Plus, in the evening, we have got a gala award ceremony, which is basically an endeavor by Elites Technomedia to reward and recognize some of the path-breaking initiatives in the field of education. So to begin with, please join me in welcoming our inaugural speakers of today. I invite on the stage, our program co-chair, Shri Syed Omar Jalil, Secretary and Commissioner, Intermediate Education, and Secretary, Intermediate Board, Intermediate Education Department, Government of Telangana. A very warm welcome, sir. I invite on the stage our program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education Department, Government of Telangana. Our thanks and gratitude to both these officers who have gone out of way under their mentorship, under their guidance. This program is seeing the light of the day. Please also join me in welcoming Shri Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer, CIO, Ministry of Education, Government of India. We have then with us another policymaker, a young officer from the state of Karnataka, Shrimati Garima Pawarji, Additional Commissioner, Public Instruction, Department of Public Instruction, Government of Karnataka. Public Instruction is the Education Department, School Education Department of Karnataka. I invite on the stage our international guests, His Excellency, Mr. August Prihatin Septono, the Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Mumbai. Telangana state falls under the administrative jurisdiction of Indonesian Consulate in Mumbai. We would shortly be joined by another diplomat from the Swiss Consulate General in Bangalore, from Swiss Innovation. I have been informed that her flight was delayed and she would be joining us in the next 15-20 minutes. Dr. Shweta Suresh, Head of Innovation, Swissnex. From the industry side, we will be having Professor R. Prasad, Director of Acadwing ICFI Group. He would be giving a perspective on transformation in higher education, the case of embedding workplace innovation. I would like to just check whether Professor Saroj Sharma has arrived here. Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson of National Institute of Open Schooling. A very warm welcome, Professor Saroj. And again, from the industry, we would be having a short talk by Dr. Vinny Johari. Is she there, Dr. Vinny Johari? Learning and Skills Lead, Microsoft. Warm welcome, Dr. Vinny. So to begin with, I invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, Founder, Chief Executive Officer, and Editor-in-Chief of ILETS Technomedia, and also in Editor-in-Chief of all the 4 flagship magazines of ILETS Technomedia, to come on the stage, please, and deliver his welcome address. Dr. Ravi Gupta.
Namaskar and welcome everyone. I welcome all our esteemed speakers and esteemed delegates to the 24th World Education Summit, Hyderabad. And this is the second time we are doing this event in Hyderabad. The last one was in before COVID situation. So we are happy to be back here. And we are organizing this event in collaboration with the Department of Education, Government of Telangana. Both the Higher Education Department and the Intermediate Departments are supporting this event. So we are grateful to our program chair, Naveen Mittalji, and our co-program chair, Omar Jalilji, over here on the stage. Thanks for your support. We have an esteemed speakers who have joined us from the school education sector, from the higher education sector, and also from the skill sector. And we also have created an expo space where a lot of innovations are being done by education startups is being projected here. And we are having the presence of leaders from the sector who are here with us on the stage. Professor R. Prasad, who is the Director of Academic Wing of ICFI. He's with us in the inaugural session. We have August Saptono, who is the Consul General of Republic of Indonesia, who has joined us. We are joined by Dr. Shweta Suresh, Head of Innovation, SwissNext, Swiss Consulate. Abhay Jereji, who is the Chief Innovation Officer, CIO of Ministry of Education, Government of India. We're honored to have him with us. We have the chairperson of National Institute of Open Schooling, NIUS, Professor Saroj Sharma with us. Garima Panwar, who is the Additional Commissioner of Governor of Karnataka, she's with us. And Dr. Vinny Johri from Microsoft is with us. And ILETS has been publishing this magazine called Digital Learning, which has a huge focus on innovation in education for the last 18 years. And we as an organization have been also publishing magazine on e-governance, banking and finance sector, and also on the CIO sector and the health sector. And our idea is that to disseminate ideas and information and what are the innovations happening across states, across countries in the field of education. World Education Summit has been organized earlier in Dubai, also in Bahrain, and also in Denver, USA. And we as an organization have held conferences on education earlier in Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and several other countries. And today's event is unique in the sense that more than 10 states across India are participating here, and their secretaries or the commissioners are participating either from the school department, higher education department, or a skill department. And with this, I welcome you all, and we will have a very, very exciting and innovative 2-day event. And we are thankful to you for joining this event. Thank you and namaskar.
I would request Dr. Ravi Gupta to come back on the stage, and please give a bouquet to all the speakers here. A very warm welcome, the Consul General of Indonesia in Mumbai. I would request Dr. Ravi to give a bouquet to Dr. Garima Pawar, Additional Commissioner, Public Station, Government of Karnataka. Then I would request Dr. Gupta to present one bouquet to a program co-chair, Mr. Syed Omar Jalil, Commissioner, Intermediate and Collegiate Education, Telangana. Then one bouquet for the program chair, Mr. Nabeen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education Department, Telangana. For Mr. Abhay Jere, for the industry partner, ICFI Group, Professor R. Prasad, Director of Wing ICFI. Then I request Dr. Ravi Gupta to present one bouquet to Vinny Johari from Microsoft. Saroji, sorry, my apologies. And one for Dr. Vinny. Again, I would request Shweta has just arrived. Okay, a very warm welcome to our next inaugural speaker, Shweta, Dr. Shweta Suresh. She is Head of Innovation in SwissNext, Swiss Consulate General in Bangalore. A very warm welcome, just on time. So one bouquet for Dr. Shweta as well. One photograph. Shweta is the head of innovation in Swissnex, Consulate General of Switzerland in Bangalore. I would request the team here to please facilitate us in the lamp lighting ceremony. Again, here I would request the help of Dr. Ravi Gupta. I would request all the guests to please proceed for the lamp lighting. The 24th edition of World Education Summit, brought to you by ICFI, organized by Let's Technomedia in host partnership with Telangana Education Department.
सर्वांगी सुंदर उनिशेंदुराची कंठी झाके माळ मुक्ता फळांची जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मन कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव रत्न खचित फरा तुझ गौरी कुमरा चंदनाची उटी कुंकुम केशरा तेरे जडित मुकुट शोभतो बरा
So without taking much time, I now invite our program co-chair, Mr. Syed Omar Jalil, Secretary and Commissioner, Intermediate Education and Secretary, Intermediate Board, Intermediate Education Department, Government of Telangana, for his opening comments. Mr. Syed Omar Jalil.
Dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Hyderabad and very good morning to all of you. I'm sorry I'm slightly indisposed, so I'll be making a short work of my presentation. Chiranjeevi, are we ready? Telangana has been making a lot of efforts for innovation and for taking the education forward. Even prior to the pandemic also, certain initiatives were taken up in Telangana. But the pandemic has forced us to rework our plans. Am I okay? Audible? To rework our plans and strategies to improve and to deliver education as it should be in the changing scenario. With the advent of technology, the change in the paradigm change which is happening in education is very much obvious. And the pandemic has forced us to reinvent our strategies on how to implement and how to deliver education in an effective and transparent manner. Here in Telangana, we have made certain efforts. So I would like to place it before you and then hope that from you all, we also learn to improve ourselves, to go forward and do a good service to our citizens. Here in Telangana, I'll be speaking basically about intermediate education, but this is true in school education as well as intermediate as well as in degree education. Mittal Saab has taken collegiate education and technical education by leaps and bounds. So he is my senior and he has taken, and I have taken a lot of leaves out of his learning and implemented in my department also. Technology adoption. Chiranjeevi, are we here? Yeah. Technology adoption in intermediate education. What we have done, sir, we have introduced software applications, biometric attendance, video surveillance at time of exams, online services for the students as well as for the colleges which we serve, the private colleges. So here we progress, tracking applications are there, online services with mobile applications are there, ICT adoption, computer labs in all colleges with Wi-Fi environment. This is an ideal situation. Right now we are halfway through. We are having digital classrooms in some of the colleges, and in Wi-Fi environment and other things are to be enabled. Device-independent online learning platforms with assessment dashboards are being implemented, and student focus on ICT, e-classrooms, and e-libraries. E-libraries are not yet fully established. We are trying to establish in each and every college so that children from socially underprivileged backgrounds will not have any problems in assessing the internet, the e-content. Effective process on online automation of all key services and robust governance structure, biometric and video surveillance. And major achievements of the intermediate board are that we have concentrated on smart governance, smart learning, and smart services. These include online services, online student services. About 15 online student services are there. Students require a lot of certificates, equivalence, eligibility, migration, so many things are there. So we have made an online application through which the children can access, apply, pay for, and obtain the certificates without even interaction, physical interaction. So then we have online college services. We have got about nearly 2,000 private colleges who need to apply for affiliation and to get permitted to operate. So it requires a lot of interaction between 3-4 departments for their affiliation to be cleared. So what we have done to make it into a transparent system, we have introduced online college services like affiliation, change of name, change of media, and that kind of thing are there. Then we have provided for CC camera surveillance in academics and exams. All the exams, the question papers, etc., are opened in CC surveillance, and we monitor it from head office. So to ensure that there is no hanky-panky, there are always allegations of problems. So for the last 3 years, and for many, many years this has been happening, for the last 3 years we have been able to provide error-free conduct of exam as well as of results. And we have had not a single complaint as far as exams are conduct or the results are giving is concerned. Then we are utilizing video conferencing and online admissions. Admissions again are online. Children can apply for and send their 10th class hall ticket. That itself will help them to get an admission in the government colleges. Similarly, ANSCSIP digitization for students' re-verification requests. As of today, the conduct of exam and the evaluation is physical mode, but we are in the process of converting it into digitized evaluation. So that should be in process in the next year onwards. Then we have online mobile applications and integration of all services, progress tracking dashboards, online hall tickets downloading for students. What we have done, there were always complaints that private college managements are not issuing the hall ticket to the children, and then the poor children are worrying, particularly people from underprivileged sections, people who have not been able to pay the fees. They would be hard pressed at this time of exams, and if they are unable to write the exam, they will lose the whole year. So what we have done, we have arranged to issue the hall tickets online. Any child can apply for and download his hall ticket without reference to the college. There is no need for any certification by the college. So he can appear for the college, and they can discuss about the payment of fees to a private college afterwards. So this way we have tried to enable the students to download the hall tickets. Then online capturing of practical examination marks. Practical examination question papers are also delivered online to all the centers. And then the examiner, once he conducts the exam, he has to deliver the marks online to us. So immediately capturing of the practical marks is also taken care of. The major achievements, what we have done, next please. Major achievements, the TSBI, that is Telangana State Board of Intermediate Education, has introduced 17 online services to all the students and 7 online services for colleges under this Digital Telangana program. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Education Telangana has introduced this scheme in 2015. Some of the popular services related to students are issue of migration certificate, equivalence certificate, eligibility certificate, duplicate pass certificate, and duplicate marks memos, etc. These are basically the things which are required for children coming from outside the states or going to a different location, and applying for and getting it is a big nuisance. So we have made this online so that he can apply online, pay online, and receive online. So there is no interaction, there is no tout, and there is no person to create problem. Then as far as affiliation for private colleges is concerned, this service is there for affiliation, conversion of colleges from girls to co-education, change of name, society of private college, shifting of existing private college, etc. Next, please. The key features are student or college management can submit the request through online mode, and they can upload the requisite form through online. There is no interaction between any person. The applicant can track their application status through online. After thorough examination of the application within prescribed time for disposal, the board will issue a verification code to the applicant using mobile service. The applicant can download digitally the signed certificate. These online services save a lot of time, effort, and energy, and also money for traveling from different places of the state. This will be particularly useful in states which are having longer distances to travel. The student services, what we provide for are 15 different services. These are migration certificate, equivalence certificate, eligibility certificate. May I tell you, sir, that the eligibility certificate and equivalence certificates are in the range of about 15,000 to 20,000 every year. So children making those applications and receiving it, it takes a lot of time. To save the time and to save the children from botheration and from touts, we have introduced this system. So through this, we are able to issue the certificates without any physical interaction. So duplicate, triplicate pass certificate, true extract of memos, name correction pass certificate, counter signature on transfer certificate, transcripts, group change permission, medium change permission, second language at own risk, attendance exemption, re-verification of valued answer scripts, recounting of marks, TC admission, relaxation, concession to differently abled students. Here in Telangana, for differently abled students, we give a relaxation in terms of giving extra time, in terms of giving a lesser pass ceiling, and we also allow laptops for visually impaired students to write the exam. We also allow scripts, a person who can write the exam. Like this kind of facilities are there. So if such a facility is required, the child can apply online and get this benefit. For college services, the change of name, as I mentioned before, conversion of college from girls to co-education, change of name of society, extension of provisional affiliation, shifting of existing private unaided junior college, sanction of additional sections, starting of new private unaided college. These are there, and we are planning to have some more services. This is how the next slide shows how the existing name change can take place. The future of learning, we are trying to integrate whatever technology is available and can be spread out for improving the education sector. We want to use internet, social networking, online learning. When the pandemic came, we were totally unprepared, so to say, to deliver the education. There was a lockdown all over India, and we were not in a position to provide education. Neither the teachers could come, nor the children could come. So what we devised, we first of all devised that all the lessons in all the subjects would be recorded audiovisual mode, and then we telecasted them through Doordarshan. So other than that also, once the lessons were telecast, we made what you call Zoom conferences and what you call WhatsApp group between lecturers and students also. So this way, first the lecture would be delivered through TSAT or through Doordarshan. Once the class was over, the concerned lecturer would contact them through Zoom conference or through WhatsApp call and WhatsApp messages dwara. We would like to clear their doubts, etc. This way, we have been able to start online classes through Doordarshan and TSAT from July onwards. The pandemic started in March 20. From July onwards, we were able to deliver the lectures throughout the state and in all the subjects. Next, please. People expect to be able to work, learn, and study whenever and wherever they want to. And as per the latest trends, this is the way forward. The technologies we use are increasingly cloud-based, and expectations of IT decentralized support. The world of work is increasingly collaborative, driving changes in the structure of students' projects. Abundance of sources and relationships are easily accessible via the internet. Education paradigms are shifting so highly to include online learning, hybrid learning, and collaborative methods. There is a new emphasis in the classroom on more challenge-based active learning. Though we have passed away from the pandemic, but we are continuing to have a model of hybrid learning, whereby online learning as well as classroom learning are continuing side by side. New trends in education. MOOC, Massive Open Online Courses. The number of participants that can, massive is the number of participants that can easily be simultaneously engaged in the course. If we have, and we do have virtual classrooms, the best lecturers can be picked up, and through them, in a single class, we can cover the whole state. That is what. Then open, related to several concepts, the software is open source. Registration is open to anyone, curriculum is open, the sources of information are open, the assessment processes are open, and the learners are open to a range of different learning environments. And massive open online courses probably are the best known of the new learning methods, have gained popularity around 5 years ago and exploded in 2014. The participants are geographically dispersed and meet around one or more speakers online who give their course via video conference. Then key trends in learning, SPOC, small private online courses, like, as I mentioned before, Zoom learning, where the lecturer will be interacting with his set of children, his own college, his own batches. SPOCs support blended learning and flipped classroom learning, which variously combine online resources and technology with personal engagement between faculty and students. Early research results point to improved learning and student outcomes in using such approaches. As I mentioned to you, we delivered the lectures through Doordarshan, and thereafter there were classes between the students. There were what you call doubt clearance sessions between the lecturer and the students through Zoom, otherwise through WhatsApp. So the results have been very encouraging, even though there was not a single class. The number of students who have scored more than 90% in 2021 was more than 20,000. Even though there was not a single class throughout the year, this was how they were able to respond. Overall, the result was slightly lower than what the normal years were. But then those who scored more than 90% were more than 20,000. Well, in a smaller circle, the SPOCs work in the same way as the MOCs, but are reserved for a more restricted and a private audience. The concept of massification doesn't apply here. The experience has shown that following massive online courses tends to be less engaging. As I mentioned, we also found out that we were delivering the lectures through Doordarshan and through TSAT, and children were obtaining this in their homes or in their fields also. We found that where the connectivity was not good in the house, the child would go to some other place. Even they would go near a field, a paddy field or a sugarcane field, and they will sit there and they will get their class. So this way, there were disturbances, but their engagements were affected. By limiting the seats, efficiency is gained. In a smaller groups, Zoom groups or WhatsApp group, the efficiency is improved. Prevailing concerns. Despite being appealing, the open learning concept has been facing certain challenges. The biggest being that the attrition rate of students is high due to lack of personalized training. As I just mentioned, there is nobody to hold the attention of the student. टेलीविजन पे एक लेक्चर आता है, घर में कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहता है. There will not be continuous attention. So this has affected the delivery. Another area where MOOCs have been facing obstacle is in the accreditation and certification. Institutions that offer MOOCs may not necessarily have required accreditation from regulatory bodies. Other than what we were delivering through Doordarshan from the Board of Intermediate, the private colleges also introduced their own mode of online classes. They created their own lectures, and through their own media, they contacted the students and they delivered the lectures. But then these need to be controlled and regulated and checked how and at what level they are delivering the lectures. The idea is to have a uniformity and to have proper learning processes for the children. Next generation learning. Merging online resources and technology and enhance the personal engagement between faculty and students. This is what we are aiming to, and where we have been able to achieve somewhat efficiency in that. Aim at a relatively smaller group of students, thereby facilitating the use of blended hybrid learning. Online courses to be combined with provision of personal attention. At the board and institution level, create a comprehensive and robust learning platform with endorsement for better acceptability. From the Board of Intermediate, as I mentioned, we arranged for delivering audio-visual lectures through Doordarshan and TSAT. Afterwards, there was a possibility that there would be a power lock outage, or the reception would not be good. So it is possible the child would miss the class for any reason. So what we did, all these lectures, we combined them and we put them on our Board of Intermediate YouTube channel. It is free of charge for viewing to anybody who wants. So not just our government college boys, throughout the state, anybody can access that without any problem. So that's what we tried to do. Online courses to be combined with provision of personal attention. At the board institution level, create a comprehensive, robust learning platform, as I just mentioned, with endorsement for better acceptability. Faculty determines the features, type and nature of content that needs to be provided to the students. Faculty may choose and include features such as video lectures, interactive quizzes, assessments, prompt feedback, discussion forums, and interactive labs in the courses. However, with certain enhancements on the content delivery, along with interactive teaching environment, SPOCs can be successful in all aspects. We are making certain efforts And then these are the objectives. Smart online platform of the Board of Intermediate. What we are doing is online learning for students. Content is being developed as per the board syllabus. As I just mentioned, for all these subjects, including vocational, we have got more than 15 subjects in intermediate general and more than 22 subjects combinations and vocational. So all of these lectures have been recorded and delivered through Doordarshan. And device independent web and mobile based learning, online training for entrance coaching, video lectures and digital repository, as I just mentioned, for flexible learning. We have also arranged for training of our excuse me, lecturers. All 5,500 lecturers of my department have been trained in preparing online content with the help of Cognizant and Adobe Technologies. Then online faculty development program, Center of Excellence to deliver online training programs by experts from board to district locations through two-way HD video conference facility, online access to learning material via content and videos, credentials shared to learn anywhere, anytime. Similarly, online performance assessment tools with analytics, monthly, quarterly, half-yearly final test of each student to be compared online for performance evaluation. This a pilot, we are already doing a pilot and we intend to expand it to the whole state. Weak area analysis done per question, paper and subject per test. We have also identified students who are, there are always children who are slow learners. So we identify those people and we have special classes for them. And we also have identified teachers who can give them special care. Performance dashboards in place to review each student and subject faculty assessment by board. This again is in a pilot mode being implemented by our board. Then the technology initiatives that we have taken is, we have integrated all the services with TSBI mobile applications, connected all colleges to central repository to facilitate e-library solution, e-classrooms across the state to be equipped with video conference and related infrastructure. Right now, less than half of the state is covered with this, but then we are in the process of completing the whole state. Then digitization of records, academic records for instant retrieval of data. We have information from 2004 onwards. The total information is available. If any person applies, he can get the information as fast as possible. Not like he has to wait for a week to obtain his certificate or some such thing. Then on-demand services with payment gateway. On-demand services with our options are available for students and others. And proposal initiated for online evaluation instead of manual evaluation for better accuracy and agility. Because of a pandemic, we could not proceed forward. We already have online evaluation for supplementary exam, but main exam ke liye shuru nahi kiya hai because we need to prepare infrastructure for that and approval from the government. So since it was a pandemic and we were grappling with many other things, we have not gone in for that. But then in the coming year, hopefully government will permit me and we'll go for online evaluation. What are the focus areas for us? We are effective online learning platform powered by subject experts with the right IT infrastructure, two-way conferencing and digital boards, curriculum development and skill enhancement, online delivery plan, then faculty development programs, then state-of-the-art lab infrastructure, latest AV and lab equipments for hands-on training, virtual labs for simulation. I tell you, sir, when the pandemic struck in March 2020, most of the governments like us were not prepared to face how to deliver the education. So I used my video conference hall as my recording facility, and all our lecturers came forward and recorded the lectures, and these we tried to deliver through Doordarshan. This is some kind of out of the hat kind of things we had carried out. Then industry mapping placements as per industry needs. We do have 22 courses We are adding another 6 courses in data analytics, cloud computing, robotics, and artificial intelligence in the vocational fields. So these new courses are coming up. Laboratories are being improved, and then we are in consultation with Centurion University of Orissa, which is the only skill university which has been approved by Ministry of Skilling, Government of India. So through them, we are trying to improve our laboratories, basically vocational laboratories. Now, priority talks which we have the convergence of all online services, one view for all digital services, then online learning platform with flexible learning options for faculty and students, then Aadhaar digital locker, integration of academic records, facilitating online retrieval, anywhere, anytime access for students, universities and employers. So these are the certain initiatives which we have already taken up, certain which are right now being implemented in a pilot mode, and certain which are planned in the coming year. These are certain steps which we have taken, and we hope to learn from all of you what better options you have taken. And Ms. Johari is here. I would like to take her help in improving our vocational education. And all of our friends, from you, we want to learn, and this is what we are doing. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you, Mr. Syed Omar Jalil. Although we had invited him for the context setting, he ran us through a lot of activities, initiatives which are being taken place in the government of the state of Telangana. I now quickly invite our program chair for his keynote address, Mr. Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education Department, Telangana Government. He is the man behind this entire program, this 24th edition of World Education Summit. Over to you, Mr. Naveen Mittal ji.
Distinguished guests on the dais and distinguished participants for this 24th World Education Summit, which is happening in Hyderabad. In fact, this is the first summit which is happening after the COVID. There was a disruption for 2 years. That's what, when Raviji spoke to me, he said it will be good to have this in Hyderabad. And we felt that there is no better place than Hyderabad to have it, considering the transformation which is happening with the integration of technology into education. In fact, I must say that this is very, very exciting times for the higher education space per se, which I look after. Of course, in school education, we have multiple other issues in terms of student learning levels going back by more than 2 years due to COVID, because they not only could not participate in bulk of the school learning, but they also went back because in order to keep improving, you have to be constantly on. But when you have a break, you kind of relapse back, and that's a real struggle for the school education. But I must say, for the higher education space, there are multiple things which are happening which are driving this huge amount of change. One is, as I mentioned, technology per se. And technology is working in multiple ways. One is, as Jalil ji has pointed out, technology into the administration of education setup is a big theme in itself. Things like online services, not just for students, but also for institutions. More and more monitoring and information systems. Things like biometric attendance, which helps to improve student attendance as well as faculty attendance. And we have seen some great success in that regard in not just higher education space, but also intermediate education as well as in school education. In terms of evaluation systems which are coming in. In fact, in the higher education space, our entire technical education evaluation happens online through digitization of answer scripts, but they go to the various evaluators completely online, and that helps in much, I would say, much easier way and much faster way to evaluate, because teachers don't have to travel from their institutions to a camp and then the attendant headaches associated with that. So there are multiple ways in which technology is transforming administration of higher education space. The second look at how do we integrate some of the international platforms as well as some of the domestic other platforms also into this space, so that it is not just SWAYAM oriented, but also gives student to get content and get this content delivery from multiple other platforms. So that's kind of something which is very, very transformative, I would say. Even the delivery from the teacher side also is now moving into more and more, I would say, blended space. I mean, we tried with completely online during COVID. I don't think it really worked very well in terms of access and participation of the students in the way we wanted. And we have seen how only physical works. So I think we're increasingly moving to this more and more hybrid and blended space, where we combine the best of the both worlds, the best of the online world and the best of the physical world. The benefits of online are known to us, that it is its reach is much more. It is anytime, anywhere content. It can be accessed at a speed and a pace at which student wants. So a fast learner is not frustrated by the slow pace of a classroom, and a slow learner is not outpaced by the fast pace of delivery for an average student. So students can watch, rewatch, rewind, fast forward in the way they want. So that's something which is really a great benefit of the online, or I would say the electronic delivery of the content. We also have advantage in terms of you can assess the student along with the learning, which is again something which is very, very powerful way of using assessments. And there's something which is very beautifully said in the new national education policy, which says assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. And if you really look at these three things, they're very, very powerful ways of improving student learning. But there is also great advantage in the physical world also, because students learn not just from the content which is provided for them, but also they learn from each other also. So there's huge amount of peer-to-peer learning which happens in a physical space in terms of rich interaction which takes place between the students, which provides a lot of those life skills which are very, very important in students' life, or a human life per se, I would say. And that can today it can only be provided in a physical space. And of course, for the teacher also, a physical space provides great benefit in terms of getting to know from the students. We talk about flipped classroom models. Now, the solution to combine the best of the two is now in front of us in terms of this hybrid and a blended learning kind of a model, where we provide the basic content through electronic delivery, but then classrooms become a spaces of discussion, analysis, in terms of greater student learning. And I think if we can increasingly move into this kind of a model, that would give us immense benefits in terms of the objectives which we have from the education space. And this is, I would say, really exciting. And third way in which technology is important in education is technology as an education per se. And that is because we are in an increasingly transformative world. So we need to keep pace with the latest of technologies in our education world. And I'm very happy to say that in this, Telangana has done extraordinarily well. In last 2 years, we have added something like 25,000 plus seats in the new tech sectors, which is AI, ML, data science, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, robotics, and bunch of other things. 22% of the total seats which got added in the new tech sector were added in the state of Telangana. That's our share. That is almost 1 in 4.5 seats is added in the state of Telangana. That shows that we are very much focused on ensuring that the students which we produce are able to handle the latest technology and are useful for India and the world. The second transformation, apart from technology in these three areas which I've pointed out, is the huge change of mindset which has happened, I think, due to COVID. I mean, COVID, of course, drove a lot of technology integration, but it has also driven a lot of, I would say, mindset change in the education sector overall. You can say in terms of mindset of the administrators of education space, in terms of faculty members, in terms of parents, in terms of students. And I see that there is huge amount of receptivity of accepting the change which is coming in. And I would say I see a huge difference in my personal interactions with multiple stakeholders in this 2 years. And I would say that is extremely positive, which will really help us to drive things forwards, because this was something we were always waiting for. We always, I mean, I remember a similar keynote address which I gave something like 4 years back when I was new in this sector. And I was mentioning the fact that most sectors of the economy globally are undergoing great disruption. But technology was very similar, but education was very similar to what it was probably 100 or 200 years back. I mean, the nature of classrooms has not really changed. But today, that is no more the case. And in this short period of 2-3 years, we see this huge difference compared to where we were just a couple of years back. And that is something which is, I would say, very transformative, and I would say very welcome for the sector per se. And the third thing, which is what India needed, is this policy change, which is NEP. And that is increasingly becoming a big game changer. In fact, when the policy came, there were many people who were comparing this policy to education, what 91 liberalization is to industry. And it can actually turn out to be a similar change in the education sector, probably when we look back maybe a decade down the line or 2 decades down the line. And we are going through this interesting and I would say very exciting policy level changes which are happening. A bunch of things have already come out. The multiple entry, multiple exit regulations have already come out. The academic bank of credits has come out. Both these are, I would say, really transformative from a global perspective. I don't see many countries which have a similar policy at a national level where you allow students to come in and exit at every at every year. So student can go out after 1 year in graduation with a UG certificate, 2 years with a UG diploma, 3 years with a UG degree, 4 years with a UG professional, or in honors, or a degree by research. I don't know of many countries which have such a great flexibility, and I think it is greatly welcome for the conditions which we have in India. And if we have to get more and more students into our education space, we are currently at just 26% of GR. Telangana is about 10% higher. We are about 36. But if we have to reach our goal of 50% in about a decade, and we are targeting much higher, about 60-65%, because already 10% higher. If you have to reach there, we have to have that kind of flexibility where students can come in and go, considering the circumstances we have in the country. Academic Bank of Credit, I would say, is again, I would say, a global best practice where you can earn credits from anywhere, deposit into a bank, and then encash them. Condition being that 50% of your credit should come from the certificate, diploma, or degree granting institution. That is a real, I would say, a game changer. And even there is a lot of regulatory change which is happening on the autonomy side of institutions. There is the new graded autonomy regulations which have come up, but then if you have to reach the goal which NEP prescribes, which is having institutions of only 3 types: 1, research oriented universities; 2, teaching oriented universities; and 3 is autonomous degree granting colleges. I think we have to drive it faster. And I really loved this concept of autonomous degree granting colleges per se, and I'll explain to you, maybe take a half a minute to explain why. Right now, this affiliated system which we have is actually discouraging quality in a big way. The reason is, whether you're in the best of the college or you're in the worst of the college, the degree is granted by the affiliating university. So let's say example of some of my friends from engineering colleges are present here. Whether you are in the best of the engineering college or the worst of the engineering college, the degree is coming from JNTU. So beyond a point, it doesn't really matter. But when you make colleges autonomous and degree granting, then they have to stand on their own in the market. And that is when the real transformation will come in our colleges. And I think we have to handhold this transformation, because it can't come in a matter of few months. It has to. The NEP itself provides a time for 2035, but we have to handhold this change and empower and strengthen our colleges to move into being first autonomous and then autonomous degree granting. So I've talked about stuff which is happening, and if you really look at it in its entirety, I somehow am very optimistic of the change which is happening in this sector in the country, and I really look forward to a very collaborative approach among the participants here and people in general who have interest in this, to collaborate more and more to make this, one, a smoother process, and 2 is to accelerate the change which is coming in. With these few words, I thank ELETS for organizing this World Education Summit here in Hyderabad. And as I told you, no better place than Hyderabad to have it, because we are the hub of technology. In fact, we always take pride of one of them is sitting here, Microsoft. The big 5 of the world, which is Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Amazon, and Apple, all of them have their development centers here. So we are, I would say, the backbone of country's tech sector and the backbone of global tech sector, I would say. So welcome to Hyderabad, and I'm sure that these 2 days would be a very exciting and learning experience to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naveen Mittal, for that kind address as well as for those kind words. It's true that after COVID, this is perhaps the first conference in the education sector as far as Hyderabad is concerned, and we are hopeful that under your guidance and mentorship, the next 2 days will come out with some real stuff as far as innovations in the education sector is concerned. We are now running slightly late behind the schedule. In fact, on the feedback of certain stakeholders, there were two different inaugurals, one for the higher track, another for the school track. We have merged both the tracks because otherwise it was getting mutually exclusive. So we are likely to end this inaugural session by 11:20. We still have got some more speakers here. Let me invite from the industry side, Professor R. Prasad, Director of Acad Wing in ICFI. ICFI is the presenting partner for this World Education Summit. I would request Professor Prasad to wrap up his address or presentation in maximum 7 minutes, please. Now we'll have to keep a time check on all the speakers so that we are able to wrap it up on time. Thank you for the cooperation.
Very good morning to dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is indeed very exciting times. I think the first speaker delved upon what has been done in intermediate education. What my takeaway has been the student progress. The student progress is the key point which I would take away what we need to do. Is it audible? Yeah. So student progression is a big issue when you get into hybrid online kind of education. This is what we take from the first speaker. From the second speaker, there's quite a bit. First is that 2019-20 itself was exciting. And then we step back 2 years. It's like as if the string in the bow is coming back. And really, from what we are trying to see now, I think that's true. So now it's indeed double exciting. You talked about a VUCA world even then, but now I think it's more than VUCA. So this is the setting into which we land. And there, the case that I'm trying to bring in is that of a fully online program. A fully online program is a completely digitally transformed program from what you see in education. The setting that I am talking about is where we have a big demographic window. I think all of you know about it. And the point is whether it's going to be a dividend or whether it's going to be a disaster, all of us hope that it's going to be a dividend. It's a huge window up to 2055, but already we have crossed 2018-22, 4 years are over. What are we going to do in the remaining time? So that's what the demographic, that's the why of why we are all present here and why education is going to be a game changer. I always wondered, why is this that this sector is the last to transform? Every other sector has transformed, but this sector has not transformed. And I believe that the moment has come. And in order to do that, two things are needed. First, policies. And I think a lot of policies are in place. And particularly in the last 3 to 4 years, Mr. Mittal touched upon many of them. I think they're in place. And now it's about what institutions do with what policies they have. We are talking about hitting 50% gross enrollment ratio. The Ministry of HRD has already said that we need to double our employability. Now, employability is a huge issue. All that education needs to do finally needs to be transformed into innovation in industry. So if you take innovation as a starting point, education needs to look at what it can do in order to get innovative. Globally, the business relevance of our education, that means the practical relevance of innovation is in the bottom 30% of countries. It's 38.9%. So says the World Economic Forum. And what are companies expecting? Companies are expecting that you learn on the job. In India, there are about 55 crore people in the working segment. That is that demographic window where people are productive. 55 plus crores. And if this 55 plus crores does not transition during this particular time into using technology to become productive, then we will lag the world in terms of the kind of innovation that we offer. Policies in place, lots of them, you can see they're already been touched upon, so I'm not going to touch about it. In fact, the UGC, the regulator, is talking about graduate attributes. This was unheard of in many years. Graduate attributes, that is employability. What are employers looking for? 15 graduate attributes have been listed, and it's very interesting if you go through them. Then we also have outcome orientation, both from an accreditation point of view as well as from a curriculum point of view. The UGC has already put directions in place for us to follow. The key issue now is, what are we doing about it? What are institutions doing about it? And here, I'm going to go back, and now I'm going to center in on learning. The facilitation, the infrastructure, all that, some of it has been discussed, it's already in place. Now, how are you going to use all that? And how are you going to look at learning? At the center is learning, not teaching, not instruction, learning. How are you going to get learner-centered? And we handle an audience of working executives. So that's like any of us sitting here. So you'll have students who are driving a car and listening to a session. They will pick up their concepts anytime that they want. Very, very demanding students. And I think the campus audience is also not very different, because their attention spans are becoming increasingly lower. So here, the key aspect of quality that I would stress upon is the purpose of quality being transformational. Not exception, not perfection, not fitness of purpose, not value for money. Transformation. Now, what is transformation? Transformation basically means it is the learner who is getting transformed and the institution which is facilitating it. Now, let's see how that can be done. I think so. In the definition, I think first thing that we need to understand is that many times you use the wrong terms for students. They are not users, they are not customers, they are not clients. In transformation, they are participants. They participate in the process. Now, how do you get them to participate more? How do you get them to engage more? That becomes a challenge of education. And so, at the center of it is about empowering the student. We know that we have produce a lot of cricket stars without running kind of organized systems. Without that itself, people have got empowered. Now, what are the lessons behind that? That's just a remote example, but there's quite a bit to take away from that. So empowering, enhancing for ownership, the student is the owner. If we get into that sort of a culture, I think we would have made this transition. And here, fortunately, technology is falling into place. So a lot of things about technology which we can use here in order to build this learner centricity. A lot of challenges in the audience that we are talking about. They're sitting somewhere. They're like your students that you faced when you went through the COVID times. So you saw that they were not listening. There was something else happening at home. So here we've got people with a lot of experience, wealth and breadth of experience. We have got mature learners. And asynchronous is more powerful than synchronous. Many times we think the reverse. But if you know how to build, how to organize, asynchronous can be far more powerful than synchronous. At the center is outcome orientation. So how do you make it outcome oriented? I think your program outcomes need to be defined clearly. You need to look at how your assessment is connected to your outcome. If your assessment is not aligned to your outcome, then you may teach something that may be outcome oriented, but your end will not be outcome oriented. So institutional outcomes, you also need to look at personal outcomes. And here I bring in the point that Mr. Mittal was talking about, which is personalization. In the online MBA program or anything which is online, if you don't work towards personalization, it's far more possible in online because you can work on personas. You can create personas. You know that you have this cluster of people who behave this way. You know that you have another cluster of people who behave this way. So what is the best learning pathway for them? All these things can be done if you're doing things online. So I think one aspect is personalization. So if you want to be outcome oriented, and that too in today's world, first is simplify. For example, I was given 7 minutes of time. So I need to ensure that message is passed in 7 minutes of time. So you need to simplify. Modularity, build on each other. Whatever you want to do, the IKEA way. Choice. There has to be far more choice than what we are currently offering. And when you come to an online MBA or you come to Google, you have enough of that. And how do you personalize? Let's see what happens here. I think institutions need to learn how to use data. There's a lot of data that students leave behind. Attendance is just one of them, but their behavior, how they participate in the class, there's quite a bit of data. You need to use the data to add to your persona. So you can build personas, and it's a very, very interesting job. If you're sitting right in the center, it's a very interesting job, and it's dynamic. It's not static. Using of analytics in learning, learner analytics. So if a student has behaved this way in the first 2 weeks, what are the possibilities? If the student has crossed a certain milestone, what are the possibilities? You can use technology to do that. And you have learner analytics there. And finally, how do you give feedback? Now here I bring in the point that Mr. Mittal made about formative assessment. Formative assessment needs to be for learning, not off learning. Many times it is done as off learning. Formative assessment is for learning. And the most important point in formative assessment is giving feedback. Giving feedback, because there are 3 things. You rate the student for what they are. You also have to indicate to them how they can improve. So that giving feedback has to be done periodically. With technology, it's at the click of a button. In fact, you can send feedback every day if you so wish. Now, how do we implement it at the ICFAI's online MBA program? We happen to be one of the very few which have been entitled to do so. The first is, there is a focus on micro and mastery learning. Now, these are 2 different things. Mastery learning takes care of the slow and fast learners that Mr. Mittal was talking about. And micro learning is because there are no, attention span is pretty less. Customize. Project-based learning is very important to build employability, and particularly in a discipline that for which we offer the program, which is management. It is extremely important to customize. Now, customize has to touch upon the learner's aspiration. Now, suppose the person wants to get into BFSI or is already working in BFSI. Now, how can he go to the next level? Or he wants to start a venture. So customizing of projects is relevant, and you need to give far, far more projects than what you're doing today. Activity-based learning is extremely important, and it's very, very possible in a curriculum framework. Data-driven culture. So student has done this, not done that, what to give to the student next. There's quite a bit of literature on this, but I think this is a time for all of us to read that and see how we can imbibe that in institutions. And we need to give our own forms of learner support tools. We do have a huge set of learner support tools based on what the student wants. This is my last slide. I'm comparing with SWAYAM. The SWAYAM completion rate for management is 1.69%. About 5 change lakhs have enrolled over the last many years. Okay, Coursera is also sub 10%. What is the problem? The problem is engagement. You can't throw content at the student and assume that they will, what we saw in COVID also, and assume that they'll learn. You must know, faculty must know how to engage. And their personalization matters. In our first year, we have hit a semester 1 progression rate of 78%. And it took a lot of faculty engagement. It's not very small. It took a lot of faculty engagement, and not the normal teaching type of engagement, a completely different type of engagement. And in semester 2, once they crossed the bridge and understood how to use all this, it hit 100%. And I think in online or hybrid, this statement is very important. The one who says he knows is already dead. Thank you.
Nice last slide. One who knows is already dead. There is no infinite learning always and ever. Now I invite here our international guest of today's program, His Excellency Mr. August Septono, the Consul General of Indonesian Republic in Mumbai. He will run us through the bilateral partnership between India and Indonesia, and how education can be a pillar stone of furthering this partnership between India and the Indonesian Republic. Mr. August Septono. 7 to 8 minutes, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed professors from various institutions of higher learning. It is a great honor for me to attend the 24th World Education Summit in Hyderabad, representing Indonesia. Not just because India and Indonesia are both strong, growing economies in Asia, but because education and culture ties between Indonesia and India have been established since 15 centuries ago. Not many people know this, but in the Buddhist monastic University of Nalanda, located in present-day Bihar, ancient inscriptions showed accounts of collaboration with the Sriwijaya Kingdom, which had its capital in South Sumatra in present day. The roots of education and culture relation between India and Indonesia. What is now Indonesia run deep and deserve to be renewed in this modern age. That period around the 5th to 6th century within the Gupta Empire is often offered to as India's historical golden age. So I'm proud to note here that we are currently present in another golden age, the age of excellent relation between India and Indonesia. It is also fitting that we meet in this summit on world education during a year when Indonesia holds the presidency of the G20 group of the world's most important economies. And next year, the presidency will be held by India. We owe it our ancestors and our children to renew our education cooperation as well. Indonesia presidency of G20 this year stands on three pillars: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. Of course, this is related to our opportunity, biggest opportunity in further cooperation in digital transformation, since we just faced 2 years and a half for the pandemic situation, and all of around the world, including India, Indonesia, we face a very suffer situation, including in education. I must admit that Indonesian students have spent decades going to Europe and other countries for overseas studies at the undergraduate and postgraduate level. India may not yet be the most favorable study destination for Indonesian people, despite the widely known fact that a large number of successful global entrepreneurs and CEOs are actually of Indian origin. But here is where your opportunity awaits. Since before the pandemic, Indonesian parents were sending their children to new destinations such as France and UK, whereas Indian universities also have been recognized by QS World University Ranking for their advanced education, especially in engineering and ITs. Acknowledgement that Indonesian parents and students could consider as the basis for fascinating overseas study destination. The bulk of Indonesian population, like Indians, are the young, productive generation. Many work in the mining, manufacturing, and tourism industry, which are doing well in Indonesia. But one education specialization in which Indonesia's relatively lack in engineering. Indonesia can gain much from what you have offered through the 2 dozen Indian Institute of Technology, plus improvement in the promotion of Indian University toward prospective Indonesian students. Besides having portion of your website in Bahasa Indonesia, yes, even the word language is the same in both our language. We can find many similarity. You can also make sure your university portfolio is part of the list of universities promoted by the Indian Embassy in Jakarta, plus the Indian Consulate in Medan in Bali. The Indonesian student who I have met in the university in India during my 2 years and 6 months Usually, they receive scholarship from ICCR, ASEAN program for PhD, and Studi in India program. But there is still a growing number of Indian students vying for a seat in your university, waiting to find you at Education Expo or online. There are also programs in the pipeline of Indian university and academies to conduct capacity building program for our transportation ministry and Ministry of Information. Did you know that Indonesian Railway Agency is currently looking for Indian partners who are ready to share their engineering knowledge? We now trying to find out many cooperation between U2U or also G2U. It is real. It is happening now, and this collaboration between Indonesian institution and Indian institutes will only grow stronger. So remember that universities can make your own outreach program, because India as a whole is becoming more and more familiar, especially since Indian pop culture have already been popular in Indonesia since 1990s, including Amitabh Bachchan, Shah Rukh Khan, and many. As global youth today grow closer because of the internet and the pandemic, even free non-degree online courses have grown in popularity among Indonesians. I hope your university are ready, because the number of Indonesian students ready to study overseas is as high as ever. Information technology and engineering are knowledge strength of Indian higher education. So the next step now is to make sure Indonesian students understand the benefit in safety living and studying in India. While Indonesian students are encouraged to study STEAM programs, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, our government also providing the flagship art and culture scholarship program as more Indians discover our shared heritage and culture. This familiarity is a good place to build on student and teacher exchange. And now is a good time to do so as we celebrate 70 years of friendship in bilateral relation. With a little more targeted effort, all Indian university can make Indonesian know that they will feel at home in India, whether interacting with local performing prayer in their room or going to walk to get themselves dinner tonight. Overall, the pandemic has not made it easy for inter-university student exchange, but it may be remembered as the milestone that forced students and professors alike to accept their online classes are an unavoidable part of future learning. In the case of Indonesia, today we already hear presentation about how India, especially Telangana, during pandemic. In Indonesia, the same things. During pandemic, we also have a difficulty when pandemic starting in 2020. So after we try to make adjustment, thanks God, we have quite a big budget for the education. For 20% of the government budget is for education. So that's why during pandemic, all of the budget we concentrate for the university, high school, all others education. So we also provide the equipment for the student, because the problem in Indonesia, we are the largest archipelago countries. So we have very difficulty to find the village people which live in the many, not only in the city, but in the village. This is the difficulty for us. And maybe the other difficulty is about the internet. So finally, we get solution, and all of the education system in Indonesia during pandemic, we also use online system. And even in university, since they get a lecture from professors, and also during the examination, they can do it online. That is until this year. Now, step by step, since COVID already, it's already no COVID, including Indonesia. So the people also try to make a hybrid, so online and offline. So we don't know, but like many already 3 speakers mentioned, in the future, maybe hybrid also is one of the best. For example, in our case, 2 years case of pandemic, we can have many cooperation also, many exchange professor through online. That is already done. So, furthermore, since the leaders of India and Indonesia, Prime Minister Modi and President Jokowi, met in 2018, they had welcomed the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding on Science and Technological Cooperation, while affirming their commitment to expand cooperation in information and communication technology to support innovation and the digital economy. As you can see, both our leaders have long been ready. Your university should be too. Indonesia as the largest economy in Southeast Asia, and yet has much catching up to do, from information technology to artificial intelligence, and from entrepreneurship to management. Indonesia transition to Southeast Asia most democratic nation less than 10 years after it almost collapsed economically. And now our countries are both part of any global list of strongest economic growths in the last 20 years. More importantly, Indonesia national budget allocate a breathtaking 20% to its education sector, which means that our scholarship and funding can also point toward India's many university and academic. If only you can project a bright enough light that Indonesian students and their parents can see. So let us bring to a higher level the education collaboration between our 2 countries, university and government. Thank you and best of success during the World Education Summit. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Septono, for that insight on the bilateral cooperation between the 2 countries. Now, for the national perspective, let me invite here Mr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of Education, Government of India. He'll be giving us a national picture of what all things are happening in the field of education. And again, I will request to him to keep it to 7 to 8 minutes, please.
Dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. I was listening to all the talks very carefully. And Syedji's talk actually talked about, or his speech was about ease of doing business, which Telangana government is actually implementing. While Mittalji spoke about a lot of new steps which have been taken as part of new education policy also. So I will not repeat those points. But after listening to both of them, I believe that there is a lot of opportunity to collaborate on programs and on schemes and on policy matters. So we will be happily to join hands with you on how we can take this entire sector forward. When we are talking about new education policy, there is huge emphasis on innovation. And as a result, While the policy was getting formulated itself, ministry felt that we should have an innovation cell and we should have a chief innovation officer. I don't think how many of our private organizations also have chief innovation officer. Now we have chief innovation officer with Government of India. And through our sustained efforts, we are doing multiple initiatives. We are taking multiple policy level initiatives to ensure that we promote innovation, we promote entrepreneurship within our educational institutes. Innovation, entrepreneurship have become buzzwords. And everyone sitting on the forum and multiple dioceses actually speak about them, throw those words randomly. But I would like to actually take this opportunity to actually bring to your notice that now innovation is a necessity. And it is a necessity for survival. I don't know how many of you are thinking on these lines, but I would like to put your scenario in front of you, which I believe is going to be reality in next 5 to 8 years. We are all talking about gig economy. I don't know how many of you have heard of gig economy, but yes, the world is moving in the direction of gig economy. When we are talking about gig economy means what? Companies, organizations are not going to hire full-time employees. It will be contractual on project by project basis. Like you see in film industries. You have to make a movie. You bring in directors, you bring in producers, you bring in artists, you bring in all technicians. You make a movie, you have the work on that project. And eventually, people after the project is done, people disperse. This is going to happen in tech industry also. And we have to ask ourselves that whether our generation is ready for these kind of challenges. Apart from this gig economy, another factor which is really going to disrupt this entire sector or this coming, what we can say, generation is the lifespan of our kids. The millennial kids who are born after 2000 are going to live for 85, 90, 95 years. And if you have to live till 95 years and you have to support yourself and there is no pensions or social security which is there, you have to work till 75. So a student gets graduated or graduates at 22, 23. And then for next 50 years, he has to work. Minimum 50 years. That is the reality, which is going to happen. Now understand, or now intertwine these two scenarios where a gig economy is present or is prevalent, and then a person has to work and remain relevant for 50 years. And in this case, now we have to ask ourselves that whether our educational institutes are ready. Once Bill Gates said that we will require banking, but we may not require banks. The same question is now relevant here. We will require education, but we may not require educational institutes in the current format. So are we actually asking ourselves that what is the shape or what is the design of an educational institute maybe 25 years from now, maybe 30 years from now? Have we started working in that direction? Because when Sayedji was talking about MOOCs and all these things, yes, now knowledge is available almost for free. You have YouTube, you have Coursera's, you have Swayam, and there will be other such zillion platforms. So why a student should go to college for getting education? I was talking to a few youngsters a few days back. And when I actually discussed this scenario in front of them, they said degree will be the last priority for them to go to an educational institution. Currently, degree is the primary priority, right? But eventually it will happen that degree will be the last priority. And they will only go to educational institutions to get the experience for camaraderie, to sit in canteen, to chat, because they believe that through Coursera or other courses, they will be able to get the skills which are required. And now, the hiring pattern getting changed, maybe as part of gig economy, or even now, Google has started hiring people just based on skills. I don't care whether you are 10th pass or a 12th pass. If you know cybersecurity well, I'm going to hire you. Same thing is going to happen in other tech industries also. So we have to ask question that are we really ready for these kind of changes? Are we internally really debating about these kind of scenarios? And from that perspective, continuously we have to evolve. Continuously we have to think out of box. Continuously we have to be creative. And we have to teach our students in that direction. Or we have to take them in that direction. But unfortunately, currently due to our swallow and vomit kind of an education system, majority of our educational institutions are chasing marks, are chasing grades, are changing placements. But hardly any one of them are chasing ideas. Recently, we did a study where we compared, Stanford did it for us, where we compared our engineers from China and Russia. And we saw that the problem-solving skills of our students is far below par as compared to international standards. If you ask them a definition, they will tell you like a parrot. But you ask them to implement that definition and solve a problem, they start faltering. So we have to actually teach our youngsters to emerge as problem solvers. And from that perspective, we had National Innovation and Startup Policy, which we implemented in 2019. We launched it. The reason was that there was no clarity on who owns the IP. What should be the revenue sharing model? What should be equity sharing model? I will give you a small example. It's a very funny example. I met a boy in a very, very prestigious institute. And he started his small e-commerce platform about 4 or 5 years back and made something like 25,000-30,000 rupees only, not more than that. And he used to work in evening in his hostel on that e-platform. When the director of that institute came to know that such a boy has started such a small platform and have started making money, the director called and said, where is institute's share? Where is institute's revenue? He said, why? This is my business. Director said, wrong. The IP of your business belongs to us. He said, why? I have not used any of your institute's infrastructure. Director said, wrong. You have used hostel's internet. So IP belongs to us and you have to give revenue share. When I looked at revenue sharing policies of many of our organizations, I was aghast. Institutes were asking for revenue share as 50%, 60%. अगर 50-60% इंस्टीट्यूट निकाल लेगा, 30% इनकम टैक्स निकाल लेगा, तो बचता क्या है? Why someone will get motivated? So we actually got that policy. We said no more than 20%. If you want equity, not more than 9.5%. And now I'm very happy that more than 3,000 institutions have started adopting that policy. In next 2 days, we are going to have a similar policy even for schools. Because we want to promote innovation and entrepreneurship mindset right from the school level. We are also introducing design thinking at school from 6th standard. India is the first country to do that. Many of you may think, what is design thinking? Design thinking is not about design. Design thinking is how to think, how to identify a problem, how to visualize a solution. So that if we can teach our kids to work in that direction, then we will able to nurture their creativity. We will able to nurture their out-of-box thinking. We have already released the books. CBSE books are in domain for 6th standard. We are currently working on 7th standard, 8th standard, and we will be more than happy to explore how we can collaborate. Because we have to work with states more. The major chunk of population or major chunk of students in schooling are in states. And there we have to collaborate. There we have to work together. Apart from that, I will request you all to focus on IP creation. Another extremely important component. I don't know how many of you are aware, but China on an annual basis files 15 lakh patents. 15 lakh patents. US is already half, 6.5 lakh. And India is 55,000 only. Out of which, except last year, which has now increased, more than 60% of the patents were filed by NRI or non-resident. Out of those 55,000, we have 50,000 plus educational institutes of higher learning. The number of patents are 3,000, 3,500. We can safely say that more than 90% of your institutions have never filed an IP ever. So this needs to change. Because if we don't actually generate IP, which is not only just relevant for the country, but will also have global impact, we will never able to achieve the $5 trillion economy goal, which is right now in front of us, and eventually $10 trillion. We will never able to achieve that. And if you have to really emerge as Jagat Gurus or whatever kind of terminology we would like to use, then we have to generate ideas and ensure that India evolves as global innovation and entrepreneur hub. So thanks for giving me opportunity. I sincerely appreciate, and I wish you all great luck.
It's a very tough task to manage this stage. I would request the remaining speakers to please stick for 5 minutes because we are terribly late now. Thank you, Mr. Abhay Jairegg, for giving that national perspective and also for giving the means to achieve the $5 trillion economy. Let me quickly invite our speaker from down south, Garima Pawar, Additional Commissioner Public Instruction Government of Telangana, Karnataka, sorry, Government of Karnataka, Garima ji. I know you have been patiently listening, so 5 minutes, all of you 5 minutes. And during the course of the day, the remaining 4 speakers can again, whenever we have time in between, we can always invite them once again on this stage and allow them to share the rest of their thoughts. Over to you.
Very good morning to one and all the esteemed members on the panel and off the panel. Today, I come from a perspective specifically from school education because I deal with 1st to 10th. And I have been seeing that how innovation can be a game changer for all of us. I have very basic problems, like I have to have a school, I have to have a student, I have to bring the student to school, I have to retain the students to school. And honestly, these are very simple problems if you really see, and I have to have teachers. And the core of all of this is my teachers. I actually manage approximately around 60,000 staff. So for me, it is an HR management job on a very large scale in a very early age for me. For me, when I see all these innovation as a word, when I see, for me, it becomes very difficult. Where do I put innovation in this such a huge system that is already running, which is already having its own principles of working? And if I try to bring any change, it becomes a very difficult task for me. So if I tell my teachers that now you have to use this application, they'll make one face. And I'm not saying that they're bad teachers. They're very good teachers, by the way. But they'll be like, madam, so I'll speak in Kannada. Yaake, madam? Like, why, madam? Why we have to do this? And then I have to convince them that try to integrate, try to take. I cannot replace you. I'm not going to replace you. And I know that no technology will take your place, but it will help you out. So I have 3 places where I use technology, and I'm going to talk about in a very 1 minute time. One is administration. I think Sayedji sir has already talked about where we are using technology in government. So for school registration, for various private school recognition, renewals, every year we are using technology for that. That's one part of it. Where we also do SATs, which is a student achievement tracking system, which we are using. Which we are changing every day, which is a challenge for us. The amount of data that we are actually utilizing, it is a challenge. We're not able to track, but the features which we have introduced in that are quite actually impressive. We know that what is a student getting. We know whether the books have been received by the student, whether the food has been received by the student, whether we have been able to progress forward whenever we know that this specific kind of program has been attended by the student or not. Now that is one administrative part. The second part is teacher training and teacher learning, where we have these 60,000 teachers need to be regularly trained, and now coming up with NEP and all the other new things which are coming up, they really need to have upgraded skills. Most of them, the first is that availability is a problem for me. So we are still having guest teachers who are coming in. So I take around 8,000 teachers every year on contract basis, and these people are not really trained. They are not trained in education per se. So I have to train them again. I have to bring them back to where we are going. Now that we are doing a Kalika Chetrike program, that recovery loss year, we have declared it as a recovery loss year for 1 year. And this is specifically where technology has helped me to train those 8,000 teachers and to actually bring them back and tell them that, okay, now you're going to be here for a year, but these are your targets. This is how we are going to do, and this is how we are going to take up the curriculum. And the third part that we're looking forward is, yes, it is. Can you keep it? And the third part is how we are looking at students and how training is given to students and how they are actually acquiring knowledge. I'll give one example. I was just discussing with Syed sir that how we generally don't expect innovation. So I'll give an example of Shahpur Taluka, Yadgir district, which is the most backward district of Karnataka. Do you think that there is an artificial intelligence lab can work in a place like that? For me, it was unimaginable. Till I saw it with my own eyes. I have my kids who are doing so good. They have actually originally, authentically found a problem, created the problem, that this is my hypothesis if I'm going to deal. So I'll give one example. They went to their home and we asked them that you think about a problem. So design thinking, which we were talking about, that how NEP focuses on it. Specifically, they thought about it. They said, okay, if I go to the field, my problem for my father is weeds. That there are so many other plants which are coming up, and I really need to deal with this. They actually thought about the design. What is the problem? How to actually solve that problem? Along with Intel and along with the Yuva Chintana Foundation, we found that the kids were able to find the problem, formulate how they're going to solve it, and actually implement it. So now they know coding. They have made an application. They know how to run it. So they have found all the weeds from all the which are available locally, from the local authentic problems that they're actually facing. So I think technology has that responsibility not to lose originality whenever it comes to it. If we are giving any ideas to our children, I think it should come from them. And I have around 15 to 20 kids in a Adarsh Vidyalaya in very backward town of Karnataka who are actually using technology, actually doing innovation using technology. But the only problem that I was not able to provide them, or maybe the system was not able to provide them, was the opportunity to do that. And now when I see them and when I see them presenting in a very fluent English and the way they have done, I am impressed, honestly. So that is what I really want to see when it comes to innovation in education. We have technology-assisted learning programs. We have talked about various smart classes, and everything is there. But how to integrate that into everyday life and how to be actively involved into it. So my challenges become, I don't want to make the students a passive learner whenever it comes to technology. What we are doing right now, if we have a content which is there, everybody is becoming a passive learner. I don't want to do that. And I think that is my personal opinion. I really want an active participation in technology. Can I have a classroom where if I enter, the whole classroom is having an interaction with me? Can I have a place where my floor is interacting with me? So we are doing it in other terms, but can technology assist me in finding those innovations, in finding those places? And can my students, like all my students, I generally call them my kids and my students because I think I'm responsible for all of their education. And it's very, very important for me to find that balance. How do I place teacher in technology? How do I place my students in technology? And how we bring out innovation? So I gave one example, and I think that is one of the best examples that I have found. I have told about all my general challenges that we are facing, and I'm looking forward for this opportunity where I can interact with a lot of people here, and I can find solutions, and I can think about what are the new things that we can implement in administration, in teacher training, and as well as in our student achievement and student learning programs. I have had an opportunity to listen to very great speakers and who have given their examples, how they are working and how they are approaching. I'm very new to the education sector, and I'm grateful that this opportunity was provided to me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Garimaji, for keeping it short and precise. I now invite Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National Institute of Open Schooling, NIOS. Again, 5 minutes, Professor.
Yeah, sure. First of all, I bow my head to Goddess of Wisdom, Ma Saraswati. Dignitaries present on the dais, greetings. And when I was listening to learning speakers, I was just wondering, what is the objective of these kind of conferences, these kind of get-together? What is education actually? Is every literate person is educated also? Or is there any demarcation between education and literacy? Yes, there have been many education commission in India. In 1948, Radhakrishnan Commission was there. That was for higher education. In 1952, Mudaliar Commission was there for secondary education. In 1986, it was new education policy, and one education policy that covered every aspect of education, that was Kothari Commission, is 1964. After a long wait of 34 years, now we are witnessing national education policy, that is 2020. This is Indian scenario. Since last 70 years, हम कौन थे, क्या हो गए और क्या होंगे अभी? This is the right forum to discuss these questions, these issues. And when we are discussing the global issues, There was one Deller Commission that was constituted by UNESCO. And this commission gave the recommendation of education, what kind of education should be globally. And the 4 pillars, it is called 4 pillars of education. It is available on the website also. First pillar is learning to know. Why do we learn? Whether it is in higher education or in school education, learning to do. Whatever we have learned, you were telling about learning outcome. UGC has given graduate attribute and so many things. Learning to do. Third pillar is very important pillar. Learning to be. Why I am learning. And fourth is learning to live together. It transformed into this. Maharaja Karn Singh from India was also one delegate in this commission. Deller Commission gave this Learning the Treasure Within report that is available on the website also, UNESCO website. It transformed into Millennium 2020 goals. There were 8 goals that were discussed. And then, as usual, when goals were not achieved, it was extended up to 10 more years. It was Millennium 2030 goals. And this national education policy talks about to achieve these international objectives, global objectives, which sustainable development goals are discussing. When we see the draft, because we all are from the education sector, when we see the draft, basically it is based on 3 main objectives, that is access, equity, quality. 2 others are skill development and value inculcation. And these all are under the ambit of Indian knowledge system, Bharat Kendrit Shiksha. 70 साल हो गए, अभी तक आप मैकॉले को ढो रहे हैं. Why? Where are your values? If we are producing engineers to the society, are they having those values? Corruption free hai society. If we are giving doctors to the society, are they having that kind of morale? If we are producing lawyers to the society, are they having that kind of morale? So when we talk about India-centric education, I think others are skilled, other skills are inculcated. I'm representing here National Institute of Open Schooling. There are 2 national boards in India. One is CBSE and another is National Institute of Open Schooling. And this is world's largest open schooling system. Around 25 lakh students are here in National Institute of Open Schooling. And we have taken many initiatives. And last year, UNESCO has awarded us King Sejong Awards for working in inclusion, in the field of inclusion. 3 years back, we had introduced a program, Diploma in Elementary Teacher Education. 14 lakh teachers were given online education. Certification was done. Last year, we have signed an MOU with Jan Shikshan Sansthan with Ministry of Skills. And right now, 24 lakhs laborers of unorganized tract sector are being educated and skilled. So not only with Ministry of Education, many ministry, and recently I want to share you a very good news. NCVET, this is National Council for Vocational Education and Training, it has given us a right of awarding body. We are the board where is no demarcation between vocational courses and conventional courses. A student who is having music can opt for physics. A student who is having any subject, 103 vocational subject with conventional subject, this is our mandate. We are into tribal sector also. Tejaswani project, we are also teaching Kasturba Gandhi schools, that too on online mode. Viniji, you are here. We have signed an MOU with you in virtual school. Shiksha Mantri ji has launched last year virtual school. It is world's largest open schooling. And we were the pioneer of launching this virtual school. We are working in the area. You are talking about academic bank of credit. All the 25 lakh students of NIOS are having own dashboard. academic bank of credited there. We have MOU with ITIs. So these kind of innovations we are doing through digital mode. Virtual thing is a reality now, and we are talking a lot about blended learning. What is blended learning? What kind of synergy is there in conventional teaching and blended teaching? I think these are the things where world is working about. And again, when I talk about India-centric education, when I talk about skilling, we should not forget 1937 Vardha Commission, when Gandhi ji gave Nai Talim education. Hyderabad is the area where Nai Talim is nurturing in a very good way. Again, I will say, we are not producing goods to the society. We are nurturing human race, and let's keep in mind that placement, high package should not be the criteria of life. Life skills, livelihood skills should be part of life. Life is more important, and Corona has taught a lot. And education should reflect it from our behavior. Globally, education is modification of behavior, and let's learn what is the meaning of education. Being literate is not becoming educated also. So by 2030, under ambit of Sustainable Development Goals of UNESCO and NEP 2020 goals, we have to achieve 100% literacy rate in school education, and Mr. Jere was talking about 50% in higher education. So let's cherish. Thank you for giving me opportunity, and hope canceling 2 meetings in ministry and coming here for 5 minutes, I think these 5 minutes were worth to. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
These 5 minutes are very, very valuable. Professor Sarosh Sharma, you have been able to summarize your thoughts in a very, very short and in a complete manner. So without taking further time, last 5 minutes each for last 2 speakers, let me quickly call our industry representative, Dr. Vinay Johari. She is from Microsoft India. I would request Vinay to stick to 5 minutes time limit. Thereafter, we will be having from Swissnex, we have Dr. Shweta here. Dr. Shweta again will be speaking about how Switzerland and India can partner in the field of education, again for 5 minutes for you as well. And in case you want to further elaborate, we will do it over the course of today as well as tomorrow as well, provided you are here. Yeah, over to you, Vinay.
Good morning to all of you, to all the dignitaries on the stage and in the audience. It's indeed a pleasure to be here with all of you today. And it was very heartening to listen to the interventions in Telangana as to how the vision of NEP is being implemented, focusing on learners' outcomes, how technology is being leveraged, and how every single opportunity is being made use of to transform not only in administration, but in teaching and learning practices as well. I think this pandemic has taught us many important lessons, and those lessons are for positive change, for hope, for resilience, for instituting the right values. And as Professor Sharma just said, the purpose of education is not just literacy or a degree, but good human beings who can continuously evolve and make this world a better place to live in. So we have seen during this time, and I'll stay very focused because I think it's just 3 to 4 minutes with you here today. The technologies like artificial intelligence, data sciences, cloud technologies offer unprecedented opportunities for personalization experiences for students, overcoming the barriers of equity and access, and also learning in local languages, and bring accessibility, because it's a basic fundamental human right to be involved in all the opportunities that get created in the ecosystem. So at Microsoft, it's a core charter. Equity is a core charter. Accessibility is extremely important in every single intervention that we take up. I'll just share my thoughts on what we are doing in K-12 space and higher education space. In K-12, we understand that skilling, learning outcomes, and being prepared for jobs that are not even invented as yet is very important. So in the K-12 realm, we have created curriculum on artificial intelligence, coding and data sciences, coding right from grade 6 to grade 12th. And in like just you mentioned from Karnataka, how little children who were fostered with design thinking skills, we ran a coding. So CBSE has adopted coding curriculum and data science curriculum as skill subjects. NIOS, as Professor Sharma mentioned, has embraced AI, coding, and data sciences in their curriculum. MP Open State Board has introduced AI for grade 8 to 12. We have student handbooks, faculty handbooks, and these are all applied problems. Recently, we partnered with CBSE, and 12,000 students over the last 3 months submitted projects on AI for good, solving problems on accessibility. And grade 7 students created a project who won one of the top awards, wherein they looked at how accessibility tools can be used where people can work and communicate with normal people. So speech impaired people or using sign language that could be converted into speech, and the speech could get converted into sign language. So, or virtual reality where the feeling component can come in. So, and there are opportunities for faculty development as well. There are learning pathways, and all these are available in the public realm on MS Learn. In higher education with job-linked roles, very often students struggle with, like, they have degrees, but when they appear for job opportunities or entrepreneurship, they want to initiate entrepreneurship, they struggle with the gaps that exist. We have tried to solve for that. There are more than 3,000 modules in new technologies, AI, coding, data sciences, which students can access. And also as a part of our philanthropic mission, some of the certifications on fundamentals of cloud, AI, data sciences, security are now available for free for students enrolled in academic institutions. If I or any of you would like to sit for certifications, probably a certification may cost $100, but for students that has been made available free of cost along with the practice test. This is an unprecedented opportunity that must be leveraged. And other than that, on LinkedIn, mentorship from industry professionals, partnership with NASSCOM, EY, AICTE, on student mentorship and internships, where they not only go through curriculum, but get work on real life projects in the realm of, for example, healthcare, in the realm of retailing, banking, financial, and insurance. So there are, we have committed to the ministry that Microsoft will contribute to about 50 lakh students going through industry exposure. And also in in schools as well, we piloted with CBSE on the first industry exposure program for 700 students, which we want to scale up. So industry, government, and academic institutions, when they come together, the entire ecosystem innovates. So we look forward to these solid partnerships where we bring our best to the table so that we create future students and leaders from India who will be our future entrepreneurs and leaders shining all through. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Vinny. Now, last speaker of this inaugural session, we have with us Dr. Shweta Suresh. She's in the Innovation Officer in SwissNext, a Swiss Consulate General in Bangalore. So over to you, Dr. Shweta. 5 minutes, please.
Entero Mahanubahulu Antarike Vandanamu. And it's my privilege to be here and bring the voice of Switzerland to this August forum to share some thoughts on the future of education. And you might be wondering, what is a person who's coming from the consulate of Switzerland have anything to offer in terms of innovation or education? And two things here. One, Switzerland has been globally ranked world #1 by WIPO for 11 years in a row. So that's one part. And the other part is we are a consulate that don't do visas or administrative things. We are actually a consulate that's only focused on science and technology. And how we do that, we are 6 Swiss nexus across the world that aim to connect the world's most innovative places in education, research, and innovation, and Switzerland. And the fact that we are in Bangalore and now also we have partnerships in Telangana tells you what Switzerland has been considering as their counterpart for a long time now. So our mission is essentially to connect these innovation ecosystems, advise on trends in education, research, innovation, promote higher education, and inspire new ideas. And in terms of inspiration, we have really identified what really would make sense as common themes for both India as well as Switzerland. And we came down to sustainability. Luckily, both the countries are very proactive as far as this topic is concerned. And we realize that climate change is happening now and we need to take urgent measures, right? Second is health. The reason why we are all able to sit here today and convene in person is because we've had a lot of advances there. And we need to do more going forward. And digital transformation, where India is a beacon and there is a lot to learn from. So why would one need, even when we focus on such topics, I think a why needs to be very clear. And I think this really applies also when you think of innovation in education. It is for inclusivity. So think of marginalized people when you're undergoing this rapid digital transformation. What happens to their digital footprint? What happens to their digital identity or self-determination goals? Urgent progress. How do we, solutions can come from anywhere for sustainability. This is where closer collaboration is really called for. And, vibrant exchanges. Just before the pandemic, we had a strong delegation that came in from Switzerland to BioAsia, in fact, where we have established with Telangana government Femtech cooperation. How can you address via technology the areas that have been unaddressed or under-addressed so far? Now on the topic of what we observe are the changes that are happening in higher education. There are 3 predominant trends. One that has been touched on a lot, which is to do with experiential learning. So traditionally itself in Switzerland, 70% of the students are trained via apprenticeship, right? Now at SwissNext, for India-Switzerland collaboration, we have several platforms that we have created. One being Knowledge to Action Academy, which is really open for anybody that wants to advance sustainable development goals. So there is like series of workshops that help you convert your academic knowledge into programs that you can implement, and also small grants are associated with it to put it in action. And then there is, for example, III program, India Innovation Initiative. And I know there are several edtech companies in this room. So this is for Swiss students to come to India and be a part of this vibrant edtech system so they can take away how much of changes are really happening here, right? And if any of you would like to be a part of any of these programs, you can let me know. And also to address innovation, right? We have a program that's called as Academia Industry Training Program, where we have 10 Swiss that are either PhDs or postdocs that hold patents, and they get a chance to derive their applicability across both India and Switzerland. If any of the governments are interested to partner, we are happy to also have 10 Indian counterparts do the same for Switzerland, right? So think of it as market discovery for both the locations. Yeah. And the second trend is actually digitalization in higher education. It's been touched upon a lot. You can have a lot of knowledge, but where it is going is simply good learning for self-paced study. And how is it that you can have tools or technology in order to promote self-responsibility, right? So that is one. And the second part is to do with the teaching itself. So there are 20 universities of teacher education, and most of them are really open for also semester exchanges with teachers. So teachers that train there can come here, and anyone from your institutes can also go there. And there is also the Center for Innovation to do really only with teaching, right? It's at one of the universities of applied sciences called as ZAWay. Just if somebody wants to look it up. And international collaborations earlier were more about people going from here to there or there to here. But thanks to the pandemic, now there is also rethinking a lot of these international digital exchanges that you can do via hybrid summer schools, blended learning, and how is it that you can have opportunities to be digitally skilled. One example is the summer school for blockchain that is offered by University of Zurich, and they are in talks with IIIT Hyderabad. So there I know that the blockage has really been, can we have credits that are interchangeable across the countries? But this is there. And ultimately, I think, though, I want to leave the thoughts not so much on innovation, but on what are really the timeless values of education, equitable and inclusive, and how can useful, joyful, and creative learning be furthered. That could be an endeavor. And finally, building a resilient future generation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. With this, we come to an end of this larger, long inaugural session. But before we actually conclude, let me invite on the stage once again our Editor-in-Chief and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Ravi Gupta, ILS Technomedia. We'll have a launch of the Digital Learning magazine. Digital Learning is the flagship monthly magazine from ILS Technomedia, focusing on usage of ICT-based innovations in the learning ecosystem. May I request the team to please hand over the magazines here? DL magazine. They are on the table, yeah. So this current edition of the DL, the Digital Learning magazine, focusing exclusively on innovations in the state of Telangana. ILETS publishes 4 magazines on 4 sectors: governance, education, health, and banking. The common thread binding all these 4 magazines is promotion of ICT-based innovations. Now, I would request Dr. Ravi to present the speaker mementos to all the distinguished and eminent speakers here on the dais. Starting from our program chair, Mr. Naveen Mittal. Thank you, Mr. Naveen Mittal, for giving this opportunity. Photographer the next memento for the program co-chair, Mr. Syed Umar Zalil, Secretary and Commissioner, Intermediate Education, Government of Telangana. Our special guest of the day, Mr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Big round of applause, please. Next memento, our guest of honor, the Consul General of Indonesian Republic in Mumbai, Mr. Agus Septono. Next memento for Dr. Shweta here, Dr. Shweta Suresh, Head of Innovation, SwissNext, Swiss Consulate General, Bangalore. Our key speaker of the day, Mrs. Garima Pawar, Additional Commissioner, Public Instruction, Government of Karnataka. Next memento, speaker memento for Madam Dr. Vinita Johari from Microsoft. Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson of National Open School. Then for Professor R. Prasad, Director of ASAD Wing ICFI. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a conclusion of this inaugural session of both the higher and the school track of 24th World Education Summit. I will request all the dignitaries on the dais to proceed for the inauguration of the Grand Expo here for the ribbon cutting, and we'll have a round of the expo hall. Thereafter, we'll split this into two parts. Those pertaining to the school track will move on to the adjacent hall for the school sessions, and this parallel main hall for the higher track. So, requesting all the dignitaries, all the speakers, to kindly proceed towards the exhibition hall. And we'll be having a working tea break now. After a quick round of the exhibition hall, we'll come back to the respective halls. Tea will be served there in the respective halls. Also, let me inform you that this hall is for the higher education track. The adjacent hall towards my right is for the school track. So the people, the stakeholders of the school ecosystem, they will move on to the right hall, and this hall for the higher track. We will be having a working tea now. May I request the team elites to kindly escort all the dignitaries, all the speakers towards the exhibition hall, please. With this, I hand over this deliberation to Dr. Vinny Johari now. Dr. Vinny Johari will run us through a 10 minutes presentation, industry presentation. She is the Learning and Skills Lead for Microsoft India. Over to you, madam.
So good afternoon to all of you. I'm going to share my thoughts with you on transforming education through partnerships with government, with industry, as well as with other organizations as well. So the new education policy opens up an unprecedented opportunity wherein there is a lot of flexibility to kind of transfer credits, bank credits, as well as focus on the learning outcomes. There is also technology-related transformation that is happening through various platforms. And startup culture that is booming. India is now the world's third largest startup country in the world. There is also focus coming on hybrid learning and multiple career paths for an individual. So Microsoft offers this unique opportunity in higher education through Microsoft Education Transformation Framework, where we give practical advice to develop a strategy for digital transformation. You heard this morning on how for governance technology can be leveraged. The ETF transformation framework and handbooks can be downloaded online, and it's a work that has emanated out of Microsoft's work in over 100 countries, where we focus on student success. How do we have connected ecosystems? How do we enable faculty to embrace technology innovation for teaching and learning? How can we power academic research? And what are the how smart campuses can be set up? How do we monitor the progress of the student through their entire life cycle in the institute? And not only while in the institute, even when they become the alumni, how can we continue to collaborate and leverage opportunities? I will skip this up. And we know that the new technologies like cloud, big data, IoT, AI, robotics, these are all gaining huge ground. And industry, if you look at the industry scenario, over 50%, over 80% of the organizations are embracing these technologies. That means new job roles in new areas. And this slide sums up our offerings in terms of skills in higher education. So Microsoft offers content on MS Learn. There are more than 3,200 modules, and you can customize learning experiences which faculty and students can access. There is also faculty support in terms of my MS Learn for educators. So if you integrate these courses in teaching and learning, faculty can have access to teaching materials. They can have access to project materials as well. Then there are over 45 certifications that are mapped with industry job roles that you can access. So right from fundamentals to higher level. And then for employability, we have LinkedIn and Career Coach that is there. On LinkedIn, we have Career Coach where students can get mentored on job opportunities, preparing for job interviews, creating their profile. And we also have Founder Startup Hub as well for encouraging entrepreneurship. So Microsoft Learn has sessions on demand. There is Student Ambassador Program. Both faculty and students can sign in and begin their learning journey.
As students, you're told the best way to find a career path is to follow your interests.
I think the video is not playing, so it's okay. I think there's a Could you just open the presentation, please? Video skip kar do, we don't have time. It's not projecting. Abhi nahi. The projection is not happening. Yeah, okay. So we have Microsoft Learn for institutions for educators. And as I explained, they can have access to teaching resources. This slide basically sums up job-linked roles, content, and certifications that institutions can leverage. There are thousands of jobs being created in the area of cloud, analytics, solution provision, and they are amplified on LinkedIn. And the content for these courses are all mapped with those job roles. So you can choose between apps and infra, data and AI, business applications, and modern workplace. We have done the mapping not only for engineering courses in undergrad and postgrad, but even in commerce or business management, students can go through these certifications where fundamentals are now offered for free. So for students, if they are registered in legit educational institutions, they can have access to these courses and certifications and practice exams as well. So it's a direct to student offer from Microsoft. While as for all other stakeholders, they may have to kind of pay for the certification. Certification, you may ask why certification is important. It is important because it helps you build confidence. Your competencies are acknowledged by the industry if you have the certification. And also many organizations specifically call for those certifications while hiring. And it builds a solid foundation for future success. If you look at we have also partnered with NASSCOM, with EY and Quest to complete the employability journey for students. So under this Future Ready Talent program, internships are being offered for AICT institutions, and we are partnering with state governments as well, where students will go through courses, will go through projects mentored by the industry, and those who complete the certification will then also be prepared to kind of sit for job opportunities which are generated, which Quest has access to. So Quest would do the last mile connectivity in terms of employability as well. Also, Microsoft has invested in startups by creating a founders hub. Herein, you may not have any student who has a great idea or one of your alumni who wants to do the startup, and he or she may not have, for example, venture capital backing or may not have the financial resources. Microsoft offers Azure credits up to $150,000 over 3-year period. Also provides support in terms of mentorship to the person working on the startup idea, and also access to other partners as well to leverage. So it's a huge, huge opportunity without having the backup of a venture capitalist behind that idea. So you may want to tinker with it at your institute or in your state to promote entrepreneurship. Teams is a wonderful platform which millions of students and teachers and institutions, hundreds of institutions have integrated across India. So you can, along with Teams, comes in an app called Career Coach. It is offered by LinkedIn. It will give, at an institutional level, analytics on how students are progressing on their career journey, give guidance on through an AI app on creation of profiles and also connect them with their alumni worldwide as well as professionals in their area. So you may want to explore this for employability and
Students have big dreams. They're not just searching for a job. Today's students want to make a difference, do work that matters, and find their place in the world. But the journey from education to employment isn't always straightforward. All students have a different path based on their unique aspirations, interests, and skills. How can we turn these aspirations into actionable steps? Introducing Career Coach, a new Microsoft Teams for Education app powered by LinkedIn. With Career Coach, institutions can empower their students with personalized guidance as they discover their career path, grow real-world skills, and build their network. Career Coach meets students right where they are.
So I would just like to stop here and say that we could be partners in your journey towards connected experiences with students, creating more personalized learning experiences, help with curriculum content, and also faculty development as well. And also help in governance in terms of using data analytics to power your decisions. So we look forward to the partnership and thank you so much for this opportunity to share my thoughts. Thank
Please stay here only. Stay here only. Thank you, Dr. Vinny Johari, for that nice presentation. I would request Mr. Dinesh Singh is with us, Commissioner Higher Education, Commissioner Higher Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to kindly hand over one speaker memento to our industry guest, Dr. Vinny Johari. Speaker memento, please. दिनेश सिंह जी की हमारे बीच में है अभी कमिश्नर मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट दीपक सिंह कमिश्नर ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ एमपी फोटोग्राफर सर Thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Deepak ji. Now we move on to the next panel discussion, the first panel discussion of 24th World Education Summit, brought to you by ICFI. The topic is NEP 2022 in higher education, preparing the next generation to thrive in the digital age. This session would be moderated by Dr. Raul Villamarin Rodriguez. Dr. Raul Rodriguez, is he there? Vice President of Woxan University, Hyderabad. I invite you to the stage, please, Dr. Raul. I once again invite Mr. Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education, Telangana Government, to the stage as a panelist. Mr. M. Nagarajan is with us, Commissioner for Higher Education Department, Government of Gujarat. M. Nagarajan, I saw him some time back. Yeah, yes, sir. Most welcome. Professor B.S. Murthy, Director of Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. Dr. Shashank Shah, Joint Advisor and Senior Specialist, Higher Education, Niti Aayog. Professor Anil Kashyap, President and Chancellor, Nickmer University. Professor Anil Kashyap. Then we have Professor Dr. Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Jain Deemed to be University, Bangalore. Professor Dr. Raj Singh. And finally, we have Dr. Prem Maheshwari, Business Director, South Asia, D2L Asia. D2L Asia. Dr. Prem Maheshwari. The topic of this panel is NEP 2022, Preparing the Next Generation to Thrive in the Digital Age. I hand over the deliberations to Dr. Raul Rodrigues. And I would also request the moderator, Dr. Raul, to please stick to the panel time. And if possible, I know it's a lengthy panel, if possible, in 50-55 minutes, if it can be wrapped up. Thank you.
All right. Am I audible to all? Am I audible now? Yeah, all right. So very good afternoon to everybody. Welcome to this panel. It's fine? All right. So we'll start the session, some housekeeping guidelines. Let's just stick to certain timeline of around 3 to 5 minutes tops, because I'm going to shoot one question per panelist, not the same question to all the panelists. So accordingly, please share your views straight on that particular front. Try to keep it as clear, concise, and critical as possible. Sharing your views, of course. So let me start with Professor B.S. Murthy, if I may. The first question would be, how do you think the government is viewing NEP using digital media or tools, and what is the way forward? You can use my mic, it's fine.
You are asking for the government's view.
Your view.
Okay, so I definitely cannot talk about the government's view. There are better people than me to speak on that. Yes, digital, I think we have started learning how to go digital. Pandemic has really forced us kind of to venture into that. Most of the education used to be physical. When NPTEL started, I would say around 15 years back, that was the first time you started going outside your classroom, that your teaching is able to reach out to people across the world. And that has really taken most of us teachers outside our classrooms. And now, for example, I have been a teacher for 30 years. You keep on getting emails from people from Australia, from various countries saying that, yeah, we have watched your videos of NPTEL videos and we have greatly got benefited. So that's where it stopped, but that was more of a kind of not a live interaction with the students. But that's during this COVID, for the first time, I think more or less the whole country, or possibly the whole world, has moved in that direction. And at least I can say at IIT Hyderabad, we are moving in a direction that every classroom we are converting into digital. Half of them have already been converted and rest of them will be done very soon. Where we would like to see that every course that we teach is open to anybody in the world. Okay, for example, if I teach thermodynamics course, so anybody in the world can register for that course, for specifically only for that course, and possibly we can have per credit based some kind of a tuition fee for that, so that you have some students sitting in front of you and the whole lot of students sitting in the whole world and possibly learning, and you have a live contact with them. So this is possibly the direction in which the whole world is moving, and that makes education reach out to a large number of people. This reaching out is very important. We have realized that particularly professionals who are working professionals always have this problem. They have done a BTech, joined a company like Tata Steel or something like that, and then they get stuck there. many a times they find that they want to have a higher degree, but there is no scope for them because they can't get a 1-year leave, 2-year leave. So for example, online education has become very popular. IIT Hyderabad, I can tell you, we have about 10 online MTech programs now where we teach in the evening hours, and we tell them that you come to IIT only on the day of convocation to collect the degree certificate. Until then, you don't need to come at all. So this is all happening in a big way, and I'm sure that there will be more and more such things will come. But more importantly, I would say, just digressing a little more, what is important, which is I think the crux of the whole NEP, is flexibility. We should be able to provide flexibility to our students, which is not the case when we were students. At least everything was straight-jacketed. Even when there is an elective, the elective was kind of a forced elective for most of us. Okay, that is how we learned. Now we have to ensure that you have a lot of free electives. At least at IIT Hyderabad, we have 10% of our BTech program is free electives. They can go anywhere and take that courses and then add it to their credits. So all this is the direction I think it's moving. And thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your views. Quite appreciated. My next question is to jump from public to private. Professor Raj Singh, my question is more oriented towards digital tools, or you can say digitalization of higher education. Not only about Zoom or Microsoft Teams, I'm talking on a much larger spectrum where stackable microcredits may come in the picture, Coursera implementation, EDX implementation may come in the picture. It's not about whether we should or not do it. That is one part of the question. The second question is, what about the affordability for private universities, or public universities for that matter? And what kind of support can we seek from the government or maybe corporations for the matter? What is your view on that?
Very comprehensive. Thank you for having me, first of all. Nostalgia of being in Hyderabad, where I spent 7 years, started my academic career long back. I represent Jain Deemed to be University, which has both regular as well as online programs. We are among the first ones who adopted the blended learning when the government permitted up to 40%. But my main question has remained, what should we use this 40% for? I think most of the speakers brought out very clearly what we should be doing and what we should not be doing. We have subscribed to all the LinkedIn courses. We have used Coursera. We have used most of the third-party contents. And during last 2 years, we also started our own MOOC development. Roughly 165 MOOCs have been developed in-house because we realized third-party contents don't enable us to differentiate. They can be bought by anybody who can subscribe to this. But I think the moot question remains, at least with being an academic administrator, is what's the role of instruction designers? How to achieve what we want to achieve? The whole national education policy, in the context of which we're talking today, emphasizes on how do we realize higher order learning outcomes. Hardly few people have spoken about it. And more important is, how do we expand the learning opportunities before that? I think that's where the role of online learning comes in, the blended learning comes in. We have integrated about 22% of the modules asynchronous mode as far as the regular degree program delivery is concerned, and the results have been absolutely fascinating. Quickly telling you about what happened in 2 years. To be frank with you, the learning did not take place much. There was no option with the institutions. The edtech companies encashed the opportunity. Parents did not accept it. Bureaucracy in the government had some points to score what we have done. But I think what we learned in 2 years definitely was, it told us what we should not be doing. I think about 30 to 35% theory class teaching was crap, and we can simply ignore it. This can be done online, or you record your own lecture and play it again and again. Or you take third-party contents from best of the professors. Second thing, what it did was that it told us how to spare time for important things which we have not been able to do in the past. Because learning has to be taken outside the classroom, for which we didn't have time, we didn't have the willingness among the faculty members, which has now come in. It's changed the mindset of faculty to a large extent. And third thing which has told us is that online contents are an excellent way of self-development. Just to give some statistics, out of 50,000 licenses we have, 34,000 licenses were active day before yesterday. And on average, 46 videos have been watched by all the users. And the beauty is that with AI tools, it recommends you, it pops up that next video could be this much. And the beauty is that it's ranging anywhere between 2 to 15 minutes. We are beautifully interspersed in the teaching learning plan along with the face-to-face lectures. Answering the second part of the question to all asked was, for the first time in the history of higher education, we're realizing that learning knowledge, skills, and attitudes is more important than the mode of learning it, in fact. Mode could be anything. So mode has become irrelevant. And the second thing is that the registration for single courses, or as you call micro-credentials, had started. And the authority to award degrees by the university is being challenged. But I can assure all my friends who are in teaching profession here, you don't have to worry unnecessarily. My chancellor has been teasing me, has been coaxing me, has been warning me, cautioning me. He says, just wait 4 or 5 years, you'll remain the vice chancellor of 5 or 10 students. And last 3 years, our student number has gone 3 times. We had only online last 1 year, we have 40,000 plus enrollments. In regular degrees, our applications have tripled in last 2 years. I think it boils down to how do you create a value proposition which will replace this online content of 40%. If you don't create value proposition, yes, definitely students will run away from you. So I'll just take just 1 minute explaining what we did. I'll be more anecdotal. We adopted a model where 1/3 of the teaching will take place online. I'm talking about the regular degrees. And this is essentially theory part. 1/3 will be delivered on the campus, which is mainly for the lab-based courses and some essential discussion with the mentors and project guides and so on. And the remaining 1/3 we have shifted completely outside the classroom, which is mainly focusing on field-based and research-based project, which had been lacking in a teaching learning process. Rather, one of the most important deficiencies of higher education in India, which we have witnessed. And this has helped us in bringing research orientation among students. It has brought entrepreneurship orientation, because the outcome of these projects, which are research-based, has to be only one of these 3. 1, it has to lead to a patentable idea. 2nd, it has to lead to startup. Or 3rd, it has to lead, which is minimum, bare minimum is a good quality publication. Believe me, in 2 years, we've seen 3 times jump in filing patents, in publications. And I'll attribute largely what we got in terms of A++ getting last December, because of this research output, which was shown last 2 years, because of the pedagogical interventions we made, in fact, and we call it transdisciplinary project-centric learning. It helps us outreach socially. It helps us in terms of aligning our education to national and international missions and priorities and goals, including SDGs, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and umpteen number of opportunities for solopreneurship, where we have created opportunity for each student, irrespective whether they want to avail or not. We have currently 24,000 full-time students. They can earn their fees, because from day one, they can involve in marketplace experience labs we have created for them, and they can even go beyond. They can continue this as lifelong kind of venture, or in the process, they can develop an organic idea for the startup and sustain themselves during the program, and possibly support the parents and not taking fees from them. I'll reserve my comments here. In case second opportunity comes, I'll again make interventions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really comprehensive. In fact, I'm taking notes, which now will help me to ask the next panelists, so you can be the co-moderator now. My next question is going to go more on the public sector now, a little bit. So you can see we're going to keep flopping here and there. The question is going to go for Naveen Mittal, and as well as M. Nagarajan, which I suppose would be you, correct? From what I can see, both of you are coming from the higher education spectrum as well as college education. My question is going to round about various pillars. So it's going to go in line with what we discussed, but a bit broader. I'm going to give you 5 pillars. You choose which one you want to address, okay? The first will be entrepreneurship. The second will be corporate alignment. The third will be research or research orientation, like Professor Raj Singh has discussed. The fourth will be internationalization. And the fifth will be ERS, which is ethics, responsibility, and sustainability. So there are 5 pillars. Now my question is, 2 questions in fact, which either of you can address it. Internationalization is vital, that you know very well. The first part is, in line with all these pillars and internationalization at core, how do you think the government, in this case from your viewpoint, can address credit transfer, considering the credit bank system for international students or Indian students going abroad either?
So that's a very interesting question which you've asked. In fact, last month we had a big delegation from Telangana going to Wales in UK. I was part of that delegation, and Wales and Telangana have a bilateral partnership in terms of internationalization of education. And this visit was a very eye-opening visit, and from the point of view of the question which you asked, in the sense that there's been a sudden transformation in global interest in India, is what we could actually see. And there were the mutual discussions were about basically a couple of themes, which is, one is about student mobility. So student exchanges, which is a very, very easy one to do. Then student articulation, where you do, let's say, 2+2 or a 3+1 kind of a program. And student progression, where you move from a bachelor's to a master's program abroad. And some of these were literally not on the table a couple of years back. But then I think with the NEP coming in and with the new regulations of UGC which have come in about dual degrees, joint degrees, and also about twinning programs, this has suddenly opened up, I would say, the whole space to internationalization of education. And this was very evident during our visit last month, that we were actually talking about credit transfers. Of course, the framework is getting into place now, but I see that since the UGC regulations on these programs have come in, and I see this happening very, very quickly in next few months, that we would actually be able to transfer credits very easily back and forth between international institutions and Indian institutions. Having said that, I also feel that the discussion is not about just one-way traffic, which is from India to abroad, but I think increasingly we are now talking about inward-bound traffic also. And the speech of the Consul General from Indonesia actually touched upon it, that from a country of let's say level of development of Indonesia's perspective, India does not yet figure in. And I think we have to really look into this as to why we don't figure in as a destination of choice for at least countries of at least equal or even lesser development. A very, very close neighbor, which is Malaysia, actually does it very, very well. I don't think Malaysia or Indonesia there's much to distinguish in terms of the level of development. Of course, maybe they will be little a notch higher, but I don't think it is much higher. They get close to, if my memory serves me right, close to about 1 million students every year. And the numbers in India are abysmally low. But in fact, this is also one of the themes of my interview in the Digital Learning magazine, that increasingly we have to position India as a destination for international students, and our universities, some of our universities, I may not say all, but some of our universities definitely fit into destinations of choice, I would say globally. And you would see this increasingly being talked about. We have just started talking about it. I mean, I must say that this is a very welcome change in our discussion, which we have had in the past few years. And you will see increasingly this being talked about, this being discussed about, and positioning ourselves globally. So I would say the basic framework is in place. The nitty-gritties are being worked out, and in coming months and in couple of years, this should be very easy to implement. And I see a lot of hope and potential in that regard.
So we have addressed internationalization. Now we have other areas left. Which one would you like to address?
Yeah, the first three about entrepreneurship, research, and innovation, all three are actually interlinked. First, we need research to come up to innovation, and then innovation, when you take it into a venture, it becomes entrepreneurship. It is a continuum. And the research and innovation is combined. If we take together, it forms the basis or the base of the pyramid. The wider the base, the higher will be the output in the entrepreneurship level. I can quote some examples from our experience in Gujarat. Gujarat, in the state, we have a student startup and innovation policy where we are funding the ideas of students in the college. And recently, 5 years has been completed, a new policy also has been released. So it is very, sometimes it is very, strange. People sometimes feel strange that you fund ideas of students. Why? Because when we talk about startup and innovation, we are talking about unicorns, how much, so much of funding has been received and all. To reach to that stage, there is a big journey that needs to be covered, right from the idea to the product and then to the market. So this is called a mind to market journey. How do we facilitate this journey, and how do we facilitate it at a younger age? So at 17 years, somebody is in college and he finds that his idea is getting respect, is getting recognition, and he is getting an opportunity to try out. Each and every idea, we are going to give 2.5 lakh rupees. We have been giving 2 lakh rupees in the last 5 years. Now from this year, it is 2.5 lakh rupees per idea. And this is given to the institution. It may be a college, it may be a university, and not just government universities or state universities, even private central institutions. Anyone who is based in Gujarat can apply and become a grantee institute, and they can start form a committee and start getting ideas of the students. And to make it further, you can fund ideas of any student who is not in your university or institution. And to take it furthermore, you can fund anyone who is even a dropout. Up to 35 years is the limit. Literally, we can fund any idea in this scheme. And there is no, we have to break our compound mentality, departmental mentality, think more beyond our institutions. That is where this collaboration happens. So this entrepreneurial journey, we are increasing the base. And we have different support system. When the idea is scaling up, we have 20 lakhs that can be given. There is a central organization like T-Hub here. We have I-Hub, which is called the Gujarat Student Startup and Innovation Hub. What this incubator does is we aggregate with all these grantees and try to take out the better ideas and take them forward, give 20 lakhs. And then 2 other government departments, the Science and Technology Department for IT-based startups and general startups, up to 30 lakh rupees funding is available. If you see overall, an idea can be funded and can be made to survive up to the journey of becoming a startup, up to 50 lakh rupees only in grant. After that, when this startup is able to make a turnover of say 50 lakh or 1 crore rupees and proven in the market, then the venture capital ecosystem will take over, which is the risk capital ecosystem. So in order to build a vibrant startup ecosystem, we need a grant capital ecosystem also, which nobody will fund ideas. It is a public system that will fund the ideas. And ideas to patent creation also. And we did a mass awareness campaign and a course for our teachers, 5,400 teachers. En masse, we did online course. It was along with the support of CPAM, NRDC, and DPIIT. And now there is in every institution, there are 2 teachers who know what is patent, how to create a patent, how to do prior art search. and what is the benefit of doing this. So idea creation is one point, idea protection, and then if that idea is able to be created into a product, and then if it is having a market fit, then venture creation happens. This entire journey, we all know that entrepreneurship experience is the real experience that we can give to the student. And if we can take it in the sandbox environment of his college itself, with the support of teachers. In the first instance, second instance, and third instance, by the third year, the teacher becomes a master mentor. He is able to identify very early the potential idea and the potential student, and they are able to groom. This we have seen with experience. So we have so far funded 6,000 ideas, 800 patents have been created, almost 500 startups were registered, and 1/3 of our startups now registered from Gujarat is student startup. And 10 days ago, we have been declared #1 in the startup ecosystem overall best performance, because the inclusiveness and diversity that we are offering. It is not just unicorns. In fact, to solve India's problems, we need impact unicorns. So empowering local youth to solve the local problems by the local youth itself is very important. Another point, one last point I would like to make is, if we empower 10% of a cohort of students to become entrepreneurs, they will be able to engage the other 90%. So these three pillars are interlinked.
I'll just add one.
Please,
So
please.
at IIT Hyderabad, we have been doing similar thing, but in addition to this, we give 6 credits to the student to work on that idea. Okay, and also a semester break if the student needs. So this is another thing that helps, because ultimately sometimes your work may not come out the way you are looking at, but at least you get some credits for spending time on that. Excuse me if you don't mind. I have another meeting.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I guess that it's important to become employers and not just employees, from what I see in your views. My next question is going to change a bit the dynamics. It is for Professor Anil. In my understanding, NICMAR has focused primarily upon PG and PhD education in particular narrow fields. Now, with the change of tendencies in higher education in India and globally, how do you think matters such as diploma courses that with the NEP, with multiple entry, multiple exit, may become obsolete? That is one part of the question. What is your opinion on that? And the second part is, how will you address in universities or institutions like NICMAR, who are very focused upon certain skills, the need for interdisciplinary skill sets or education for the matter? So there are two parts to the question, basically.
Thank you all for this quite interesting question. I'll be setting the context with my long association with the number of UK universities, and then coming back to the home where we have got some of these learning already in place, and we are starting to apply some of these things. Interdisciplinarity is always talked about, and it has been in the discussion for a long time. NEP particularly talk about interdisciplinarity, and it has been now surfaced. It depends on number of aspects, and number of aspects which I would highlight here are the institutional composition, then the curriculum, then the student body, and then finally some of the requirements of the jobs and the employers or the professional bodies. These all are the drivers for interdisciplinarity. And these force these universities or the institutions anywhere in the world to address this problem naturally. In our case, in Indian context, universities are already interdisciplinary. There are subject areas which are cross-functional as well. However, the importance of curriculum to be interdisciplinary is quite significant, in the sense that the cross-learning from various other aspects and various supporting complementary areas, how those can be integrated. And there are some impediments in doing those. And these impediments have been, mainly because of the curriculum, the strictness of the frameworks and all that, but it has been removed to some extent in the time to come, and it will be removed. It is now down to the curriculum deliverers as well as then the participants to be interdisciplinary. In my experience in the UK, it won't be compulsory for a physics, chemistry, maths composition to study engineering. Somebody who has got the basic ability and aptitude with certain level in their 10th standard or 12th standard can come and study engineering. If we remove that lot of interdisciplinarity also comes in the classroom as well, because those discussion happens, somebody having economics background talking about engineering solutions, some social scientist or social studies background talking about humanitarian engineering solution, it all falls in place very nicely. These barriers need to be perhaps overcome in Indian context, and I'm really fortunate to be sitting here in the panel, Shri Naveen Mittalji, and looking at this one. Perhaps some of these things can be learned, and how we can make this cross-learning, cross-fertilization in the classroom so vibrant, and it is needed, because in real life we don't choose who we work with. We work with people with different backgrounds, and that's where we should be preparing our students and going forward. The major impediment perhaps need to be removed, sir, is the job requirements and the advertisement, how it comes, and it is really practical. The public sector jobs, because mainly in India particularly, the jobs are advertised and people come with a first priority as a public sector sort of entry, which are more assured and more sort of secure position. Then perhaps private is now coming up as their top choice as well in the new generation, but public sector is still the major component. We have got a lot of public sector jobs. But when we look at the job advertisement, it always talks about BTech in electrical engineering or BTech in mechanical engineering. I'm not sure if that is that is removed. Until that point in time, the institution will be able to innovate in a way that will prepare engineers, particularly civil engineer and SDOs, and going for those kind of jobs, plus some of these additional learning of machine, AI, and or those which are needed in the market. So there is a split between who we train and who we actually prepare from there, whether it is for public sector and whether there is a private sector. In NICMAR, after become this university, we have started reviewing our curriculum, and we are trying to remove these, address these impediments of interdisciplinarity through all those means. We are trying to diversify the uptake of the entry criterias. So for example, a project management course, earlier it has always been a construction professional or a civil engineer. Now we have got a project management which can be applied in education sector, health sector, and any graduate come and study the project management, and they can become equally good project manager. So this is one intervention in terms of how we can select our student population. And then obviously the curriculum is also interdisciplinary, where everybody is able to contribute from computer background, from HR background, from social scientist background. They will be able to contribute into that. It's a beginning of journey as a university by NICMAR, and we will be doing a lot more interventions in time to come. So I'll finish here with my initial comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. There is one part you mentioned that, of course, is in all our minds, which is emerging technologies. I'm going to jump from you to Dr. Prem. The question is a bit complex, probably not related to your area of specialization, but nevertheless, I'll shoot it and see what happens. The question is, now you see NFT, metaverse, all these new technologies coming in the picture. With the substantial investments in physical infrastructure done by universities, do you think that these technologies can disrupt higher education to the point where our infrastructure per se becomes unnecessary or obsolete?
Thank you. And I think this is a very relevant question because now we are progressing from education 4.0 to education 5.0, where perhaps the investment in massive infrastructure and especially the IT infrastructure or digital infrastructure perhaps may not be necessary moving from education 4.0 to 5.0. And the reason is that education is very, very dynamic today. And we have heard my co-panelists speaking about interdisciplinary education, boundaryless education, international education, national education. And therefore, I think what is required is perhaps a borderless education system which does not depend on requirement of hi-fi or technology heavy investment in educational institutions. Now I come from a company which is into learning management platforms. This is a Canadian multinational which is into SaaS based cloud native learning management system. And the advantage of this kind of learning management system is that it doesn't require heavy investments into technology, it being cloud native learning management platforms. What you need is essentially education content that already exists, in our academicians in the universities. And of course, content is also available internationally from amongst the colleague universities in India and outside India. Content is available, teachers and academicians are available, students are of course the part of the education ecosystem, faculties are of course the most important part. Now we need a possible digital coordination and engagement between the four ecosystems in a typical education institutions. And these four pillars of education ecosystem are faculties, parents, teachers, and the school management or administration or leadership of the institutions. How do we now use digital technology to have a fantastic amalgamation and coordination between these four ecosystems so that eventually the outcome-based education or competency-based education is achieved? Now, this is all possible using digital technology without, of course, massive investments. Now, first pillar, when you talk about is faculties. And I believe faculties are the key and most important thing when we are transforming from one education system to other. NEP 2020 is about to come. Very important aspect is that teachers who are no more sage on this stage but are guided by the side need a different transformational inputs today. One of the important aspects is content creation. Now, how do you create content? And not only content creation, but also dynamic content creation where you're able to make changes, additions, deletions, substitutions, modifications, changes in the content on a regular basis. Learning management platforms provide you that with the flexibility to make those changes and enhance and engage students, parents, teachers, and school managements with the use of technology. So without the help of any technical person or IT person, if a faculty is able to manage the content depending on who the students are in the classrooms, I think that gives them a lot of flexibility in doing away with mundane, routine, administrative tasks rather than concentrate on what they've been hired to, which is education, pure academics. So content creation, content modification, adding a lot of internet-based materials, YouTube videos into the content, thereby making it absolutely engaging for these students is the need of the hour, and technology, digital technology can provide that help to the students. The second aspect is, of course, the students. Students, I think you all will agree, today's students who are studying in our universities and colleges were born either in late 90s or early 2000s. When they started understanding the world around them, it was all technology around them. They use better technology than us. They use better mobile phones than you. They use better internet technology than us, which means that this generation, which is studying in our colleges and institutions, understands technology, and we need to therefore change our pedagogies accordingly. So it has to be student-centric technology, which means a lot of gamification-based teaching and learning. When a student completes level 1 in terms of assignments and assessments, he goes to level 2, level 3, level 4, and he's awarded different badges and awards as he moves from one level to other. All those kinds of pedagogies needs to be be enhanced. Similarly, assessments, they need a huge, massive change in the way and the modus operandi of assessments that we run in universities and education institutions tomorrow. Third pillar, of course, is the parents. Parents in India, at least, are a very important and integral part of any education system. They're always concerned. They always need to know how their wards are doing. Using technological platforms, I think we can give fantastic access to the parents or the students so that they're able to understand where their wards are in terms of, doing various assignments and assessments and how they're performing in their institutions and colleges. And fourth and most important pillar is, of course, the leadership of various institutions, people sitting on this dais and people sitting in the audiences. How do you manage your institutions well? How you're able to have a bird's eye view of how each and every class, each and every section of the institution is performing. Using digital platforms, digital technology, you're able to access how each and every student is performing. You're able to identify at-risk students. You're able to not only identify the at-risk students, but also take corrective actions using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And this leads to individualized and personalized education. So you are able to understand which student needs more inputs in which topic or even subtopic, and that you're using artificial intelligence-led tools, you're able to direct those additional resources to such students who need it more. So this coordination on a single learning management platform within SSO, which is single sign-on, is the need of the hour. And as you rightly had this put this question, this does not need heavy investment into technology. Systems are maturing, systems are developing, they're going to the next level, and therefore I think using cloud-based technology in today's learning styles and teaching pedagogies, this can be achieved fantastically well. Thank you so much.
So in your view, more technology, less concrete, and less brick and mortar,
absolutely,
basically.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think Nikmar wouldn't be happy about that, but like many of us.
Yeah, but I have a sort of a different view, not from the the point of view, the way, and it's my individual view. I would like to share that. This is the era of people compete, institution compete with each other. We talk about NIRF ranking or these we chase rankings, and then institute always talk about the world class infrastructure. So it is that competition between the infrastructure and the ranking, and we create those infrastructure for each individual university. And we have got, for example, in Pune, there are 14 universities in there, and they are individually setting up all the infrastructure. And there was a talk which I really liked about a year ago, a year and a half ago, just before pandemic. Senior leaders, vice chancellors were there in UK talking about whether we compete with each other or we cooperate with each other. Why do we have, and that was a talk in a city, why, when there are universities, why do have so many libraries replicating all those things, and why do we have got now IT has so much capability in cloud? Some things can be shared and can be joined together. So this is something which is not the talk of today perhaps, but I think in a future this thing can be really beneficial if that is consolidated. So I'm for that consolidation for the benefit of the education. And
I think what Professor Raj said, I really liked that. One third. Yeah. 1/3 online, 1/3 classroom and all physical based, and 1/3 in the workplace or outside. So I think we need to have an interesting mix of this.
Can I comment on some of the points raised, Raul, with your permission? Number one, the 5 pillars you mentioned, it can't be 1 or 2 or 3, it has to be all in an integrated fashion. In fact, I had the opportunity of interacting with Dr. Kasturi Rangan, the architect of the NEP, and I was just sharing with him the experiences of what we have been doing. And he said, most of the people are doing one thing at a time and trying to implement one policy recommendation. And there's no one who's looking at all the recommendations in an integrated fashion. And therefore, we need to develop tools and techniques which can integrate multiple, if not all, at least 5, 6, 7 of the policy recommendations. And that's what I think we did, and he really liked it and endorsed it, in fact. The second thing I want to mention is Anil mentioned about interdisciplinarity. And I have this dirty habit of playing mischief in some of the conferences like this. Can I ask how many of you really go and teach in the classroom out of the audience? If you leave out deans, directors, and vice chancellors, please. Just raise hands. I can have about 5, 6, 7 hands I see. In fact, the discussion which we are undertaking today is meant for the teachers who to perform in the classroom and not for perhaps so much administrators like us, in fact. And that's the misfortune of our interactions. Believe me, in the conferences when I ask what's the difference between multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary, 90% people are not clear. I think we need to go to the grassroots level that most of our universities are multidisciplinary, where disciplines exist in isolation, but there's no interaction as such. I think he briefly touched upon that. And the words, when you go to transdisciplinary, when these interacting disciplines start solving larger problems for the society, industry, and community. And the English words commensurate with these three terms are multidisciplinary is normally additive. You keep on adding one to another and third and fourth, so on. Interdisciplinary is more integrative, whereas transdisciplinary is holistic. I think that has been emphasized in NEP more than once, that we must focus on holistic. And the third point is what my co-panelist said, that digital infrastructure will be more. I don't agree with it. In fact, we need infrastructure. In fact, we need smart infrastructure. If I may just share, it may be sounding off the point of discussion here. You mentioned about internationalization. My university, out of 224,000 students, about 2,500 foreign students. And believe me, largely we have attracted them because of the excellent sports facilities we have. You know, we won the Khelo India last year. We have some of the world-class infrastructure, and largely these students have come in because they have that kind of infrastructure. And then, of course, smart infrastructure, I already mentioned, we need to embed technology in this. And last point I'll make is that what we have done, even though I have vacated 1/3 of the hours of the faculties and the institutions working, what we have conceptualized in engineering, I can tell you we have started with this. So there are 3 classrooms, there's one software company, another 3 classrooms, 1 software company. This is how we have designed our campus, new campus. 4 hours students are in the classroom, and 4 hours they work on live projects with this software company brings. And I'll tell you the economics. Normally, Indian software developers are billed for $12 to $15 per hour. We say we will bill you only $10 to $11 per hour. We give to the student $3 to $4 per hour and $6 to $7 to the profit of these companies. The employee structure is 20% they recruit and 80% is faculty and students working on this. I think this requires physical infrastructure and smart infrastructure. Yeah.
Thank you. We have last question for Dr. Shashank. To summarize everything, is, in your view, how will the NEP impact or drive India 2047 vision?
Thank you. I'd like to draw from what Mittalji mentioned in the inaugural session, that the National Education Policy 2020 is like the 1991 moment of the new industrial policy that transformed India's liberalization, privatization, and globalization landscape, and unshackled Indian industry to become globally competitive to an extent that today we can aspire to be Atmanirbhar, as is the vision of the nation. I'd also like to reflect on what Professor Singh mentioned, that the audience here consists of leaders of universities and higher educational institutions. So I'd like to cover a few points which capture on the macro role that higher educational institutions and higher education per se can play, and how NEP enables us to do that. Because believe me, higher education as a system has a phenomenal role to play in the task of nation building. While a lot of micro issues were discussed, I'd like to draw your attention to a few macro issues and opportunities. Firstly, I would like to quote from the UNESCO report, which mentioned that in the next 30 years, more students would be passing through the portals of higher education than ever before since the beginning of recorded history. And in this number, India will be contributing the maximum number of students. From 20 universities, 1.75 lakh students, and 0.7% GER in 1950, today we are 1,043 universities, over nearly 4 crore students and 27% GR at the national level. Now we are wanting to double this and take it to 50% GR, which means 8 crore students in the higher education system, which means effectively in the Amrit Kal of the next 25 years, 100 crore students from India will be passing through the portals of higher education in some form or the other. Are we ready for that? That's the first point I want to mention. Second, who is the customer of the higher education system? Is it the nation? The nation draws its check on the bank of the higher education system. Is the nation getting what it deserves? Second, are the students the customers of the higher education system? If they are they getting the knowledge and the skills that will empower them to live comfortably, confidently in a contributing fashion? Third, are the employers the customers of higher education? If yes, are we providing them with manpower that can be deployed and not just employed? While statistics show that we are having problems even with basic levels of employment. And lastly, is the taxpayer one of the key stakeholders in higher education, because he or she is looking for fellow citizens who can contribute to the nation and also be responsible and sensitive citizens. So the higher education system needs to define its jobs towards each of these stakeholders. The third point I would like to cover is on what are India's requirements for Amrit Kal. One, I think the point of demographic dividend mentioned enough number of times is very vital, and I don't want to dwell more on that. That's amply proven. Second, skilled workforce through multidisciplinary higher education. Multidisciplinary was defined in great detail along with interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary. But the skilled workforce, a point which probably has not been touched, is what kind of skills do we need? Even the title of this particular session is of the digital age. The skills that we need in the digital age are not just the digital skills, but several other skills where digital tools and techniques will help us succeed. Complex problem solving, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity, negotiation, decision making, and ethical orientation. These are the core skills the World Economic Forum has identified as skills required for success in the 21st century. Third, alignment with the SDGs. In the Amrit Kal, as India grows to become the third largest economy by purchasing power parity and in nominal GDP, and as we work towards our goal for net zero emissions, every aspect of our growth story will have to be in alignment with the SDGs, and the higher education system will have to play a very important role. The fourth and most important is all of this will have to be based on Indian value systems, our culture and heritage. In the morning, Professor Sharma had mentioned about the Delors Commission of 1996, which spoke about education as discovering the treasure within. And there are 4 aspects to that. And before I talk about how NEP addresses that, let me just quickly connect that with what is the common jargon today. It talks about learning to know, which is what we talk about as IQ. It talks about learning to do, which we talk about as skills. It talks about learning to live together, which is what is EQ. And it talks about learning to be, which is about SQ. So if we want to create a workforce which is going to be helping us achieve our vision for Amrit Kal, they will need IQ with skills, they will need EQ, and they will need SQ. And it is towards this end, the national education policy plays a phenomenal role. It goes beyond the burden of Macaulay, which had been forcing us to think in a particular way for 1.5 centuries, helps us achieve the aspirations of North America and Western Europe in terms of excellence in higher education, but also draw from the phenomenal experience of our ancient Indian education system from the likes of Nalanda, Takshashila, Odantapuri, Vallabhi, Ujjaini, and many others. And the NEP very clearly focuses on 3 areas: access, quality, and future readiness. Each of these, through its 5 pillars, have already been discussed. But there's one point which was missed out, which I am particularly very passionate about, which has been elaborated in NEP and which will play a very important role for India at 2047. And that is what is referred to as holistic education. Holistic education has been focused on in 4 broad areas in the NEP. And as leaders of your universities, I would like to draw your attention as to how you may wish to integrate this in everything that you do, whether teaching, research, or outreach. First, sustainability or environmental awareness for nature. Second, nation building through cultivation of human values like truth, righteousness, peace, love, and non-violence, and citizenship values. 3, contribution to the community through community service, or what has been referred to in NEP as Seva. And 4, individual competence through multicultural competence and empathy. All these 4 have been mentioned in NEP, and all these 4 will play a vital role where we can use research, innovation, and entrepreneurship in order to address the socio-economic challenges that face India, because our challenges in India, along with economic success and employment, are in these 4 broad areas, and educational institutions can play a very important role. I'll conclude with my last point, which provides you some food for thought on what is the role of higher education institutions per se in achieving the vision for India at 2047. A lot has been discussed in media, in discussed study circles, and several other platforms on whether national education policy is going to help. Any policy is as good as its implementation. And any implementation and its success can be measured from the outputs, outcomes, and the impact that it creates in the short term, medium term, and long term. So I would like to share 3 things which higher education institutions can leverage NEP to deliver. 1, I think educating several generations of students in the next 25 years, as I have said, 100 crore students will be passing through the portal, whether as a certificate course or a diploma course or an undergrad or an honors or a postgrad or a PhD or a postdoc. And of course, the lifelong learning opportunities, which are going to be vital, because as a Niti Aayog report says, in 2020, while we are providing skills to 1 crore odd students that are passing through the higher education phase, but the huge chunk of those that need to be upskilled and reskilled are not having the kind of benefit that we should give. So higher education institutions can play a very important role in knowledge and skills. Second, I think it's very important to empower students and faculty to translate the ideas into ventures that can contribute to the economy and livelihoods. We are very often thinking of education as a standalone job of providing degrees and making the individuals employable. But I think 90% of our focus should be on how we can enable the individuals and their ideas to provide employment to crores out there who are wanting to be economically contributing. I'll give the example of the US, where over $600 billion and over $1 trillion in revenue were $600 billion to GDP, and $1 trillion in revenue were contributed through creation of 4.5 million jobs only through the commercialization of research and tech transfer through higher educational institutions. This is a phenomenal contribution and opportunity for Indian universities to look at that lens. And the last I'll talk about as an opportunity for higher educational institutions is to solve the problems and challenges that the nation is facing. I think higher educational institutions should look at themselves as citadels of knowledge. If we look back in time, along with defense and economic success, the 3rd pillar which makes any great nation is higher education. It's the power of the Oxford and the Cambridge which makes UK a leader for 1,000 years. It's the power of the Harvards and the MITs which makes USA a leader for the last 4 centuries. It's the power of the Beijing and the Tsinghua and other universities in China which are powering its economic success for the last 25 years. And India, way back for 2000 years, contributed 1/3 to global GDP by the power of its higher education institutions like Nalanda and Takshashila and several others, where the Indonesian ambassador mentioned that there were people from across the world coming in and studying. So higher education institutions can address areas of national importance where you can contribute, because you are not just providing degrees and jobs, you are helping the nation achieve its broader objectives for its centenary year. Strategic areas, whether it's aerospace or advanced materials, areas with an economic impact, whether it's green energy or sunrise industries, emerging fields like bioinformatics, AI, IoT, 3D, post-pandemic issues like epidemiology, virology, and vaccinology. And most important, as the NEP highlights, Lokavidya, the Vidya or the knowledge which is inherent in our native skills, in our traditions, in our culture. And we have a president from the tribal community now. The tribal society provides such phenomenal insights into how we have been one with nature for several millennia. So Lokavidya and Indian knowledge systems is again an area which NEP is highlighted. Higher educational institutions have the power to contribute and develop knowledge and become the treasure house of knowledge in these areas, where providing degrees and education to students would be one role, but contributing to the nation for 2047 and beyond will be a far more important role. And I'm sure the NEP is playing a very important role in providing their roadmap. And I wish all success to our universities to achieve that objective. Thank you for the opportunity.
So I think with this, the summary has been well established by Dr. Shashank. I thank all the panelists for being present. Thank you very much. I look forward to connecting again.
Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you, all the panelists, for giving your insight on this topic of NEP and the way forward. I would like to invite once again our Commissioner for Higher Education in the Government of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Deepak Singh, on the stage once again to present the speaker mementos to all the panelists here. We'll start from speaker mementos. Let us start from the moderator of the session, Dr. Raul Rodriguez. Dr. Raul was able to moderate and conduct the session quite well in time. We know that we started late, so he was under time constraint. Next next memento for Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education, Telangana Government, Mr. Nabeel Mittal, by Shri Deepak Singh, Commissioner, Secondary Education, Madhya Pradesh. Then next memento for Joint Advisor in the Niti Aayog, who gave his concluding remarks very well, Dr. Shashank Shah. Taaliyan jara jor se. I know that there is one more session before the lunch is announced. Professor Anil Kashyap, President and Chancellor of Nikmer University, Pune. Then I would request Mr. Deepak to give one memento for Professor Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Jain, deemed to be University, Bangalore. And one memento for Dr. Prem Maheshwari, Business Director, South Asia, D2L. So with this, we conclude this first panel discussion of the day. We would be having two short presentations by industry partners. Let me quickly invite Khushnuma Bhada here, Associate Director of Partnership, CLFO. This presentation would be followed by another presentation from KMU, Mr. Swami AR. And then we'll be having a 45 minutes panel discussion on the evolving role of EdTech in higher education, the future of learning and skilling. Before I invite Khushnuma Bhada, Khushnuma, welcome to the stage. Khushnuma represents CLFO. CLFO is a Singapore headquartered EdTech company whose mission is to make education accessible to more than 100 million students in a record time, with India's most loved early career and college application platform. Khushnuma has over a decade of experience in the education technology space, having worked closely with high schools and higher education institutions in their digital transformation journey. At CL4, Khushnuma is helping universities to fast track and future proof their student engagement and recruitment strategies. Khushnuma. My only caveat, Khushnuma, please conclude your talk by 7 minutes, exact 7 minutes. Because otherwise, we'll be delaying your lunch.
They say, hello? They say it's not good to have a post-lunch session. Today, I think it's not good to have a pre-lunch session. Can I have the slide deck, please? So anyways, thank you very much for the very kind introduction, and thank you, ELETS, for having us here today. At CL4, we firmly believe that the future belongs to education and education to the future. What a lovely panel to follow this presentation with, because what CL4 does is bring the technology integration into bridging the gap between high school students and universities, essentially. So we are right there at the crux of that room and this room. But today, we are not here to talk about CL4. We wanted to stick to what this session was all about, and which is why, Deepak, can I have the slide, please? Okay, so which is why we wanted to discuss more about the exponential potential of our country. Not only in the space that we are discussing right now, not only in terms of the kind of potential that we already have, but in terms of the potential that India brings to the economies of the world. There's this one joke every time we present, that there are about 9,000 plus edtech startups in our country right now. And by the time I run through this presentation, which will load in a bit, I'm sure there'll be another few that will come up the ranks, or maybe few who will convert themselves from startups to unicorns. And that is because of the power of the technology and the drive that India as a country brings. We are constantly empowering ourselves and the next generation of learners. We are building leaders for stronger systems, which will in turn bridge the gap even further. We are building better policies, very evident from our previous panel. We are building more collaboration. We are building not only the advancement of our country, but also spearheading the advancement of a lot of global technologies. Somewhere we feel that, and I understand because of the kind of diversity we come from, CL4 works with global learners, right? We are a global organization. And we always come across one major point, that today's students are technically already digital natives. Sorry. Next slide. These students come with a cell phone at birth. They make reels on Insta without any formal training, and they're surrounded by YouTube and TikTok. Gen Z, as we call them, streams videos for about 23 hours a week. I'm sure none of us did that when we were collegiate students. Needless to say that technology is the most sustainable way to help them and thereby shaping the future. CL4 recently conducted a survey. We surveyed with our Student Education Advisory Board, and yes, we have a Student Advisory Board, which found that student wants targeted messaging. They want video content. They want content that they can play with. They want gamified content. They want to receive creative and very simple information. And that's exactly where our universities and higher ed institutions need to ensure that they stay focused. The sheer evolution is actually overwhelming. Can I have the next slide, please? While in a recent conversation at the International ACAC, the Northeastern University actually reported a very, very high jump in their student numbers. What we feel is at CL4, we are witnessing this firsthand. We're empowering the entire ecosystem from students to universities globally, and thereby we are creating genuine connections between universities and high schools. We work with students which are our real customers, and in turn, we help them connect with our higher education partners. Can I have the next slide, please? I promised I would keep this to 7 minutes, so I'm going to skip it real quick. I know all of our tummies are grumbling for lunch, but this is the one slide that I really, really want to focus on. What is the impact of, the previous panel spoke about bringing students to our country, and I'm sure we are really, really worried of the kind of students that are actually going out. So we have a 5x growth reported to students going from India to the UK, right? For almost 25 years, can I have the next slide, please? China and India topped the charts of, list of countries which were sending students abroad. In 2019 and 20, this was just about 4.2 lakh students, which was actually very less because this was the second year in a row that US universities saw a dip in enrollment numbers, whereas India, on the other hand, kept their GER very, very constant. But now we are in a post-COVID era, right? And that is the era where we should, as universities, learn from our early adopters. So the global universities have been early adopters of digital methods of engagement. They've been early adopters of digital methods of communication and recruitment. And those are the benefits that they are reaping today. If Indian universities are able to retain and grow their recall with students, we are very, very sure that that would be only through the digital space, and hence that's the space we need to be. Last slide on my list. How do we work with the next generation? The generation that's full of opportunities, the generation that's full of potential. It's up to us, people here, the torchbearers of the higher education system of India, to help students get more global curriculum available right here. There are many Indian universities already who are doing this. They have impactful curriculums. They are bringing choices which are very easily acceptable to tech digital natives and applicants who want to study those kind of courses. This is the generation which will actually leave a lasting impact and legacy, not only to their next generation or families, but actually to the community, to the country, to the world at large. And which is why tech-enabled platforms, while they are the most sustainable way for a country as diverse as ours, there's also the very, very important element of community, trust, that will build the important and most lasting ecosystem for our learners. We need to democratize our entire education system. And at CIALFO, our vision is to create that instantly with technology. We are driven by a sense of urgency that comes from a belief that more than just the basic right, education is the baseline requirement to solve the world's most pressing problems. Recognizing that the future is built on ideas, systems, technologies that don't exist yet, we are here only to quickly solve today's problems, but also create paradigm shifts for the problems of the future. We firmly believe the future belongs to education and education to the future. Here are glimpses of CIALFO in action. Thank you so much, everyone, for very patiently hearing me through. And thank you, ELITS, for having us.
Thank you, Kushnama. You really stuck to your time limit. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I would request Dr. Shashank. Kushnama, you please be here. Dr. Shashank from Niti Aayog to come on the stage and give a speaker memento, partner memento to Khushnuma from CIALFO. Memento. Let me now invite the next speaker. Again, a very short presentation of around 5 minutes by Swami AR, co-founder and CEO of CAMU. This short presentation of 5 minutes, I repeat 5 minutes, to be followed by a 45 minutes panel discussion on the topic of evolving role of EdTech in higher education, future of learning. Please come. Swamiji, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ilitz, for having us as a part of this event. Quite a bit, I'll keep it very precise. Quite a bit has been talked about in the previous panel discussion, the latest trends, what's most talked about in education. All of that's been talked about quite a bit. A great learning for myself. So I'll just keep my presentation very short, a very simple introduction to who we are and what we do. Just about a few slides. Yeah. Can I get the slides on the screen, please? Deepak? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So just a very simple an introduction about who we are. We are CAMU. We're a company we're a cloud-based edtech company that offers student information system, typically called ERP in India, and a learning management solution. And we also offer solutions for online distance learning. So that's what we do. And we go quite deep into the pedagogical concepts like outcome-based learning, the choice-based credit system, and competency-based learning. So we go broad across the various areas like SIS, LMS, and go deep into the pedagogical concepts. Okay. This is how we have stacked up our product or solution, and it quite well relates to the previous panel discussion. The student choice-based enrollment is our mainstay in the product, and the concepts such as the multiple entry, multiple exit, students studying in multiple institutions at the same time, transfer of credits, all of those concepts. So we bring into our stack, and we do the standard, the fixed block standard way of delivering education. And this is another method where we put the learning path in the hands of the students, and they can choose what learning path they would follow. Right. And we also go quite deep into online distance education. A number of digital colleges that are using our solution today. Just a couple of points around that. There's a new role that's evolving here, creating academic content. Typically, the teachers are the ones that are creating the content, but now there are we have quite a few users who are just focused on creating academic content, who work with academicians, and we do offer the necessary tools for that, and gives the students the flexibility to learn by themselves, learn at their own pace, and schedule the academic sessions as required based on lifelong learning and those kind of concepts. So that's the online distance learning. There's another solution that we offer. So we have presence in 7 countries in North America and in Southeast Asia and in the Middle East. And we have about 1.4 million students who we serve today. And in Gartner, we rated 4.3 in Gartner. That's how our customers rate us. So that's about 440 institutions that use our campus automation, flexible choice-based enrollment, and NAC and NBA accreditations is heavily used in our solution. So these are that's some of the work that we do. Just wanted to share that information with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swami AR. Let me invite on the stage Mr. Muhammad Ashraf Bhatt, Special Secretary, Department of Skill Development, Government of J&K. And again, I'm inviting Swamiji to the stage once again. I would request Mr. Bhatt to hand over the speaker memento to Mr. Swami AR. At the center, please. Center of the stage. Special Secretary, Skill Development, Government of J&K, giving the speaker memento to Swami AR, founder and CEO of CAMO. Now, one 45 minutes panel discussion before we actually break for lunch now. Evolving role of EduTech in higher education, the future of learning and skilling. Let me invite on the stage Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group, Ghat Kesar. Welcome, Mr. Mittal. Let me invite Mr. Shrikant Sinha, if I can see Shrikantji there. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Mr. Shrikant Sinha, Chief Executive Officer of Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge, Task Telangana. Then Deepak Singh, Commissioner for Higher Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Let me invite Director, Department of Labor Employment, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of Mizoram, Mr. K. Lal Mingyana. Very warm welcome, all of you. Let me invite Mr. Amit Mehensaria, Chief Executive Officer, Upgrade Campus. Upgrade Campus or Grad Campus, I am not aware. Upgrade. Then Dr. Nitin Rane, Vice Chancellor, Avantika University, Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Nitin Rane. Last and not the least, Professor B.P. Veerabhadrappa, Vice Chancellor, Kuvempu University, Shimoga, Karnataka. Very interesting topic in today's context. The role of edutechs in steering forward the higher education industry, the future of learning, as well as skilling. We are joined here by eminent speakers. I will hand over this panel discussion for moderation to Mr. Ashish Mittal, Group CHRO, Srinidhi Educational Group. Ashish, over to you. One request to Mr. Ashish. This is 2:12. Please try to wrap it maximum by 2:50 so that we can have lunch. Seven of you there, maximum by 2:50 if we can wrap. Otherwise, it can go till 3 o'clock. Thereafter, we break for lunch. Then post-lunch sessions will start after lunch. Mic नहीं चल रहा है वहाँ पे.
Hello. Yeah, a very good afternoon. So I'm going to keep my this panel extremely short. Okay. So technology has the potential to transform the traditional teaching and learning process. From morning, we have heard various speakers speaking, and I think the traditional concept of a classroom where the concept that we can learn only within four walls is shattered, and today a learner can learn at any time, at any place, at their own pace. And another one thing which is coming out very strongly is that education is never ever going to be the same again. I repeat, never ever. So let's see what our expert panelists today have got to say on the evolving role of EdTech and their contribution and the future of learning and skilling. So my first question would be to Deepak. How has the technology evolved the teaching and the learning process, given the fact that we have seen a plethora of changes with the disruption from technology? What do you think are the important parameters which have to be considered, which has impacted the education sector?
In last 2 years, which we have seen the COVID-19, the pandemic era was the time when all institutions were closed and it was not possible to come institution for study. And what we have experienced in Madhya Pradesh, we started training of teachers firstly, then starting students that they can join online classes. And we realized that online training, online classes is the necessity of the modern era. As we see, the students studying in higher education, they all are born in 21st century. And the modern era is era of technology. And that is why the use of technology is very necessary for higher education. In Madhya Pradesh, we have taken it in a mission mode, and we have established more than 1,000 smart classes in different government colleges. And this year, we are going to establish more than 1,000 smart classes, around 500 virtual classrooms, and also we are creating digital studio in all divisional headquarters, where our professors can take online classes, they can record their lectures, and it can be provided to students, especially living in remote area. In GER, we have most challenging area, that is tribal area. As all of you know, the Madhya Pradesh has highest population of tribals. And there, one challenge is internet connectivity. For urban area, it's okay. But for rural area, the challenge is internet connectivity. Therefore, it is not possible for students to connect these online classes through their computer system or laptop or mobile. So at least they have to reach higher education institution nearby to them. Therefore, we are providing these smart classes and virtual classrooms. As we are listening since morning, the online classes, the classroom teaching and learning, and then evaluation. All these things need the technology interventions. So future is for this online teaching and use of technology. And in this path, our state is working. And I think, as NEP has described, to use technology, this is necessary for us. And the state of Madhya Pradesh is already working on it. Thank you.
Great to see the efforts put in by the government of Madhya Pradesh and efforts to ensure that students get the quality education. My next question would be to Shrikant Sinha, publicly called as Shri. We have worked earlier together at Malaysia. So Shri, you have been involved. So you have been involved in skilling industry. You have been ensuring that thousands and lakhs of students are upgraded and signing MOUs with various institutions, universities. Where do you think are the gaps today in terms of what are the requirements of the industry versus what's the ground reality at the student level?
Sure. Thank you, Ashish. So thanks to ILETS for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. I think I would like to start by remembering the most sincerest and the best teacher ever who we lost today, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Today we lost him while he was conducting a class. I think those are some of the qualities which we lack in our teachers today, unfortunately. But having said that, I'll ask a very simple question. We have so many vice chancellor and various university heads over here. Have you ever asked your students how many, especially for computer sciences, how many programs have the students written in the 4 years of their entire tenure at the university? I did this because we have 718 colleges registered with TASC all across Telangana, out of which around 145 are engineering colleges, 98 polytechnics, and so on and so forth. And if you look at the Telangana education system itself, the BCom and the other degrees also have got a bucket system where you can choose subjects as per your own liking. And I was surprised that people from IT and comp science background, maximum number of programs that the students had written was just 5, right? And when these people go to the industry, they're supposed to be expert programmers. And this is not only about IT, I think it's about everything. I keep on joking always that, if I was lying on an operating theater table, and if the doctor was trained like an engineer is trained today, what will be my chances of survival? Because that's what the fact is. There are no skills that are being given to these students, right? The industry employs people for not knowing the knowledge of the definition of a screwdriver, but I've actually used one, and which is completely lacking today. So I think today the focus has to be more towards creating musicians, right? People who are good in their skills also. And if you look at new NEP also, we are talking about the same thing where skills are going to be integrated as part of the education system itself. We have internships, we have apprenticeship, but the students themselves today, and my humble submission to all the educators here today is that since 60% of our students today are first generation learners, it is our duty, our onus to guide them, help them, coach them. Because if you tell an engineer that you become an apprenticeship after completing engineering, he would much rather join the IT industry and become a call center operator than actually enter the manufacturing industry. And those are facts today. So how do you ensure that the right kind of skills are given to the students is most crucial. Second thing is, if we look at our faculty members also, right? Most of them have not come from the industry. What is our mechanism of skilling them? We have not. We talk about student internship, but where is the faculty internship? In fact, happy to mention over here, since a lot of colleges are here, that we have recently signed up with HISIA, Hyderabad Software and Enterprise Association, to start a 3 weeks program, which is called as Faculty Immersive Experience, which essentially is probably come back to it later on.
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much, Sri. I think you definitely touched one of the very important point is, are our faculty members, are our academicians, do they have industrial experience? Do they have a knowledge of what is required for the students want to hit the job market? So I think that kind of awareness would really help to close the loop and lead to a win-win situation. Thank you, Sri, for sharing your views. My next question would be to Amit. After the pandemic hit the world, we saw a boom in the education edtech startups, with schools, colleges, universities being shut for days, months together. It was only the education technology and the online education which kept the learning unhindered. So what else do you think would be the requirements of various universities? What are the concepts they should look, especially when it comes to edtech platforms, since you have been into the industry and having MOUs with hundreds of universities? So please share your views on that.
Sure. So thanks, Ashish. And in fact, before I start, just a comment. In fact, what the previous panelist said, that the students right now are not ready for industry. And that's something, that's one of the most important comments that we hear from corporates. It's oftenly beaten around much by the media. I represent Upgrad Campus, and Asia's largest higher education company. We have touch points with more than 2 million students. And on this important topic of EdTech, I'll just share a brief context. In fact, I started my first EdTech venture as a founder in 2011, built beautiful tech products and failed miserably. One of the things that made me realize at that time was, in EdTech, ed comes before tech. I was a technocrat coming with no teaching background, coming from a technology side, building products. And that gave me a hard lesson. After 2.5 years of working on my startup, shut it down, went back to the drawing board, and again started in 2014, another EdTech startup, which really took off. So one of the things which I genuinely believe whenever we are talking of EdTech is, in EdTech, technology should complement education, unlike other sectors where you can just push on technology. Coming to the future trends, pandemic and non-pandemic, since we were at the cusp of this revolution, in fact, we were able to service and touch millions of students and schools and colleges. One very clear trend, one data point that I like to share with you. In fact, we have revenues from our tech platform coming from both schools as well as colleges. Our revenue from schools post-pandemic, or I'll call current quarter, is down by 55% compared to our peak revenue. So in school segment, there's a very clear migration towards physical world. Come to the higher education side. This revenue from peak in the last quarter was up by 10%. In fact, 11% to be precise. So one thing which is very clear is higher education is taking this change in a bigger way, and which these numbers suggest. Also, as we see the trend, couple of again pointers. Institutions, colleges, when they are looking at both kind of intervention. Technological intervention to make their classrooms digital or hybrid. So that is very important pillar. Second is, you can't just have an infrastructure. You also need content, experiential learning. You also need industry content. So Upgrad believes, and we believe very strongly in partnering with institutions. That means institutions are great at teaching theory. Institutions are great at teaching core. And what Upgrad can do is complement industry-ready skills to institutions, to college students, so that they become better. Again, one of the data points that I like to share, when we interact with students, we talk to a lot of students when they do counseling to join our courses and our partnership. So around 68% of the students, when they are talking to us, they don't talk about what is the course, what is the content. They ask a question, kahan job lagegi? Which companies are there which will recruit us? So for students, it becomes very important about learning outcomes or placements. So at campus, Upgrad Campus, we focus dedicatedly on how do we measure these learning outcomes and how do we use technology to enhance these learning outcomes. So those are some of the things that we are focusing very dedicatedly. I think for students who have less attention span and is very focused on quick results, quick outcomes, colleges as well as edtech companies like ours, we have to focus on increasing the learning outcomes, getting industry-ready faculty, people who are working in industries, teaching to these students, live on a platform in an online mode where tech should enable better dissemination, better delivery. So that are some of the trends we are looking at.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amit. And I completely resonate with your thoughts that we do understand that students ultimately want to know, there's like a 2 minutes Maggi noodles, they want to know, job ka lagega, kitna salary hai, two things, nothing else beyond that. And being an HR professional, we do face the challenges. Today, even freshers start negotiating on salaries rather than looking at career or which organization or how to enhance my learning curve. Their focus is completely on this compensation. And I do understand the challenges being faced at the tech startup as well. Thank you so much, Amit, for sharing your views. My next question would be to Mr. Lalming. Okay, how do you see the future of teaching and learning, especially with the intervention of artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, penetrating into the pedagogical methods, and also the changing behavior of the students to make them, to give them an experiential learning? Could you please share your views on that?
Okay, that's an important question. Thank you for the challenging question to my region. Artificial learning, to some extent, so far in the northeastern state, most of the hilly region, it is a new thing. It doesn't penetrate, I should say. So I have heard the problem of connectivity, and just as a sort of a challenge, or rather maybe information to you all, we are bound to conduct online examination through the breakup of the pandemic. So what happened to one place is there is no internet connection in the village, but way up in the top of the hills, there is some slight connection. So what the students say has to do, they pitch a tent in the slope of the hills, spend the night. So it's a great challenge. The question which you have given me, it's a new thing, of course. And at the same time, I'm not evaluating or doing any sort of assessment so far the examination is concerned. But since I'm from the skill development department, I look after ITI, and we are bound to conduct online examination. And I think it is quite controversial, this online examination. What we observe is that students score high marks. Will it be better to conduct online examination for the future unless we have some checkpoint? Because online examination is good for scoring high marks. Are we creating quality or quantity for the future? Because now we are dealing with edtech education for the future learning and scaling. So due to poor connectivity, there will be a problem. Of course, that time will reveal, we may be able to solve, but we know that with the outcome of, breaking up of this pandemic, it really affects the learning system. So even in the internet world, in the IT world, there are many learning apps. All those good learning apps, is it really dependable? Because it is somewhat like business-minded. It is not free, of course, all the good learning apps. So time will reveal how we have to cope up with that. But as for the hilly region, not only the Northeast, but I think even the northern part of our country also, they'll face a problem. But it is a challenge because in IT, we are superpower, I should say. So that the superpower will overshadow each and every corner of our country. I think it's a challenge even to the whole nation. So let us hope for the brighter future. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Lalming. Yes, we do understand there could be a lot of challenges, but I think the journey is to get ahead of the curve and to overcome these challenges and also provide opportunities to the students in the Northeast area as well, because there are a lot of we see a lot of talent in the Northeast, which is not being tapped today due to various challenges or various obstacles. So I think we need to work collectively to overcome these challenges. Thank you so much. My next question will be to Dr. Veera Bhadrappa. The tech offerings have actually helped. Yeah, the tech offerings have helped to bridge the gaps of classroom, the concept, the shortage of, yeah. So I was saying the edTech's offering has helped to kind of bridge the gap between the classrooms, availability of time, availability of people. So do you think that edTech's initiatives can actually complement education in today's scenario?
Thank you, Dr. Ashish Ji, the moderator of this session, my co-panelists. We are looking to that academic background where we may be able to have all schools and colleges. I think more in the context of educational technology and also online education, as what Ashish Ji was talking about, as to how do you really find the lack of classrooms, as to how do you be able to look to interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches. Maybe as what we were discussing in the morning, in the context of a student studying music wants to study economics, or a student from chemistry wants to study psychology. As what I have seen as Vice Chancellor of Kuvempu University in Karnataka, I have been able to find that there are several issues that are very much there, purely in the context of looking to the rural upliftment. And as to what aspects that you really talk about, purely in the blended concept, or as to how is it that curriculum that is being designed, and how do we be able to have that infrastructure, as what Ashish Ji talked about, as to why you need more classrooms when you go for interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approaches. And that is a handicap. Maybe one student wants to study astronomy, or only two students wants to study physics. I think in that context, it would be a difficult situation either for any vice chancellor or maybe a principal also. As what I have been able to find in the context of looking to the very basic aspect of knowledge transformation, as to how do you really find that this EdTech would be able to give significance, and the role of finding as to what aspects, or how do we be able to create that infrastructure and bridge the gap between the student and the teacher, the learner and the learned, as to what aspects that you really look to the concept of understanding, as what you were talking about machine learning or artificial intelligence. Will it be able to help, as what you were talking about? Will it be able to help in the context of the lack of infrastructure that are very much there? Or as what I have seen in Karnataka and in many universities, not only government universities, even in private universities also, all the vice chancellors and all the professors and all the principals are finding it very difficult to have a person who can be able to have that teaching capability. So that is the expertise one should have. Maybe if I want my teachers to teach this artificial intelligence or this machine learning or this ITBT or IoT or digital learning, digital fluency, it's very difficult for us to find people who are specialized in that also. Not only the infrastructure, lack of infrastructure, but also the lack of expertise that are being available. I think in that context, national education policy or the new education policy that we are going to evolve may find little difficult, may find little handicaps in that context. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Vinay Bhadrappa, for sharing your views. The last question would be to Dr. Nitin Rane. With the emergence of EdTech, students have been exposed to different forms of learning by embracing technology in terms of, learning at their own pace, gamification we talk about. So what do you think is the role of the teachers in today's context? Are they prepared to handle these kind of shifts and challenges to train the students? What would be your thoughts on that?
Hello. Thank you, Ashish. Uh, Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Nitin Rane, working as Vice Chancellor with Avantika University, which is an extended version of MIT Group of Institution, Pune. Basically, my colleagues earlier commented on the skill-based education and all other ecosystem are required for overall development of the students. In line to that, like the question which has been asked to me, like the role of faculty or the role of teachers in today's ecosystem. So here, if we really compare the post-pandemic and pre-pandemic situation, so every time the role of teacher is very important as far as students are concerned. But post-pandemic, the situation is a little bit changed as we have introduced the factor which we call EdTech into the education system in a great manner. So for me, it's like the implementation of online tools into the education system, which is really giving good experience about experiential learning to the students. So as rightly said by one of my colleagues, it's really difficult to find the good teacher to teach the students. So this kind of tools which we are having, which are providing really the experiential learning to the students will be helpful in case the quality teachers are not available with the university or with the institution. Rather, I would say like we as a teacher need to make changes in some teaching pedagogy, like we need to much focus on project-based learning. We need to have some kind of block study pattern to put more attention on limited number of students. In fact, we also need to make changes in our assessment and evaluation system where we can assess the students on continual basis. So that could be some of the changes which we need to implement as a faculty for the overall development of the students so that they should be ready for industry purpose from day one itself. That's it. Thank you, Ash.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitin. In fact, last week I was there at Mandsaur University in Madhya Pradesh, as talking even with the Vice Chancellor, the kind of challenges faced by the students, and I think they kind of resonate in the same lens. But I think together we should be able to have a lot of training programs for the academicians so that they are on par in terms of technology, on par in terms of what are the industry requirements, so that they can actually groom a student 360-degree angle. And corporates want the first day, first hour productivity. Plug in and play. They have no time to train and retrain. So that those initiatives really help. Now I have one question to Sri. That I mean, there have been a lot of questions, challenges imposed, shared by the academicians here. So from a skilling point of view, what do you think are the few top solutions to address them?
Yep. Thanks, Ashish. I think very important question given the fact. I think one thing we need to realize is that earlier the chemistry department had a lab, the pharmacy department also had a chemistry lab, right? Why do we need that infrastructure? Probably what needs to be done is combine the two. And that is what was spoken about in the morning also. While answering this, I'm wearing 3 different hats. My first hat, which I'm answering right now, is the Executive Council member of JNTU, one of the largest technology university here in Telangana. And so there, that's what we have been looking at. We have been going across the different colleges, etc., and looking at it and seeing now that we need to do interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary kind of programs, it's important for us to ensure that we are able to combine the resources, right? Second thing, having said that wherever you don't have good faculty members, I'm wearing my other hat when I was with, and I have been into the field of online education for 2.5 decades now. The biggest advantage that online education is able to provide to you today is that you can get access to any faculty member from across the globe for any kind of subjects. And that's where today the whole thing is being driven. Today, if you look at when the pandemic came up, in fact, at that time, we thought it was Corona in Hindi. And what we did was we did a lot of programs where we skilled our students. We helped them understand that maybe the IT industry could go down. But today, if you look at it, all other industries are growing up. And that's how you need to ensure that you're able to get the right kind of jobs. Today, jobs, there is no dearth of jobs. And there are enough people who want people to get skilled and get into the right kind of jobs. I think what is important is, of course, we also realize that, only person who wants change is a baby whose diaper is spoiled. The rest, everyone else is resistant to change. And those are facts, but we will have to change ourselves, because for 2000 years, since the time of Socrates, education has not changed. And that is where we need to make a difference. We need to ensure, I agree with people who say that technology can only be an enabler. But today, is there any point of rote learning? Our assessments, what are we checking? Are we checking the skills, or are we checking the memory, the rote learning of people? And those are some of the challenges that we need to overcome, and we need to look at differently. Today, if you look at it, and we are skilling people in the pharma industry, for which if we have to skill as a manufacturing assistant, etc., I can't put a plant over there. But using technologies like AR and VR, definitely we are able to bring that same experience into the training room itself and skilling people to become machine operators. So a lot of things can be used. Gamification, you already spoke about it. I think that's another very useful thing. And the Vice Chancellor from Jain University spoke about instructional design engineering. I think today it's important that whenever we are converting the content also online, it should follow the principles of instructional design engineering. For example, I always talk to content creators about it, is if you want to design a good content, for example, if you have to explain profit and loss to a 5-year-old kid, how would you do it? Someone would say give toffees and all that thing. But the simplest way of explaining that is using a beam balance. If sale price goes up and the cost price is low, you have profit. And that can easily be explained using a beam balance itself. And that is where we need to ensure that our faculty members also convert the content into such a way that it is easily understandable. We have never looked at, in fact, new education policy talks about it. Let the learners, through a holistic learning method, learn the way they want to learn. And that is what is most important. The 5+3+3+4 methodology has been created so that you're able to create people, right? In the last 4 years, where vocational education and skill-based education also will be provided, which is going to really make a change. And all said and done, while I have come from IT background, etc., I think none of the country can be called a developed country unless and until manufacturing takes precedence over there. So I think there are solutions, is what I would like to say. Only thing is we need to adopt the right solutions, look at how they can be implemented and how they can be for the benefit of the students. The faculty member, of course, are knowledge houses of information, right? Let them concentrate more towards their energies towards research, because while we want skills, if India doesn't get good researchers, again, we'll be lacking. And that is where our focus should happen. More patents, more skill-based education, and technology as an enabler. Hope it answers.
Yes, Sri. Thank you so much. I think, yes, rightly said that optimum utilization of the resources, very important. Secondly, student-centric. We have seen universities, education institutions, the moment student is out of the center, it has impact on various other parameters adversely. Thirdly, ensuring our faculty members are trained, in all the areas. So these three areas will help us to bridge the gaps between the industry and the students. So thank you so much. Thank you each and everyone for your time. And yes, the stage organizers. We have finished before time, so this.
Well, this actually got finished before time. Thank you so much to you, Mr. Ashish. Somebody opened the lunch there with Welcome back, all of you. Please settle down. बैठ जाइए सब लोग, please. Or I would request the team members of ILETS to bring in all the delegates who I can see them standing outside in the expo hall. So welcome back. I hope you had a very gala lunch. Coming back fully refreshed, charged in the post-lunch session. Warm welcome once again, all of you here at the 24th World Education Summit. Without taking much of time, again, I'm saying that we are running much behind the schedule since morning today. Let me invite here a chartered accountant is there with us, Mayur Zanwar, co-founder of True Scholar. Mayur Zanwar would be giving a short presentation of around 6 to 7 minutes. Kitna? How much? 6 to 7 minutes. He will just run through his solutions. Please, over to you. At the cost of repetition, I would request CA Mayur Zanwar to please keep your PPT very precise, not exceeding 7 minutes. And console, जो लोग console में बैठे हैं, आपकी आवाज यहाँ तक आ रही है. Please keep your volumes down.
Thank you. A warm welcome to speaker present here, delegates and event coordinators for organizing such fantastic event on higher education and as well as school education. I'm C. Mayur Zanwar, co-founder of True Scholar. It's blockchain-powered credential issuance platform built in integration with DigiLocker. Sorry. Yeah. Like everyone is aware of the importance of certification in learner journey. Certification gives the authenticity and credibility to achievements, learning, and the credibility of the institute also depend on how properly the certification is being awarded to the learner. But we are also aware of all the challenges and problems as of now the institutes and even the academies are facing with respect to the credential management. It's a big, the issuance and verification is quite a time consuming. There is a low-tech digitization. In fact, the issuance of physical and PDF certificate, we see it's a digital certificate, but nowhere it is digital certificate issued to the learner. Hacking of centralized server, we came across many times the servers are being hacked by the people who want to do the mischievous activities with respect to the education. And definitely the high operating cost. The inherent cost involved in the certification, issuance, creation, and management is substantially high, and it's some or otherwise is pinching to the institute overall cost also. And lastly, the biggest problem, the circulation of fraudulent and fake certificate across the ecosystem of the journey of the learner. So we have built this True Scholar, a platform which helps to issue cryptographically encrypted digital certificate and badges. Powered by blockchain technology, definitely adds great value, and instant verification is possible. As everyone is aware of, the process of verification is a big time consuming for any institute. On an average, it takes 15 to 30 days to verify a certificate or a credential issued by any institute. You can just see the example of learner going out of India and they want to verify a certificate or transcript with the institute. The time process is very high. But through this platform, the verification process is so fast. In a span of 2 seconds, you can give a verified audit report also that what are the components and what are the metadata involved in the overall certification. So all the ecosystem partner are part of this journey, the issuer, the learner, and the third parties like recruiters and corporate companies who want to recruit the learner and verify the credentials on some platform. True Scholar is leveraging this blockchain technology, I already said, Because of this technology, the overall certificate are secure, tamper-proof. No one can morph it, and it's lifelong saved on the cloud-based structure. So indirectly, we are just trying to reduce the storage as well as maintenance cost of the institute. Some of the prominent features, since considering the time, which I'm like to here, we are just have inbuilt designer tool where any institute can issue or create their own Canva-like designer features are there in the platform, where with the help of thousands of templates, you can create certificates, mark sheet, degree, or any sort of certificates which you want to issue to the learner or the recipient. Digital badges is a new age micro-credentialing, which is quite prominent, where we see that events, sports, achievements, and in fact, gamification of education is very much possible with the help of digital badges. And TrueScholar is the first platform in India to issue digital badges on blockchain technology. Friends, apart from issuance of digital certificate, there are a number of other features like bulk upload, bulk download. At a single click, you can issue 15,000, 20,000 certificate in a click of button to the learners. So automatically all the certificate will be getting parked into the credential wallet of the learner as well as the DigiLocker account. Gone are the days when we used to keep the certificates or our achievements in the Almira or back walls. This is new era. It's where learner wants to share the achievements on the social media walls. May it be Facebook, Insta, Twitter, LinkedIn. So the platform gives the facility to the learner to reshare the credential on the social media walls. And even it helps to the institute and academies to track on which platform the certificates are being shared. And ultimately, it helps to the visibility and the brand visibility of that organization as such. Apart from social media sharing, there is a fantastic tool of skill gap analytics dashboard, which is available on the platform, where the institute get a insight what are the skills which are prevailing in the market or industry, and how the student should be, in fact, what are the courses we should frame for our student in this journey. And the biggest advantage of DigiLocker integration, happy to share, one of the kind, we are integrated with DigiLocker. So moment a certificate is issued through Scholar, the learner is getting the certificate in this DigiLocker wallet account also. So simultaneously, a credential wallet on the mobile phone, as well as the DigiLocker parking of the certificate. Any certificate, big event certificate or academic certificate or non-academic certificate. Few more like email integration. Nowhere the name of TrueScholar is coming. We are just trying to collaborate with our LMS, ERP. TrueScholar is just like an Intel Insight for any organization, where we support the white labeling solution. So the name of the institute is prominent and is more important for us. And the authenticity of the certificate when learner received to the name of the institutes or the institute name is coming on the mailbox, that is more importance for the learner also. Apart from that, eKYC is also being taken care through this platform. So nothing to worry about the KYC requirement for any learner. Offline eKYC facility is already on the TrueScholar platform. Yes, I already shared. Many of the institutes are already using many LMS or ERP solutions. Just with a seamless API integration, you can integrate with TrueScholar, and just nothing to worry about the credential part. Everything will be so useful. So now with this feature, we are helping education institutes, professional bodies, corporate training, schools, colleges, event companies to issue the verifiable digital certificate powered by blockchain technology. Like I said, thanks to our early adopters, we got the winner award from one of the in last month as the best startup by VI Nagpur, selected by ISBD Labs Hyderabad, and also were the one of the finalists of India FinTech Award 2021. With this, I'd like to thank to the event coordinators for giving this opportunity to share this innovative and disruptive solution of Truescaler based on blockchain technology. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Hope I made the time.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Zanwar. Let me request, we have here Additional Director in the Higher Education Department of Government of Punjab with us, Dr. Ashwini Bhalla. Let me request Dr. Ashwini Bhalla to hand over a speaker memento to our speaker of the previous session, Chartered Accountant Mayur Zanwar, co-founder of Truescaler. Both of you on the stage, please. Memento. Photographer. Aye, sir. So this memento by the Additional Director, Higher Education, Dr. Ashwini Bhalla, to Mr. Mayur Zanwar, co-founder of Truescaler. Thank you, both of you, and thank you, Mr. Zanwar, for presentation. Now, quickly, let's go to the opening panel discussion in the post-lunch session. Reimagining higher education leadership, getting future ready with creativity, diversity, and digital mindset. Mr. Hemant Sahal, I request Mr. Hemant Sahal, Chief Executive Officer and Founder, Colpol, to come on the stage, please. So this is Colpol, eh? Colpol. Again, I am requesting Dr. Ashwini Bhalla, Additional Director in the Higher Education Department, Government of Punjab, to please come on the stage. Dr. Ashwini Bhalla would be representing Mr. Rajiv Gupta, Director, Higher Education in the Punjab Government. Dr. Pradeep Racharla, Professor of Marketing and Program Director, Mahindra University School of Management, Hyderabad. Dr. Pradeep. Then we have with us Dr. Jamshed Bharucha, Founding Vice Chancellor, Sai University, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Welcome, Dr. Jamshed. Joining them would be Jyotishman Datta, Managing Trustee and Chairman, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati. Jyotishman Datta. And finally, Dr. Anurag Singh, Director of GLA University in Mathura, UP. Dr. Anurag Singh. So a very warm welcome to all the panelists here. The topic of the panel discussion, reimagining higher education leadership, getting future ready with creativity, diversity, and a digital mindset. This program will be moderated by Mr. Hemant Sahal, CEO and founder of Colpol. And I would request Mr. Hemant to please conclude this session by how much time? आप बताइए. 4:30? 4:30? 4:30 decent time ना? 6 लोग हैं, 4:30, yeah. Before that, if अगर आप कर सके तो I'd be so grateful to you. And I would also request some of the team members at the back end to get the extra chairs removed.
All right, thanks so much. Welcome to all the panelists. Thank you for joining in for the conversation, and we'll make sure we make your next 45 minutes, meaningful, and you have something to take away. And so today's topic is reimagining higher education leadership, getting future ready with creativity, diversity, and digital mindset. So one of the things we'll do is let's first try to define what creativity, diversity, and digital mindset mean in the context of higher education. So I have a few questions that I'll be directing to each of the panelists, and then we will open up to questions that probably the participants in the audience would have. So I'll start with you, Dr. Bharucha. That creativity, it's a very broad term in the world of higher education, especially in the context of leadership. How do you define creativity, and what do you see the scope of creativity is? Because there are so many ways we can look at creativity in higher education.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. I approach
all questions of how to design education systems from the viewpoint of my own field, which is cognitive neuroscience. There is a mounting body of research and data on how the brain learns. And what we realize is that our traditional education systems could not have been more badly designed if we wanted to synchronize with how the brain learns most effectively. One of the findings in research is that learning is most powerful and most enduring when students generate ideas. That's creativity, is coming up with a thought that is new. Now, somebody else might have thought about it. I mean, an undergraduate may not know that they are reinventing the wheel, but the process of creating something and the feeling that it is coming from within, you know, you've given all of this information, all of this knowledge, coming up with a new idea, a hypothesis, or a point of view, you never forget that. Okay, and this is missing in standard systems of education. My apologies to those who are wedded to some of these, but I think the system of board exams, of entrance exams, JEE, all of these, and the coaching camps, you could not design a system to stifle creativity than the one we have. The other part of this is that we have this large youth population in India. And that's the reason I returned from the US after 35 years, because I see this is India's time to do something radical in higher education. Most of those kids are very cynical about the system. They're creative. And when you interview students, you should always start off with letting them talk about what they're passionate about. So basically, coming back to your definition, creativity is the cognitive act of coming up with something new. It might be false, it might be simplistic, it might be foolish, but a good teacher will draw that out and use that as a vehicle to teach, rather than say, you know, shut up, that's a stupid idea, go sit down.
Right. Thank you so much, Professor Bharucha. So my next question to you, Balaji, is how do we bring in creativity in higher education when it's such a heavily regulated environment? So, and especially because you come from the government, if you're going to be putting so many regulations at every single step, how does creativity find its place?
You have posed a very relevant question, that how can we use the tool of creativity in the higher education particularly. If we look at the present scenario, as Dr. Saab has already said, that the present system is basically killing the aspect of creativity in our students. Let us take the example of our all entrance examinations, for which the students are preparing throughout their career, maybe at the undergraduate level, maybe at the postgraduate level. In the way they are preparing, basically, they don't have any time to create something new. They don't have the time to think of, to generate new kind of ideas. Whatever they are following, they are doing from the books only. As you have said, that how can we create, it is the teacher only who can generate ideas among the students. As sir has rightly said, students may have some absurd ideas, they may have some foolish ideas, they may not have relevant something to say in the classroom. Every bent of mind of the student is different. It is the responsibility of the teacher how to create such kind of environment in the class that you can get something out of the whatever the child is doing. One question was imposed by Vice Chancellor to me. We design a course which is an innovative course. He read out the contents and said, what is innovative in it? Basically, the course content is not going to be innovative. What is going to be innovative? The way the teacher makes it and present in the class before the students, and how he generate new ideas to make that delivery among the students. That is going to make innovative for that. So therefore, the total environment need to be changed if you want to bring creativity and innovations in the higher education particularly. First of all, the academic leadership, which is regulating everything. As you said that there are strict regulations. The regulations are for what? Regulations are for the welfare and well-being of the students who are getting education in the higher education institutions. Sometimes you have to go beyond the regulations. As I said that there are different kinds of bent of mind of students, and accordingly you have to deal every child who is coming to your educational institution differently. This is not going to be. Sometimes because in all our educational institutions, there is a strict regulation that you have to make 75% of the attendance compulsory to be eligible for the examination. But sometimes you observe that one of the students who is doing well in the examinations, who is very creative in the classroom, but is not attending the classes more than 50%. So it is up to the teacher to look into it, how to solve this issue. So there are a number of regulations which are put in by the UGC, by the state governments, but regulations are always for the welfare of the students. I don't say that you have to violate that, but you have to use such regulations for the welfare of the students. So firstly, the academic leadership need to be reinvented. That needs to be capacity built. We have to work for the capacity building of the educational leaders. For example, the principals working in the colleges. Sometimes they don't know any ABCD. What we do, we promote them according to the seniority system which we are having in the colleges. A senior most person becomes the principal, but we don't see whether this person has the academic acumen which is required for educational institution or not. What is the vision of that person to run such kind of institution? Secondly, we have to make our teachers responsive, particularly in the higher education institution. What is going on? Teachers say that my work is to just work for 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and I have to take only 4 classes. Whatever lesson I have to deliver in the class, that is my function. After that, my role is over. Basically, in the environment which we are having today, the blended mode of teaching is there. So teachers' work is 24 hours working there. So now teacher has a more responsibility to create such kind of environment in the educational institution so that students are becoming creative, they have become innovative, and they can deliver as per the aspirations of the society which they expect from them. So this is my view according to this.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Balaji. My next question is to you, Jyotishmanji, and it's a tough question. We talk about diversity here, right? But do private universities even have the choice of being diverse in admissions? Because if you look at it, it's a difficult process to get students. Student acquisition is extremely tough. So do even institutions have a choice to say, no, I will not take this student, but take this student because I want diversity in my campus? It's question number one. So first, do institutions even have that choice to be diverse, especially private universities? You know, while IIMs and all can have marks for diversity and all because they only have limited seats to fill, but private universities have that challenge. That's number one. And second is that most of the institutions have their specific pockets from where the admission comes. Can private universities or institutions again think beyond going them and actually take the risk? Is my second question to you.
Very good afternoon. It's great to be here in this gathering. Well, your first question you're asking, do they have a choice? Yes, they always have a choice. Is it financially viable? That is the bigger question. Can they take the risk? So that is a very subjective issue as to where you're based and as the education institution, where exactly you're based at. See, when you start with for the first 5-6 years, it's very difficult. I'll be honest with you, because you're establishing a brand, you have your immediate market or the immediate whatever zone you call it, which is more or less your immediate state or the districts around it. So depends on where in the country you're based in. If you're based perhaps in Hyderabad, you have a different point of view on diversity. I am based in Northeast. For us, the immediate vicinity is actually 7 states. So in many diversity issues do not crop up. But having said that, as you mature as a university, I think most universities consciously try to target diversity. Say, in terms of getting X number of students for our university is not the issue. We can perhaps get it from the immediate neighboring districts and states. But we ensure that, say, 5% has to come from international. So we actually make the extra effort to go and get there. Also, it might not be viable. And even get from certain states which not might be immediately near you. So geographically may not be viable for them, but somehow you make the effort and make it easier for the students to access your university despite the geographical disadvantage. So why do you, another issue is that we are talking about diversity, but why is diversity so essential? If it is not so essential, why should we actually target it? Because we talk about what the university teaches, the curriculum, what is taught in terms of the lab, but one of the most important teachings that the students get is actually from each other. The companionship and the time they spent in the classroom. If they're only meeting from, say, the same geographical area, same ethnic group, and vis-a-vis someone they meet from absolutely a different state and a different culture, they're definitely learning in the classroom would be different. This learning has nothing to do with the academic learning. I'm talking a larger learning in life. So from that point of view, I see it as essential, but then every university has absolutely different journey. So it's very difficult to say as to who is going to achieve what. But if you make a conscious effort, if in not the first 5-6 years, I think it is essential and it can be done. And it's done by, I believe, a lot of universities.
Thank you so much. So my next question is to you, Dr. Pradeep, and you're also a professor of marketing. So how do you think universities, and we have almost, 1,100 universities in India today, right? And larger would be the private universities in that.
Mm-hmm.
From a marketing or like a GTM perspective, how do you suggest universities, what are the initiatives and how do they go about the marketing so that they can actually attract a diverse set of students to the campus, whether they are regional, aspiration wise, like some students who want to be in the government, some students who want to be entrepreneur. How do you really, and that's one. And second is there anything that you can do after they take admission to increase diversity? Because diversity is not just the region they come from.
Right.
It's also in their aspiration, in their learning styles and other. How do you then nurture diversity further after they are in your campus?
Right. So let me answer the second question first. I believe that diversity is not just about gender. It is not just about where you come from, or caste or creed. Because they are important at the same time. I think diversity is also about how you think, how you aspire, what you look for. Where you want to go. These are all the things. So from that perspective, for example, most of the universities do have a choice. Right. It doesn't mean that, even if, let's say, admissions are a pressure, I still have the option of picking up different types of students who are thinking differently. Because ultimately, these people sitting in the same room or, in the same campus and talking to each other, talking to professors helps a lot. Right. Now, with that in mind, if you think of that as a definition of diversity and not based on gender or caste or anything else, then the go-to-market strategy, again, depends on a very specific way in which the leadership defines diversity. Now, let me explain that. For example, let's say I'm a director of a program, right? I will decide beforehand that there are X type of people, Y type of people, and Z type of people who will be in my program. Now, based on that, I will now decide where are these kinds of people existing and how do I put my representatives there so that I can go and actually talk to them. Right. For example, in our university, we have a policy that, very specific type of programs need specific types of people, or we believe specific types of people. And we have a representative of the university actually working full time in that region. They're not working out of Hyderabad. They're actually working in a very distributed manner. Right. Similarly, for example, when we started our batches, we personally decided that at least 50% of the batch should be women. Right. And we made sure that even though, it's a new program or a new university and we needed students, right, we made sure that we rejected too many right? Applications which are not from women. At the same time, we encourage women to apply. And now, 2 batches in, and we have basically a 50-50 ratio, which we feel very good about, right? So from a go-to-market perspective, the biggest problem that I believe most of the universities face, or in general from a conceptual angle, is that there is no objective upfront, because the leadership has not defined diversity, or they have defined diversity in a very narrow manner. If they're able to define diversity upfront, then even the go-to-market strategy becomes much easier.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep. My next question is to you, Dr. Anurag, that while we spoke about student acquisition, diversity in students, but one of the biggest challenges, until unless you have diversity in your faculty members itself, how will you nurture diversity, which he referred to, which is beyond region, and most of the universities have faculty members that come from the vicinity, because that's where, that's a real truth, right? That people prefer to teach at universities or colleges which are nearby, and it's more convenient. It's very difficult to get faculty members from different regions and make them shift to a new geography, and until unless they are just starting their teaching career. Established professors, very difficult to do that. So would love to know, one, from your experience at GLA, how are you addressing that? And second, what has been your experience so far? Has it been possible or not as of now?
So good afternoon, everyone. So you have asked about how I'm facing the diversity issue amongst the faculty members in my place. So you are basically pointing towards my personal experience. Yes. But if you permit me 2 minutes for how you begin with. So you started with creativity and then you spoke on diversity. Rather, I must fuse these two words. So it's basically what you are discussing, and other gentlemen they spoke on, that is a creative diversity. So diversity would happen, I think it's a function of quality. So if it's educational institutions and if we are delivering the quality, of course, I miss his name, this gentleman, he said that initially to begin with, probably it will not happen. But gradually, as you will gain your ground, right, as you would be gaining your credibility, definitely it is going to happen, right? And so you need not to create it. We are creating the diversity just because now the NAC requires it. So there are the scores. Since we have to be there, we cannot afford to lose marks on that aspect. So we are creating a diversity. So we are going to different places. We are trying to get some people, some students in the campus, some international students also. They may be coming from even Mars. We are more than happy to have them, right? So, but just because the same is with our education system, as Professor Bharusha he started with, that is there any enough scope for to do the creativity? Our teachers, essentially, when they join, you have to teach these courses and then a lot of administrative work. Let me tell you, some credit definitely goes to the COVID, this pandemic that happened. Otherwise, a lot of administrative work is still there, which can easily be given to the system or the technology. And it is good enough to take care of it. But somehow we are still in that kind of a mindset, right? That, well, we have to deliver the education. So there is hardly even you are talking about creating a creativity, even it's very difficult now, since I will come on my personal experience. I have been putting food on the table since last more than 2 decades by teaching finance. Now, since I have assumed the role of director, I am become a HR person, and getting a right faculty member is one of the most difficult job on the earth, I guess. And diversity amongst the faculty member is again a function of a quality. If you are really a good institution, you are a good paymaster also, and you care for, and the environment is very enabling and very conducive, it's going to happen. It will take time. If we compare ourselves with all well-established universities like DU, which has just celebrated the 100 years, probably we are not, these are not comparable. It will happen. But if we really want to accelerate the whole pace, then probably we have to be really creative on that.
Thank you so much. And absolutely, I think NAC is the big daddy, which makes everything happen. And also, you spoke about the talent acquisition and becoming an HR. And last year we raised about 16 crores from a venture capital fund. And one of the lessons I learned was you gotta, as the CEO, your topmost job is that you have to be the chief recruiter of the company. So talent acquisition has the most important place in any organization that is growing. So absolutely, as that's bang on the. Now we move to the last, part of this discussion, which is on a digital mindset, which is my favorite space where I've spent almost a decade working with education institutions. So I'll start first. Let's just quickly define what does digital mindset mean, again in the context of higher education, because it's looked upon very differently by different institutions. Some have the context of administration into it, where universities or colleges are very specifically focused on how do I digitize my admissions, how do I digitize my fees, how do I digitize my other processes. There's some who are not too focused on administration, but they're more focused around how do I digitize my learning, how do I create a digital learning environment. And there's also another set which is saying, okay, how do I digitize my student experience? Because the Gen Z student who's coming to my campus is actually doing a video call with the parents using Uber, Ola, Zomato, and whatnot. I can't make them have a non-digital experience in my campus, and so they're heavily loading or using technology for the experience part. So each one of you, and you're representing universities, except Balaji who's coming from the government. What does digital mean for you at the university? If you can keep it short, we'll have every single panel member share their thought on this.
So probably digital mindset is what I understand, that how basically I'm leveraging what I want to communicate my students to learn, how I'm using the technology to be a kind of a support function. So that for me, that is a digital mindset. If you this much precise is okay, or can I elaborate a little more on it? So we get a very diverse set of our students, right? And they have their own learning needs. Somebody may be good enough, the lecturer would come and he would tell, right? And probably they will be picking up. Somebody may come with the self-reading. Somebody may not be having, so we have a different learners and they have a different learning needs also. So here again, the technology can come as a very handy thing. A lot of content is there on the websites or the kind of on the web source. Even that can be utilized, right? Here, so if whether I'm facilitating that or not, are we? So we are talking a lot about the outcome-based education, continuous learning, flipped classroom. Are we really doing it, right? And doing it just for the to check this checkbox, tick the checkbox, or still really heart and spirit is there, heart and soul is there, right? So what I'm trying to say that yes, digital mindset in terms of the education, it has to be a enabler for learning. So if it is going to enhance, and it will give you the kind of elbow room to the different learners to learn at their own pace. They will be having their connectivity with the web sources will be much more, and it is collaborative also. So when you are basically learning, probably you, and then a lot of teamwork is also given. So even that facilitates. It's not only that you are a solo player, right? But I would just end with this thing that, well, it is basically an enabling tool only, right? And you need really a teacher, so that probably many a times it is important to do a kind of a checks and balance. So you learn yourself at your pace, share your thoughts, whatever you have been learning. Again, there will be some kind of a give and take, some corrections here and there. But I think primarily, I will say that it is only an enabler, right? But very important, and we cannot say do away with it.
I think simple as that. That experience has to be an extension. Secondly, my biggest advantage is that I see it is the biggest equalizer in the world, digital education. Today, doesn't matter which corner of the world you are in, you have equal access. A university in Hyderabad and we sitting in Assam will have equal access to information and knowledge just because of digital revolution. That brings about unbelievable equity. Any student in your far-flung area in Arunachal today will study what someone perhaps in Bombay is studying. That is great. You will have excellent knowledge that can be shared in every corner of the world. For me, that is the biggest powerful tool that digital revolution is bringing, especially in education.
Yeah, so you asked about digital mindset, right? I believe that digital mindset is digital mindset, whether it's an academic institution or corporate or wherever it is, right? And I look at digital mindset from two angles. The three things that you just explained, how do you use digital to encourage learning? How do you use digital to improve experiences and all that stuff is one type in where the leadership is thinking about how to use digital tools to enable learning, right? But the other thing, which is, I believe, equally important today, is leadership has to think about how to infuse digital into the learning. What I mean by that is, for example, the curriculum that we deliver to the students, how are we infusing digital so that the students actually learn about the things that have changed? Students learn about how digital is revolutionizing the way people are thinking about, right? So that, I think, is 50 and 50. We cannot just have technology as an enabler, but then deliver the same curriculum that we have been delivering for the last 30 years, right? And we also have to think about adding, for example, how do you add digital to finance curriculum? How do you add digital to marketing curriculum? I guess that's also a discussion that academic leadership need to have, because without these two, digital becomes just a tool, and tools, you know how tools are. Tools can die a very natural death if nobody is using it. That's what I believe is, digital leadership.
Digital mindset in higher education particularly. Sir said that I am from the government, so I am a professor, sir. I have a 25 years of teaching experience, but now interested with the okay. So if I look at from the government perspective, technology can be an enabler, but how to use that technology or the digital world for the welfare of the student, this is a very important question which we need to discuss. Let me take an example of the COVID period. When initially the COVID was started, the school departments were asked, all the teachers were asked to take the classes of the students online. But before taking the classes online, there was a WhatsApp methodology which was used. So to a poor student, daily 20 or 25 PDF files are sent, and the poor parents are not able to just download it and get understand to the students. So this was a mockery at that time. But slowly with the passage of time, now the teachers are becoming very creative how to use that digital world for the welfare of the students for teaching purposes. So I think three things are required to be there before we introduce digital technology in our higher education system. First, a perfect training is required for the teachers. Because unless and until we have a capacity building of our teachers, how to use the technology, that's why the University Grants Commission has already said that we should use only 40% as a online tool and 60% offline. So the purpose is because in present scenario, we are not in a position to deliver 100% online. Where we are today, our advanced countries were 20 years back. They were so advanced. Whatever we are introducing today, they have already introduced 20 years back. In some of the universities of the world, only 10 to 15% classes are taken offline. Otherwise, everything is online. So first, capacity building of the teachers is there. Second thing which is required to develop a digital mindset, we must have an innovative learning management systems. Unfortunately, even our in offline system, we don't have a proper learning management system. What we are doing, we are producing the rote learners. What they do in the full semester, they just cram. And at the end of that, they vomit in the examinations. And whenever they go out of the institution, they have only totally blank paper. So how to use digital technology For creativity, first of all, creativity cannot be taught. You have to build an enabling environment to develop creativity. Automatically, creativity will come if you have a good environment there. So as a digital technology, you have so many tools. If the capacity building of the teachers is there, governments are absolutely proactive to do it because the government support is very much required. We simply send a piece of paper by just issuing an order that from tomorrow onwards, during the COVID period also, there will be online classes of the all school students or online classes of the higher education. But we don't have created such kind of infrastructure which is required. So proper planning was not there. That's why the results were not very much fruitful, though we have done something out of nothing. So therefore, that was there. So I think for creating a digital mindset of the students, digital minds of the teachers, so academic leadership need to be, first of all, their capacity building should be there. So government must have a proper policy, proper learning management system. These things, these tools should not be used to just show it that our institution is doing this. Our university is providing online training. We are giving laptop to the student. These are the fancy things. I think these are not going to deliver the results. So first of all, you have to create an enabling environment for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I agree with, of course, all of my panelists. Let me just add a couple of points. One is to echo what my colleague just now said. He mentioned creativity in the context of the question about digital mindset. I think we all would agree the digital world has provided a completely new platform for creativity. Okay, that's unprecedented in history. And it is a great equalizer. If you have access, which of course is a socioeconomic issue, students will express their creativity. And so of the three topics of this session, creativity, diversity, and digital mindset, I think, is the one that comes easiest to the kids, right? They take to it like a fish takes to water. And we are the clunky ones. What I found is instead of us trying to figure out how to create digital tools for the students, just ask the students. They have amazing ideas. In the beginning, when you start to ask students for ideas of, how can we do something better in the classes, in projects, anything like that, they're a little bit hesitant because in India, most students are not encouraged to speak up. But once they get encouraged, you find that there's a waterfall of ideas. Some of them may seem strange to us grown-ups, but if you give them the license to be creative with their digital ideas, then you marry creativity and digital mindset and let them drive some of the creation of digital tools. For example, you can have students come up with projects, and maybe there'll be 10, form little teams, maybe there'll be 10 teams, maybe 9 of the 10 projects will be not really that applicable, but maybe one will come out. I mean, what's interesting about this conference here is there's so much innovation in EdTech. That is a marriage of creativity with digital. And I think that is just fabulous for our students. And we should let them lead us as much as we lead them.
Thank you so much. So I have the last question for the panelists. But before that, we'd love to open if there is any questions from the audience. Would love to take it before we take our final question. Yeah, please. Can we have a mic here?
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Ranjana Jain. I represent Jain University. I'm taking care of Training and Placement Division of Jain University. Thank you so much for giving us such a wonderful opportunity, and it's a pleasure listening all of you. All eminent people are with us. So it's a really great opportunity. Thanks to the organizer. I was just listening from 1 hour about digitization. Yes, because of COVID, we forced to do that. And it's really a good achievement of technology as well as education that our students have not sit idle, something they have learned, and we have not wasted their 2 years of life. Otherwise, we could have told you should study where you have stopped it. So we have progressed a lot. And in terms of digitization, everywhere progress has happened. But the way the digitization has started, students have adopted it that yes, one lecture is there, I have to sit there, I have to mute it, I have to switch off my video, and I have to run here and there. And frankly speaking, I should not say like this, but the learning is not there. Being a placement officer, now I am seeing that when students are facing the corporate world, and when they asked, students are not able to perform. There is a huge gap. Although they have passed their curriculum, they passed their semesters, they achieved the degree, but when it comes to knowledge, there is a wide gap. So instead of we promote the digitization, what I feel that we should promote the knowledge. Digitization should not be like this. It is a 1 hour, you sit at your home, it's a self-paced learning, learn it and gain the knowledge. Frankly, it is not happening because the way it was introduced, it was just like a fun. And I've seen my sister's son, he is in class 1, he don't know how to switch on, he just switch on Zoom, mama is there sitting and attending class and he's playing. Because he is class 1 student, I can't expect anything from them. And when COVID started, he was in UKG. Correct. Now he's in 2nd standard, he don't know ABCD also properly. How can he write a sentence and how can he study? So what I'm suggesting you, if we going to implement the digitization, yes, the teaching learning process is very good, very innovative. We use the digitization, but at the same time, evaluation process should be there to understand what the knowledge they are gaining.
Yeah, no,
Correct.
thanks for the
We
question.
have really gone 2 years back.
Sure.
Frankly
So,
speaking,
I
I have
think, Professor-
interacted close to 10,000 students, and I'm having 27 years of experience in teaching, research, learning, implementation of so many policies, strategic decisions. I really found that we have gone 2 years back in terms of knowledge.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks.
So
I
something
think
we should do.
I know Professor Barucha wants to answer, but I'll quickly say 2 things on this topic that you mentioned. I think the muting on an online class also happens in a physical class. Students mute themselves mentally, right? So not necessarily, and we all have been students, we have all been inside classrooms. So we know there are several times where we have muted ourselves inside the classrooms, right? So I think the challenge is not that they're able to mute and play. The challenge is that we're trying to repeat what we do in the classroom on a screen. And that's the challenge. And like any other industry, I think education will also go through its evolution. When we will really adopt technology well, we'll have better capacity, like we talked about earlier. We would have better understanding and skill set on using technology. So we're just going through the same evolution that any other industry. Food delivery has been around for a long time before it became effective. Online shopping has been around for a long time before it became effective. Online transportation booking and all has been around for a long time before it became effective. And I think same is what we are going through. We used technology earlier because it was forced upon us, but good institutions are using it today because it's also adding value. And that will continue, but I'll let Professor Barucha add his points here.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And certainly we've all felt that. Those of us who teach, I think most people here, students, they're exhausted by the online teaching, and that is our fault as teachers. We too often blame the students, turn on your video, why do you? But we have to change the way we teach. So the data, again, I come at this from cognitive neuroscience, a lot of data. Passive learning is very, very poor. We have used digital delivery systems too much to simply deliver information passively. And the key is the next generation of digital tools, even some of the current generation, I don't know if some of you are involved in them, is to enhance interactivity. So the most important finding here in research is if every student is called upon in the class, in every class, has to speak and cold call. So not just the ones who raise their hands, but at random, you pose a question to the class, and then you pick a student who hasn't spoken. I can guarantee you, if their video has been off all the time, suddenly they'll start being present, okay? Kids have all kinds of things going through their head. They don't want to be there, right? Particularly undergraduates, they've got hormones, they've got fantasies, and so on and so forth. The only way to get real learning is to make sure that they're fully engaged, and the only way, there's the only way to fully engage a student's brain is to call on them by name, and they have to speak. And guess what? In their job interview, they have to speak. And many of them go through college, they've never done anything like that. And that's also related to the creativity. And encourage them to make mistakes when they speak. So it's okay if you say something foolish. It's take intellectual risks, but speak. And then the student starts to develop the confidence. So after 3 or 4 years, when they go on the job interview, they're a little bit more comfortable doing that. The passive, I don't like the expression delivering education. It makes me cringe. And I wish we would stop talking about delivering courses, delivering education, because it suggests a one-way transfer of information. Education should be about talent development.
Thank you. I'm just going to supplement whatever Dr. Saab has said. Actually, the COVID has exposed our higher education system. Now you are saying that my kid was just passive in the online class. He just muted. Now you have observed it. But when he was actually going to the class, you was not able to observe it. So I think it's the 100% fault of the teacher who has not made his lecture so attractive. Your students should be waiting for your lectures. Even if you have to deliver online. If they can wait for a serial to be telecast on a particular day and particular time, teachers should be such that the students should be waiting for their lectures. Only then educational system will become a success. What we are doing today, we are just passing on the information to the students. The creation of knowledge and dissemination of knowledge is absolutely missing in the education system of India. That's why when they go out of the institutions, they are just rote learners. They have nothing in their hands. They have no creativity, nothing kind of skill. Even we have observed many students who passed out, commerce graduates, when they go to the bank, they don't know how to fill up the withdrawal form, how to get the checkbook issued. This is the irony of our educational institutions. Maybe in the blended mode, maybe offline or maybe online. Please accept the responsibility as a teacher. When you will be a great performer, students will be waiting for your lectures. There will be no muting.
So I'd like to make a controversial statement, if that's okay. Ma'am, since my college days, corporate has always been complaining that students didn't know anything, right? They told me I was unemployable. I'm still unemployable, I'm sure. So don't take that very seriously, because companies, it's always been a fashion to say that the education system has not provided the talent and all that stuff. But that's been happening for the last 30 years. So either the institutions are wrong, either the corporates are wrong, or we're all screwed. Okay. So, but if you leave that aside, yeah, I completely agree in the sense that it has exposed the education system, possibly because we were not ready for digital disruption. COVID was the digital disruption. We haven't trained our teachers to deliver courses online. I know professors who used to get almost 90% ratings on their student, and who could not get the same, terrible ratings when they moved online. So these are the people who are masters at delivering a course in the class in terms of engagement and everything. And getting 90% is very hard in any scenario, right? And these people completely flamed out online. So, but this is an opportunity wherein I guess institutions can now say, hey, we need to train our teachers to deliver online. I know deliver is not a good word, but I'll stick with it because that's the word that we use. The third and the most important point is we are forgetting the role of parents. We'll not talk about it now, but the question is, where were the parents? A, B, C, D, the teacher taught, and then from there, the parents should have picked it up, but the parents have not done a good job either. So, yeah.
So I think I'll skip my question. Thank you to all the panelists and thanks everybody for joining in for this conversation. I'll conclude by saying I think we are in the most exciting phase of higher education right now. There is rapid, deep transformation that's going on. Good institutions realize it and they're actually transforming themselves. And as there is a word in Sanskrit that we refer to, Adyanta, which is the creative destruction. And I think COVID was that where creative destruction happened. And there will be an emergence of new age institutions, some of them, and those who don't transform, who don't adopt, like, and digital is just one part of it. There's so much more to it. We'll see a completely new set of higher education, and it's one of the most exciting, positive periods for higher education. With that, thanks everyone for joining in for this conversation.
Thank you so much, eminent panelists. So I request to be seated for a while, for just a couple of minutes when... no, so we are quite honored to have such eminent speakers on stage, and it was quite inquisitive, the whole session, and we got a lot of insights out of it. The challenges we discussed, the solutions we discussed, and so I think we have a bag full of takeaways, key takeaways from this session. And very well done, Mr. Moderator. You were a wonderful moderator today. So thank you. And with this, I would like to call upon Mr. Sudhakar Rao, Director Branding from ICFI, on the stage to give the mementos to our eminent speakers. So I would like Dr. Sudhakar Rao to give the memento to Mr. A. Bhalla, Additional Director, Higher Education Department, Government of Punjab. Then I would like to call upon Dr. Pradeep Rachela, Professor of Marketing and Program Director, Mahindra University School of Management, Hyderabad, Telangana. To Dr. Jamshed Bharucha, Founding Vice Chancellor, Sai University, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Mr. Jyotishman Datta, Managing Trustee and Chairman, Assam Downtown University, Guwahati. Dr. Anurag Singh, Director, GLA University, Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. And to our wonderful moderator, Mr. Hemant Sahal, CEO and Founder, Kolpur. So thank you, all the eminent speakers, and I request if we can have a formal, a photograph with the whole panel. Thank you so much. After this session, I would like to call upon Ms. Suprita Gonzalez, AVP Growth Extra Edge, with a presentation, industry presentation, to have her industry perspective on this. Ms. Suprita Gonzalez. Good evening. Warm good evening to everybody. I would want to start by asking a few questions, if that's okay. How many of us use Big Basket or Milk Basket? Okay, that's quite a few. How many of us use Uber, Ola? Or more hands? Fantastic. How about Netflix, Prime Video? Great. Fantastic. So I think you're still listening. I'm glad to know that. I think if you rewind 20 years, we would have never thought that we would buy grocery on our phones. We would never order food on our phones. But that is how it is today. Ground reality. I would want to start with the premise of think about, I'm sure all of us have taken admission in our lifetime, joined university, did some course. Fantastic. Think about the day you took admission. How was the journey? You walked to a college recommended by a friend, senior, family friend within the city that you knew. A bit nervous, a bit scared. Went up, had an interview with the principal. Before that, I'm sure you saw the campus. Beautiful big campus. Somebody said, go to the accounts counter, brought some hard cash, paid, got your admissions done. Most of us did it like this. Yes? 2022, a student is sleeping on his bed. He opens his phone. He sees an advertisement while he's watching YouTube content, and he clicks on it. He lands to your website. He sees the big icon, apply now, goes to that, fills a form. All his documents are on his phone gallery, uploads, pays the fees, and he's done. It took him 5 minutes to do that. No bus, no travel, nothing. This is how digital, we spoke about digital quite a lot today. This is how digital has transformed our journey, our life, our everyday things, what we do every day in and out. So the journey that a student or as a parent, the way they seek admissions today has completely changed. But the bigger question that I have for educators and administrators today is, have our processes also changed? Has the institution also adapted to this? Have you given the technology enough to that student to do that? Have you given him all the information he needs at his fingertips? So today I will talk about how do you win at admissions in 2020, not 2000, not 1980. My name is Suprita. I basically lead the growth function at ExtraEdge. I have been an entrepreneur. I've been a pilot. I have also been in sales and marketing. I've had various versatile roles and had various versatile experiences. To talk about the company that I represent, ExtraEdge, we are a 5-year-old VC-backed, venture capital funded company today, and we work with over 300 institutions. We are based out of Pune, and as you can see, recently we had been to a place where we had a lot of adventure and fun, and this is how we prefer to work as youngsters day in and day out. That's again a transformation of work life and the culture that there is. Talking about the trends, one of the behavior change that I told you about, the student who seeks admissions. There are various other trends and challenges that education institutions face today. One of that is a higher competition that exists today. Undoubtedly for the student, he has options. Earlier, we would get a recommendation and only 2 colleges were allowed by our parents. Somebody knew somebody. But today, student can go to any city, any place. He can take admission anywhere. He has unlimited options. So that's how the competition has also increased. You also have edtech, e-learning content websites that are coexisting. There's also a change in the experience that the student is seeking today. He does not want to come to the college. COVID prohibits from coming to the college.
He wants to have the same experience at home, though. He demands that experience from you. Digital has become the need of the hour, whether we like it or not. It is what everybody wants to have. Some of the other challenges that institutions face today could also be the anxiety that have my inquiries really been called or not. A student who seeks an inquiry, seeks an admission, has he been contacted by the institution? There are a lot of other things that even the administration faces as a challenge today. How do I monitor, or how do I understand what is happening with the marketing spend that I have? What is happening with my admission team? I think these are more associated to the administration part of it, but then this is a challenge that every institution faces today. So how do we solve these? There is definitely a solution. This is by creating a very, very digital experience, but with a human touch. Digital will not replace human beings, but it will cohabitat. It will help enhance the journey. And that's where the hybrid model should exist, where you should empower the teams with proper good technology with which they can cater to the requirements or expectations of the student that exist today. Students' experiences have to be beautiful. They seek for that. They want to resonate the brand in every touch point that they have. Whenever they call you, they expect somebody to pick that call. I think so was mentioning about the chat system. You don't really call anybody for customer support anymore. I don't remember the last time I spoke to a bank executive or called a toll-free number. It's a fact. You go to a website, there's a bot that helps you. You go to Swiggy, there is chat. You connect to somebody in less than 30 seconds and it is resolved. I don't even remember raising a ticket in the last 5 years. This is how students are also today. They expect an answer then and there. They want to have the information at their fingertips. And you need to make sure that you enable your teams, your website, your admission journey to be able to cater to that demand that the student seeks. Go digital. Ensure that digital technology is adopted in this area. Ensure that there is minimal time in response when a student has inquired with you. Ensure that the process is made more friendly for the student to seek that admission. Personalization, one of the key aspects. A student sitting in Bihar and a student sitting in Bangalore, you cannot send the same communication to both of them. Their life and experiences are different. What they demand is different. Ensure that a relevant set of communication is sent to students seeking different courses. What kind of course, what kind of background they come from. Lead leakage, we ensure that we have a complete end-to-end platform which is integrated. So today at Extra Edge, we provide a very, very smart digital tool for admission teams to be able to cater to all of these needs of the students. By ensuring we integrate all of the channels, bringing all the inquiries to a single platform, enabling SMS, email, and WhatsApp to be able to communicate to the students thereafter. Finally, for the management, all the answers to their questions. What happened to my inquiries? Are we resonating the brand to the first person who contacts the institution? Are we ensuring that the strategy is built based on data? Are we looking at our own reports and analytics and ensuring our marketing spend is well monitored? So there could be several questions that management seeks today, and the CRM will enable you to get the answers to those questions with over 150 reports that can help you to strategize your entire marketing. So what happens when you get this right? That's where the magic happens. Your admissions increase. To a large extent, this is what we want. We want to have quality students at the end of the day joining the institution. We want great experiences to be given to that, the brand to resonate. And that in turn increases your engagement via tools like chatbot. It ensures we give you a digital application process where student can directly apply to the institution and increase your conversions thereafter. So these are certain numbers which we have looked at from our experience of the last 5 years, working with over 300 institutions. And we have platform which is integrated with multiple types of tools, combining web and mobile CRM, which is a lead management tool, marketing automation. We have chatbot, live chat for the website. We have query management, FAQ chatbot, a digital application system where the student can come, pick an interview slot, engage with your counselors over a quick chat, get the answers to his question, fill the form, pay the fees, and proceed. WhatsApp, again, the tool of the day today. We no longer see our SMSs. I think the only thing we check is an OTP, nothing other than that. SMS have almost, gone dead. So today WhatsApp has replaced that. Make sure you have a WhatsApp strategy for the institution, for your marketing team thereafter. So this is what institutions that we work with have to talk about us at Extra Edge. 300 plus institution, we work with 10,000 plus counselors whom we also educate, upskill to understand the journey or the behavior trend or change in the industry, in the students and the parents who are seeking those admissions. So would be open to questions. We have a stall here. You could come down and meet us, understand what we do. So let's win, transform, digitize, and work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Suprita. It was quite informative session, and I think many would like to meet after your wonderful presentation. And with this, I would like to call upon Mr. K.C. Mishra, the project head of Illets Technomedia, to hand over the memento to our speaker today.
Let me also invite Mr. Deepak Singh once again to the forum.
With this, I would like to call upon Mr. Kunal Deep, Vice President, Customer Success, Kolpur. And I request if you can wrap the session in 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Kunal, and today I'll be representing Kolpol. So we call ourselves a digital campus suite. Why digital campus suite? Because we do much more than what a traditional ERP does for any higher education institute. Since morning, we have been hearing there are a lot of challenges. There have been a lot of issues which are being faced by a lot of higher education institutes. So with the current situation, there are a lot of change in dynamics which has happened for every higher education institute. There is increased number of students. There are more and more new institutions coming up in the country. There are increase in number of type of programs what we are offering, plus ever-changing compliance. Government is enforcing more digital policies. There's NEP which has come into place. There are more number of government is trying to enforce government is trying to increase gross enrollment ratio. So there are a lot of factors which have come into the current scenario, which is resulting in higher competition, which is for admission, getting better placements. A lot of complexity has increased with these new education policy or new government policies in terms of academic management, in terms of how we are doing the operations within the colleges, within the universities. A lot of compliance requirements have come, which are in terms of NAC, NIRF. There are different rating, different ranking, what we need to take care of. And then how do we take care of the customer expectation in terms of engagement, in terms of customer experience, how they are interacting with the universities. Now, with all these challenges, the best way institutes have to overcome all these is to adopt better technologies to handle this. And I mean, we have been discussing last how 2 years COVID has helped institutions go online overnight. So what we have seen is that in the last 2 years, COVID has accelerated this technical technology adoption by the university by multifolds. Now, when I talk about having a technology stack for the higher education institute, these are some of the 6 very important building blocks. I'll start with system of records, what a traditional ERP does. It gives you a lot of details, a lot of data points at your hand, at the tip of a finger. Then you have system of engagement, which goes beyond ERP. So how we are engaging through our processes to the end users. And then we have a system of intelligence. So how these data can give you more insight about improvising the user experience, improvising the results within the institute. Then we have mobility. So any technology solution, what we are giving currently has to be a mobile first experience, because everything today is at the fingertip within a mobile app. So mobile app is very necessary. Then again, integration. So we see a lot of niche product which different universities use. So always have a system which can be integrated with multiple such niche solutions. And then the last important part is that there are a lot of changes which are happening on a regular basis. So it has to have a continuous innovation in terms of improving the technology. Now, we at Colpol, we present 40 plus technologies combination for the higher education institutes, which helps institutes go paperless, cashless, and a contactless campus. Now, with the basic ERP module, we have fee management, career services, admission management, user management. When you go beyond that, you have academics, where you have an NEP compliant academic management, classroom LMS, AI proctored examination. For the campus experience, we have automated 1,000+ workflow automations for various universities and campuses. Hostel mess automation, which saves a lot of amount of money for the universities and campuses. Then we have our own social network, where campus can interact, the university management can interact with students, and it can be done at multiple levels. Now, there are two major levers for digital transformation. One is your academic excellence and the operational experience. Operational excellence. Both will lead to improved learning as well as reduced cost and increased efficiency. Now, how Colpol helps in terms of academic excellence, when we look at exam, learning, engagement, the traditional system has been paper-based, lengthy, time-taking. In terms of when we talk about examinations, Colpol has AI proctored exam. So we can have the exam with AI proctored. So there is no other mechanism of malpractice which comes into picture. When we talk about learning, it was earlier chalk and talk. Now it can be e-resources which can be shared across on our platform. We can use NEP UGC guidelines for the 4 quadrants in terms of teaching. Then we have the in terms of operational experience, what we have is in terms of payments, we can have cashless experience. Students don't need to queue up for the payments. They can go to the online portal or the campus, the Colpol app, and make those payments. Then there are no paper forms. What we can completely remove. We can have workflows which can be automated. So there are a lot of things in terms of where Colpol helps in terms of getting those operational efficiency increased in the campus. Now, in the last panel, we were discussing about what drives technology adoption. We have seen that during COVID, it had been an overnight change, but there was no preparation. But when we look about what drives technology adoption, how it can be a successful adoption, is that when we have well-planned processes, we have the training plan, we have a team which takes care of this plan, and then we have a defined budget which is required for this technology adoption, and we have a well-set goal that by what time we want to transform. These are some of the internal factors. Similarly, we have some of the external factors, what defines how well our technology adoption will be in terms of user experience, in terms of adaptability and agility of the system, continuous innovation, scalability and security. So when we are using a technology, it has to be scalable. Like, let's say when you have an exam, you need more servers to be there. So the system has to be scalable as well when you are using any technology. Now, this helps in cost reduction. You have a highly productive team. There are less chances of error, minimal cross-function frictions. You have a better resource utilization, and which also helps in value creation. You have higher demand in terms of better admission, better placements, enhanced learning, and a memorable campus experience with the digital adoption. Now, what happens when you're using Colpol? We also have a lot of modules which are helping, let's say, NAC accreditation, NIRF. So these are some of the modules where you get the pre-filled data. The data is already present in Colpol when you are adopting the technology. So all these, almost 90% of the data is quantitative, which is already present in the ERP as well as the other modules what you have taken. So you have a lot less work to do when you have all these accreditation processes going. These are some of the top institutions who are preferring Colpol to digitize their campus experience. We have Malareddy in Hyderabad, and then similarly Ashoka, Bennett, and multiple such institutes across India. Now, yeah, so what Colpol presents is one digital campus suite, which helps you combine all the experiences which multiple currently institutes or university may be having multiple such tools to cater to the students. So it is digitizing, unifying entire digital experience for the campus. There are no manual data transfer, so less chances of error. You have a lesser IT cost, so there is a lot of cost saving which goes into when you implement Colpol. Now, we are not saying that we need to save the cost in terms of expenditure, but when you save cost here, it can be utilized at some other places. So there are, I mean, when you are using one unified platform, your license cost is much smaller as compared to when you are using multiple such tools. Yeah. So that's from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kunaldeep, and for your presentation. It was wonderful and very informative. And to hand over, no, it was just in time, and thank you for that as well. And for handing over the memento, I would like to call upon Mohammad Ashraf Bhatt, sir, from Jammu and Kashmir, Government of Jammu and Kashmir, to hand over the memento. Thank you. Moving on the next panel discussion, that is on role of artificial intelligence in overcoming the challenges in online assessments. Very important topic of the day, and for this we have very eminent panelists here today. For that, I would like to call upon the moderator of today, Mr. K.C. Mishra, Product Head, Special Projects, Elets Technomedia Private Limited. The next speaker I would like to call upon Mohammad Ashraf Bhatt, Special Secretary, Department of Skill Development, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Dr. Sreta Suresh, Head of Innovation, Swissnex, Swiss Consulate General, Bangalore. Dr. S.N. Sridhar, Vice Chancellor, Hindustan University, Chennai. Professor K. Sitaramma Rao, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad. Is he here? Next speaker, I would like to call upon Professor K. Vijaya Bhaskar Raju, Vice Chancellor, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. And Dr. Vaini Devi, Director, Vagdevi Colleges, Warangal, Telangana. Is he there? So, moving ahead, I would like to hand over the stage to Mr. K.C. Mishra, Product Head, Special Projects, Elets Technomedia.
Thank you, Himangini. Himangini is heading the Gujarat Bureau of ILETS Technomedia. Thank you for giving this opportunity. And a very warm welcome to all the panelists here, starting from Professor Rao is here from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. Then Professor Raju, okay. Then of course, Mr. Bhatt and Dr. Shweta is there. A very technical topic. I will try to do as much justice as possible, being a non-technical person. Role of artificial intelligence in overcoming challenges in online assessments. In fact, technology has become so pervasive these days, not only limited to education per se. We talk of any department, any activity of economic value, or any state of the society. No section or no activity is possible these days without leveraging technology. And this leverage of technology has become more and more eminent and more and more pertinent with the emergence of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. So how actually can artificial intelligence bring in complete transformation of this sector in the higher education and in the online assessments? Maybe that we start from opening comments from each one of us, starting from the international perspective, once again from Dr. Shweta Suresh, heading the innovation wing in Swissnex. Shweta, if quick comments on role of AI.
So first of all, AI we all see more as an enabling tool, right? What is the real function? It is to have more context of where one is located in, and in order to enhance the experience so that it can take you closer to the goal, right? So that's the kind of enabling function that AI can really provide. And it's in the scope of education. I feel that it is there to help the teachers to take the students to the next level rather than replace. And if we look at it specifically in terms of assessments, you can look at it across 5 different categories altogether. One would be in personalized learning. One is to provide universal access to education to run class analytics itself. Then smarter live feedback and smart content creation. I think those are the kind of 5 sectors where AI could have good uses. Yeah, thanks.
Jammu Kashmir में क्या हो रहा है, Mr. Ashraf Bhatt? How is the state government actively promoting new technologies like AI as far as online assessment is concerned?
Yeah, thank you. So far, these online technology is concerned, or what may call artificial intelligence, this has a broader role in today's world, and everything is going digital. And with this passage of time, we are in the runner-up mood of just following what is happening abroad and what's happening in other parts of the world, and SAM should be followed in India, and more particularly in every state and UT. We are in process of it. We are conducting online examinations, different examinations. We are moving over to now conducting assessments of students also online. There are few risks involved to it, and that needs some changes that needs to be modernized at a level so that artificial intelligence is utilized in a proper perspective. I mean, we can utilize artificial intelligence and we are using it. And this is the need of the hour for each day, because this is easy, accessible, time saving, cost effective also, and in so many other means also. And Jammu Kashmir is no far away. We are connected to, and we are using every day the online technology in every sector. And every day we are affecting rather the digitalization modes of different departments have been activated, and we are in process of fully developing. Rather, we are the first to utilize electronic office, e-office in our so far UTs and states are concerned in India. Maybe other parts it would have been introduced, but I think after Union Capital we have introduced it, and our secretariat is fully online now. So that the previous existing system of offline filing is gone, and everything is online, including whatever grievance disposal is online. Any person can file any grievance from anywhere, and he gets an automated answer within due time, and rather his grievance reached its logical conclusion. So this is the need of the hour, and then every day we are supposed to work on this artificial intelligence, and then much needed in the system is to do and that artificial intelligence needs to be made much more friendly and much more effective, so as to detect frauds also, because there are several examples of online frauds, online transactions, something else, different quorums, and because of this, it came all of a sudden. And online is a very welcome step, and then this is the need of the hour, and this is now part of our life. And every day, such kind of, I'm thankful to the this ELEX for organizing this today's conference over here. And such kind of conferences are now, I was already requesting them that these should be conducted in every state and UT, so that people could also get access, and then this should penetrate down to the lost man, that what this is and how we are transforming from offline to online. So this is really going to help in different ways, and then the life is now also going to be digital. Likewise, I said that our office is now e-office, and likewise our education is now e-education, and it is e-assessment. Bearing view, there could be some risks involved in e-assessment matters, or maybe online assessments, and those risks also need to be overcome in due course of time. And now our students are also e-students. So we are moving into an entire area of e-life. So this is to be developed and carried forward. Anyway, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt, for those kind remarks. In fact, yes, we'll be more than happy. ELEX has been into the domain of creating a knowledge-based society by facilitating a platform for where all the policymakers, administrators, experts from different walks of life, they converge and they cross-pollinate ideas for creating a better society. We would be happy to partner with you also, as mentioned by you, that we keep on doing conferences, not only in education, but in different sectors also. I was sitting during lunch with the Commissioner of Secondary Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh, and he too has shown his interest to organize a similar conference in Indore, and we'll be happy to partner with you at Srinagar also. And so that we can have, actually, as rightly put up by you, this is an ever-evolving sector. The more we discuss, the more we deliberate upon, and the better ideas they come out of it. The objective is to, we learn from each other's best practices. So here, let me bring in the Vice Chancellor of Hindustan University, Professor Dr. S.N. Sridhar, for his expert comments on this topic, artificial intelligence in online assessment. And he'll be able to give a better insight.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Basically, this topic itself is so apt now. Let me just give a small glimpses of what is the present status on research. Number one, how much it is implemented already, and how much actually the challenges are also being faced, and how these challenges are addressed. First of all, let me make it very clear. Artificial intelligence, of course, all of you know much better, is nothing but a sort of algorithm written such a way that it can take decision by itself by looking at some of the problems that goes further. And when we come to the online teaching, the one thing which we are using is LMS, that is Learning Management System. If a learning management system is just a portal where you upload your lessons and the students will come and learn and go, it becomes completely static. The moment you put some sort of assessment coupled to LMS with artificial intelligence, it goes like this. I'll give a simple example. Suppose I take a course, and for me, for example, in a few SWAYAM courses also it is like that, or other courses which are already given by Coursera, edX, or many other corporates, they are giving the courses in this particular form. First, they'll give me chapter 1. And then whenever I log in and how many times I'm going through a particular chapter, maybe a particular page, how long I have taken to read a particular page, everything will be recorded in its technical content or in the memory. So it keeps assessing what type of student I am. Suppose I say that I keep reading a particular page 2 times, 3 times, and take a more longer time, immediately I can understand that, okay, this particular student is more interested in it, number one. And suppose immediately it will give a one quiz program to me or a quiz question on that particular page which I am reading. It will try to assess me whether I am simply reading or it is going to be a sort of, an intelligent act, etc. Now, this actually goes into the data, and the data will be telling clearly both to the instructor and as to the student whether this student will perform better as he process further, or this student will be a failure. Now, this is where the artificial intelligence comes into picture in terms of data analytics. Now, coming to the subject topic here for the assessment. Now, when we actually make the assessment coupled with this, then the assessment also goes multifolded. Usually, the first assessment that is being done is for the objective type of questions, wherein already the answers are known to you, or we feed the answers to the system. So one actually ticks a particular answer, immediately it says is correct or not. So this is one part. But when you look at the formative assessment and summative assessment put together, definitely there is going to be a beautiful or a very robust algorithm has to be created for artificial intelligence. Many a time I have also seen, fortunately or unfortunately, few of the artificial intelligence algorithms are very well developed and have been implemented also. But in a few systems, this becomes dull and sometimes goes negative. A student who is performing very well might be assessed by the artificial intelligence software, which is not properly implemented, as a negative student or a null student. So we have to be careful. There's one challenge. Second challenge, what we have in the artificial intelligence in the assessment is who will actually create these codes, or who will create these algorithms should also know the subject a bit. Suppose I say I'm an engineer, and as an engineer, I want to make an assessment algorithm for a medical student. I should know the medical topic a bit, or otherwise I should sit next to a doctor or a tutor who is actually giving that particular one, try to understand, then only we can actually, fine tune that particular one. If this is not happening, and a few of the companies, edtech companies, if they are coming hurry-burriedly with a one particular artificial intelligence and then try to push it into that, it may go negative. The last challenge which I find always is the hesitation or inhibition by the users, both teachers as well as the students. Many teachers, faculty members are highly conventional. They feel that this may take away their job, or they will say that this is artificial intelligence, mine is natural intelligence. So why should I give any importance to this artificial intelligence? But please understand, this artificial intelligence has been created by your intelligence only. You need to tell it how it should act upon. Then only it comes. Similarly, students also sometimes feel that, see, for example, earlier the competitive exams were only physical exams where I need to write an essay type of questions. Today, actually, because of pandemic, they converted most of them into objective type. Now we are going back to again essay type questions. When I write essay type question, I need a real, evaluator, a student, a tutor who can actually evaluate it. But now artificial intelligence algorithms have come into picture, which can actually read this and then assess based on some algorithm which we have given. So this is a quite challenging one. And with these three challenges, I think in the coming days, we may find very good solution. So in a summary, I have just given what is artificial intelligence, how this can be implemented in our learning process as well as in the assessment process, and what are those challenges. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. Let me bring in here our next speaker, Professor Raju. Maybe that he would like to add something more to what you just added.
Yeah, good afternoon. Let me tell you, I think before starting of this pandemic, some of our colleagues were thinking, I think in future, maybe in a 5 years time or down the 10 years line, I think definitely the online learning is going to come. Whatever the infrastructure, what we have, maybe the books and also the buildings may go waste. I don't know whether we should, good or bad, this pandemic situation forced us to go for online education very early. During when the pandemic started in the, of course, to our India, it is in 2020 March, all of us was forced to go online courses, online learning. In the other panelists, they were telling so many difficulties were there. Some of them doesn't have the gadgets. When they are in a remote areas, they didn't even have the internet connectivity. So many challenges were there. Now, when online courses are there, then immediately the online assessment also comes into the picture. Now, my co-speaker was telling about artificial intelligence. As he was telling, the algorithm, that makes a big difference. See, the different algorithm when you are writing, we should have the different specialists there. If something goes wrong, totally it is becoming wrong. It's a big challenge for every one of us. We know what is happening behind the screen when online assessment is happening. Let me tell you, in my university itself, the students are very much fond of the online examinations only. All of us know how beneficial for the students. But we have been forced to that situation. The earlier it was only multiple choice. I think automatically when we give some answer, it is picking the marks, and then it is automatically within seconds, or you can say within a minute, we used to get the result. Now you have to go for the descriptive also. The artificial intelligence should prepare it to read the things, or of course now we are using only the manually we are correcting, and then again we are feeding the marks. So everything is we are doing with some sort of programs. Already programs are available, but how to connect it with this artificial intelligence? That's a big challenge now. My co-speaker was telling so many challenges are coming up. Unless we meet those challenges, I think artificial intelligence, making for the online assessments is going to be a big task. But a lot of research is happening there. I think with that, I think we can definitely make it a great success using the artificial intelligence for the online assessments. Thank you. I think when time comes back, I think I may talk about something about the benefits of the.
Yes, we spoke about the challenges. Let me take this discussion to Dr. Shweta here. Shweta, both the speakers, they spoke about challenges. Further to those, what impediments do you think that which is really impeding the adoption of the technologies as far as real-time assessments are concerned? And how do we see the way forward from there?
Okay, so the question is impediments that I foresee in implementation and the way forward, right? So if we take learning, of course, it's a lifelong process. So I think there are different stages that need to be captured. For example, when you are building the basic blocks, for example, with kids, and how do you enforce the foundation itself and how do you assess them? It's not the same as giving an exam. So one example is, for example, how can you program a robot? I mean, this happens that something that you called as a protege effect or a student effect. So the child really corrects the robot's writing and therefore learns in the process. And therefore that feedback, that becomes like a kind of assessment of how much the kid himself or herself knows. And the second point is, when you are at a slightly, let's say, school or college level, like sir was saying, it's generally MCQs, it's like yes or no, that's easier. But the formative feedback, as you call it, on a large scale, how is it that you can give it? You've got a question wrong, but which step did you make a mistake? I think AI is getting there. For example, there is a company in Switzerland called as Taskbase that really can provide this kind of formative feedback at a larger scale. So while otherwise, teachers have to individually sit through and see where the mistakes were to help the teachers learn. So that's a good way of implementing. And then comes, I think, a sector which is generally ignored, which is after people really get into the workforce, a lot of our output is also dictated by our behavior or how we react to certain situations. This is also where tools like AI really come in and give assessment. For example, it provides really a safe space. So there are these avatars that can be created, for example, online. So you can see yourself and behaving in a certain manner. And there are these neutral intelligence coupled right now with humans, but I think going forward it will become completely automated, that can give you feedback. How is it that you're resolving conflicts? How is it that you are behaving in a certain context? I don't think we have gotten there yet, but that is an area that still needs to be solved. Yeah.
Thank you, Shweta. Let me again bring in here Dr. Sridhar. AI is known for bringing efficiency and precision in assessments, which is mostly not in the case when it is done manually. What sort of role can AI play in making online assessments more error-free and profound?
Is that the question?
Yes. Should I repeat?
No, I understood, sir. Thank you very much. A part of that actually I addressed in the beginning. There is a common notion that AI is more intelligent than people. But I would say that this intelligence is created by the people who actually create those codes. And therefore, if you want to make it more precise, as Madam already suggested, I endorse that view. Any robot which is built for the first time with an artificial intelligence that keeps learning, just like a baby. Once it tries to crawl and then it falls and then again it gets up, then it will try to learn its mistake. Artificial intelligence actually tunes its algorithm or maybe a coding accordingly whenever there is a failure. So first of all, we need to give an input that what do you mean by failure and what is a success. And once this is given into the algorithm, automatically that it keeps improvising further. Now, when it comes to assessment, see, for example, MCQ assessment is much easier. You would have given already what is, whether for this question it is A, B, C, etc. And of course, most of our LMS, learning management system, will always mix the questions. For example, we 5 of us are taking the exam. For me, that question may come in the second, as a second question. For sir, it may come in the first question. And again, the choices also will vary. For example, for me, the correct answer is A for the same question. For him, the correct answer may be B, but it has been shifted like this. So these are the things which is being done in the multiple choice questions. Now, also, there is something called proctoring, which is being given. And many of our edtech companies here also are giving the proctoring solution. In the proctoring itself, there are some cameras which are kept, which will actually observe our behavior, as Madam already mentioned. And suppose I say, I am trying to sneak out and try to look at other screen or try to refer something below which has been kept below the monitor, etc. It can immediately give a signal. It can even mark during what time I was actually going away. So this again, artificial intelligence is coming to picture. And lastly, when it comes to the formative assessment, there are real challenges. See, for example, as an engineering part, I give a derivation and also I give a design problem. Let me say, a teacher who is engineer by himself can actually evaluate it much better than at present any artificial intelligence software which are marketed out in a better way, because he knows in and out of that particular design. Design is an open-ended question, so it need not be coming out with a particular answer. It may be anything in between, but the procedure has to be seen, the logic has to be seen, etc. Nevertheless, maybe another 2-3 years itself, a artificial intelligence system may be developed by many of us, which will actually oversee a such type of the teachers who could actually do the best. It may be better than that. So therefore, I always foresee that artificial intelligence should be mixed and also should be developed with the expertise of the subject experts first, and it can of course take over as a masterly. And lastly, I would like to mention many of our the crime, the investigating agencies, they use this particular artificial intelligence again. So when they ask questions, actually, they'll be watching the entire the facial expressions as well as the answers being given by a particular person, and then using that, artificial intelligence itself will say this may be a lie, this may be true, or this he may not know or she may not know, etc. and so on. Such things are coming and also sneaking through our education now, and that is becoming a positive tool for all of us. In a summary, artificial intelligence is of course a challenge, but I have a full hope that in another 2-3 years we will master it, and artificial intelligence will rule, especially on the assessment. And when we are looking for online exams and online courses, this is going to be a big boon. Thank you, sir.
So let me go to Professor Bhaskar Raju now. Professor Raju, so likely solutions, you are saying that I'll be discussing solutions in the next this thing.
Some of the benefits of this artificial intelligence is, one thing is the precision. When you have a larger data, rather than taking a brainstorming action by the human, we can just feed the data. The artificial intelligence will itself sort it out to the best solution. Every day, the efficiency and application of AI is growing. while being used in software, this is the reason why it can be depend upon more than human calculation when making decisions. Because whenever we have the larger data, and I think it's better to go for the artificial intelligence. Next, when it comes to the efficiency, whenever any process is automated, it becomes efficient in comparison to manual methods. Integration of AI in the online test software enables the administrator to conduct objective and consistent assessments with efficiency. AI also adds to the feature of online proctoring by giving detailed analysis on individual candidates in real-time scenario. The other benefit is eliminates the bias factor. So this is the most another important one. In general, humans are inclined towards the stereotypes and biases, but this is not the case with the artificial intelligence. It does not perceive any irrelevant factor while making decisions and solely rely on the installed programming and acquired data. Another benefit is the engagement. Artificial intelligence improves the quality of the online examination platform, giving the best of experience to its users, making it interesting software to use. Especially when online assessments are used for recruiting purposes, AI enhances the process of selection for both candidates as well as recruiters and makes better decisions. These are the various, I think,
Thank you.
benefits with the uses of artificial intelligence for the
Thank you,
assessments.
Professor Raju. Going back to the policymaker here, Mr. Mohammad Ashraf Bhatt is Special Secretary in the Skill Department in J&K. But sir, can you enumerate some of the latest initiatives, particularly during the pandemic times? How were you able to, react from policy point of view to the disruptions which were there in the education sector? Of course, we are discussing the role of AI in online assessments, and training of all the trainers would also have been a major challenge, apart from adoption of the technology per se itself. How did you overcome those challenges? And of course, and what is the way forward you are saying in J&K as far as deploying these new age tools like AI in education and online assessment is concerned?
Okay, so far as this, am I audible? Yeah. Okay, so far as this pandemic is concerned, when this all of a sudden the pandemic came, and then people were in shock. They were thinking that particularly the students in different spheres of life, they're in big shock, because everyone thought that how can we proceed now? The major losses of the students, because they are the future of the nation. They are the future of any generation. So it quickly came to the think tanks that the utilization of online technology, and again the e-learning process, and with the since the mobile were already in place, we have been using almost more than 2 decades now, and they thought that now this can be utilized, and in due course of time we issued orders from the higher government institutions that this should be implemented. And the further task was then how to engage students in online study. Then rather teachers were rolled in that let you be the e-teachers, and they acted as e-teachers. They prepared sessions, shared the timings on the WhatsApp, and then the students were brought in. Then again the negative points, like why someone may mute off or anything else, those were taken care of, because they were linked with parents also. They were forcing the parents that you please bring your kid online. We want to teach him. And this way or that way, the online technology, the artificial intelligence has helped the government a lot in at least bridging that gap to the lowest minimum level. In absence of technology, there was definitely loss. And there could have been loss of 2 years, and students would not have been in a position to. Rather, students were stressed. They were in so stressed that they were not even allowed to move out of the homes because of the fear of COVID, that he may touch someone and then it may spread. So such was the situation. And this online technology, this artificial intelligence helped very lot. And then we were not at 0 point, but then the students, we can say that at least they could cross the 50% the knowledge which they could have otherwise acquired offline. I think they were introduced to online technology. This pandemic came as a something new to the students because they were hardly having utilized phones. Parents procured new phones. They said that no, it is 1 year now. We are in pandemic, and the purchasing of a mobile is necessity because my child will study. He will learn something online. And by that way, this has now entered into our lives, into the lives of the students. And this is definitely going to help us a lot. And there are a few challenges, and then we need to take examples from abroad that how they have introduced. Everything is an artificial intelligence, as our another colleague here rightly said, that this is definitely going to help us, and this will help us in the long way. And then we have to work out. Artificial intelligence is something created by natural intelligence, by human intelligence, and it is humans only. Then the command which matters. There can be errors with the artificial intelligence, and then we have to keep a check of balances that how to enforce and where to use this artificial intelligence in the right perspective. It can be utilized in assessments. There can be some few mistakes also while calculations of those, and likewise descriptive type assessments and all that. But then with the intervention of new technologies and based on day-to-day new interventions, as we are watching that every day there are new interventions in e-technology, and what we are watching that there is change even in minor software medias. Likewise, WhatsApp is every day adding something new to it. Other two application makers are also adding something new to it. So there is a need of adding every day new to it, and this will become easy for all of us. And then education will rather in turn help us in developing our nation at the national building level. And this is the way of the time gap which we earlier used to spare in offline learning, that can be minimized. And by e-learning, the student who was learning, let us say, a particular quantity of data in 1 year, he will be able to learn it in 1 month, or I can comment it in 10 days only for 1 year, what he was earlier used to learn. So these processes, this digital intervention is going definitely to change our lives. And after another 20 years, we will find a ocean of change in the e-system everywhere. And I think we cannot think of. So far, e-technology is concerned, we are presently using this, a SIM and a mobile phone, and then we are catchable everywhere. And the future generation, the artificial intelligence, say that SIM will be now introduced at the birth to a child in his right or left arm. And that will act as a signal, as his unique number, and he will be able to communicate. So such is the technology is going to bring interventions. Likewise, we have thumb impressions, we have other things we are using in technology, and same way artificial intelligence is going to make remarkable and much historic level changes in our day-to-day lives and in our future. And definitely we all need to work together on it. There are shortcomings to it. There are questions about it. There may be some sort of deficiencies, or maybe we are unable to adopt it in the proper way. And we need to work out and search ways and means how to apply artificial intelligence in the right perspective in our day-to-day life in more effective and efficient manner. And then and only then we will be in a position to grow. And then with our growth, naturally the nation will grow. And then the very purpose of the government to become trillions economy will naturally be fulfilled. And education is the backbone of development of any nation. And this can, by virtue of this interventions in e-technology, we can definitely bring in a revolution in our nation, and at par with other nations also. And then this can become a revolutionized aspect for all of us. Thanks a lot. I'm thankful again to I'm just forgetting it, ELETS, for giving me this opportunity for expressing my views. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammad Bhatji. Let me bring in here Shweta Suresh once again. Shweta represents SwissNext in India. Switzerland is the hallmark of all scientific advancements, innovations, R&D. So Shweta, one question to you, slightly, I'm not deviating from the topic, it's very much to the topic. What is the fundamental difference between the education system in Switzerland, in India, and what are the scope for bilateral opportunities to further strengthen those engagements between the two countries? How can Switzerland help India in unleashing its true innovation potential, and particularly technologies like AI in the education sector? From that perspective, if you can answer this question.
There were three questions. First one is how different fundamentally is the education in Switzerland and India. From my perspective, what I really see that India up till the fundamentals or school level, etc., is really good. Like we learn a lot more concepts compared to what the Swiss do, but at the same time, at a higher stage, especially when it comes to engineering, etc., there is a lot more of application oriented kind of credits that are given, while I mean, at least I can speak for the time that I studied, and hearing everybody else, this seems to be changing quite a bit. But there, right from the beginning, apprenticeship or getting a degree by doing, and the way of moving in and out of streams. So nobody is going to tell you that you've done a diploma and therefore you're not eligible to do a master's, for example, while here the prerequisite has been that you do a bachelor's and then you go into master's, while diploma or vocational education has been a different stream altogether. So I think there that has not been the case. So therefore it has been quite easy for people to come from different kinds of backgrounds, and it's all been valued quite similarly. With the NEP now being introduced, I think a large part of it is also being addressed once it will be implemented. So that is the like I see as the difference. And in higher education, I think now I see this also in India in premier education. So when you say we have a center of excellence for, let's say, AI, right? So traditionally it has been to create a whole new center, recruit faculty that have been doing some research pertaining to it, rather than making the center itself truly interdisciplinary. So while if you see the universities or centers of excellence there, for the AI unit in ETH Zurich, which happens to be actually one of the world's topmost, there is over 100 faculty, and not all of them are from computer science, right? So you have only a handful from computer science. You have people like from psychology. You will have people from mobility. You have people that are doing pedagogical research. I mean, it's cutting across, right? Just a part that is really using AI, or AI is applicable everywhere. So it's really bringing in this interdisciplinarity, also to impart education. I think therefore the student gains like a lot more perspectives, is aware of a lot more pluses and minuses. And just on that point, even um, there the research is really now focusing toward, I think this point has been brought up again about bias in AI. I mean, there is half a part truth in saying that AI systems are not so biased, but at the same time the systems are only good as the data that we are feeding inside them, and till date we have been feeding them biased data. So actually another field of research is also to really look at how is it that you can create synthetic data, for example, and feed it in to see whether your systems are functioning in that unbiased manner or biased manner. So there are also those things to really look at as it becomes very prevalent. And these things are not so far in the future. To do a show of hands, how many of you use Duolingo to learn new languages? Okay, couple at least. So that is really something that's personalized. I mean, you can even today, if you've learned, I don't know, 15 words, then it will say, okay, good pace of learning, and we'll give you more. And whatever you are weak in, you can really study that again. So it is there, and it is at our doorstep. And if we can look globally, I mean, this is not like a local solution. The problems are going to be inherently similar everywhere. I mean, people are people, and the reason why edtech hasn't take leaps and bounds, I mean, like let's say transportation, is because of the key variable involved, which is the human resource, right? So I think the problems are the same. The research that is happening across the world is pretty much the same, and this is precisely where we can collaborate across countries For example, I would leave you with EPFL's, it's called Chile, or Center of Human and Interaction for Learning. So it's a center that kind of looks at how you interact with new systems that have been developed for, new technologies that are coming in education. Here as well, I know that there are centers that are split across HCI or human computer interactions, or maybe they are a new name. But now I think it's a good time for people to really look at, can we exploit this to the maximum, also in a more inclusive manner. Yeah.
Thank you, Shweta. Shweta came up with a very interesting term, bias data. And she also mentioned, what did you say? Synthetic data. Yep. Synthetic data. So maybe that Professor Raju, would you like to agree with her that she has said that one of the challenges is creation of a biased data, and need of the hour is to create a synthetic data?
Maybe, I think yes, because as we were mentioning, if it is a human, there may be a bias. But when there is an artificial intelligence, I think we are expecting there will not be any bias. But I don't know how the synthetic data will.
So if you're creating an artificial intelligence system that is working, so the very basis is that you have fed it enough data for it to learn, right? If you give it this, then this is the outcome. So if the data set that you have fed in is riddled with errors, you expect that same pattern to continue. And that is the reason why I brought up this concept of synthetic data. I don't see it so prevalent in education sector as yet, but it is quite prevalent in, let's say, biotech. It is prevalent in wherever privacy is extremely important, that you just want to show that your model is working, but you cannot share true data sets, right? Otherwise somebody will reverse engineer. So you put synthetic data. So such things are also now should be applied to edtech to make sure that we don't feed the same biases in. And you really see how systems work. I think there was experiments in the US, of course, completely different context. You give it a social security number of a person or whatever, and then the likelihood of it saying that whether or not this person has committed a crime. So historically, they have been very partial to sending black people to prison. So when you feed it data of a white person versus a black person, the number of times it would assign that, okay, the black person has been the criminal is very high. It's still a machine, but then it has been built on these bias principles. So I think in EdTech, we should strive to at least avoid that. Yeah.
Okay, let us see. I think Sar will.
Just a few addition to what Shweta said, actually. When we create synthetic data, again, we may have a few data which could be biased. And therefore, there is something called TOPIC algorithm. And this TOPIC algorithm sometimes tries to identify which is synthetic and which is actually generic, or I would say organic. And then identification of these two data and rectifying it and keeping it further is another algorithm which takes into picture. I would like to also take it a little further what Shweta actually mentioned. It's about data security. Today, our mobile number is shared in every platform. Suppose you go to a grocery shop, the bill wala will ask, sir, your mobile number. Immediately we'll say our mobile number. And then he prints it and then gives it back. We will actually forget it. What will happen to our data as a mobile number shared? Similarly, most of us are using our mobile phones, and many of us would have activated our biometric finger into it. So that actually goes and stores in that particular manufacturer, maybe a Samsung or whatever it is, and it is already stored. As long as it is stored for the reason it is supposed to be and not allowed to be theft by somebody, it is safe. The moment it is being theft or theft occurs there, I think we are all will be in a particular problem. Shweta already mentioned about basically an algorithm which has been fed into the criminology, wherein a particular race is identified that as the usual offenders. So the moment you actually put those characteristics into it, that particular race is identified multiple times that he is an offender. Similarly, for example, if you are actually going to your Amazon and then browsing a particular item. And few, 3 times, I think you can just browse here and there and then come back to your Facebook. Advertisement will immediately crop up on the same thing. How is it coming through again? It is sneaking through your data again. Now, in the artificial intelligence added to that, that becomes much more dangerous. So therefore, data security is very, very important. Now, coming to data, artificial intelligence in assessment, probably these assessments are actually built up. All the algorithms are built up such a way. For example, he's a 6th standard student. What is that I expect from a 6th standard student in common will only be there. It is not specific to a particular race or who is the student taking or where the exam is being conducted, etc. will not be usually implemented or incurred. So that way, the implementation of artificial intelligence in the assessment, especially the academic assessment, goes at present good. And it need not actually have a synthetic data. But of course, if you look at some of the papers which are actually released by Open University in UK, they have produced a lot many papers there. I think more than 1 million research papers, especially in the data science and artificial intelligence in the assessment and all LMS, etc. and all that. There you find that many such algorithms have already been developed, have been tried, and they are very quick and they are highly data secured also. So I have a full hope that with all this, the identification of minimum limitations, what we are finding can be overcome in a very limited future itself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. With this, we come to an end of this panel discussion. But before we actually conclude, a quick round of 1 minute's concluding remarks from all the speakers here, starting from Professor Raju.
I think all along we have been, discussing about the artificial intelligence only. Definitely, I think in the coming days, we have to go with artificial intelligence only, because when we have the larger data, it's becoming impossible with the human calculations. I think we may have to go with the artificial. With a lot of research should still happen, and then the artificial intelligence will definitely help us in online assessments.
I would request Dr. Sridhar to summarize at the end. So before that, let me take the mic to Shweta once again, followed by Mr. Bhatt.
I think my concluding remark is that right now the best kind of development of talent that we can do is by a mix of offline or contextual learning in classrooms, outside, whatever, peer-to-peer interaction, whatever it might be. Plus, that doesn't provide the opportunity to give the personalized kind of mode to each and every student. So therefore, the online component becomes quite important, and AI is an indispensable part of whether it's assessment or even the content delivery. So it is there and it is here to stay. Yeah.
Thank you. So far, we were talking about artificial intelligence and its application in assessments. The quick roundup, I may say that this is, of course, a necessity of introduction of artificial intelligence in day-to-day lives of our students, including all of us. But the thing still remains the cyber security. We may talk of financial losses the day this online banking, other things are involved. Their systems are then offline softwares have been prepared in a way they know how to trap people, and they know how to click on where should they click and how they'll be able to click, and then how to secure take over his data and take control of his system, and then all this. So same thing can happen in assessments also. Students can be so clever without studying also they can get more scored. And then the question remains that whether you are this student is more efficient or this is more efficient. So the human brain needs to be more knowledgeable by each passing day, more knowledgeable about every new intervention in the IT sector or even the artificial intelligence sector, so that we could immediately identify where the gaps are, which can be filled up, and by virtue of which we can immediately catch up, and we can immediately bring in changes in the new system that can be more accurate and more human friendly. So by that way only this can be introduced, but then the dissemination of knowledge is of no words, and then it has to be disseminated. As I have already said, that the IT technology, rather the use of artificial intelligence in examination studies and whatever we may apply, you should go to the last man, even to the illiterates also. They should also be made, they have their own natural sense. They are to be guided, they are to be counseled in a way to understand them, so that no one is in a position to just befool them and take their hard-earned money in financial terms, and in other ways there can be so many instances also. We have everything digital now. As I have already said, that everything is digital, starting from offices, starting from even the food to eat, starting from even the transport, everything is digital now. With this digital technology, the knowledge needs to be disseminated more and more, and with this the artificial intelligence can make easy to live in. We can make out huge interventions in our day-to-day life, and we can save our precious time, and by saving our precious time we can use that additional time in making the overall nation as developed nation, and that can be utilized for the nation building purpose. And then education is definitely the knowledge, and then knowledge is to be disseminated, and then artificial intelligence is to be used, and this is now become a part of our life. With this, I'm thankful to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatt. Closing comments, Dr. Sridhar.
Thank you very much. The current topic of this particular panel is the use of artificial intelligence in the assessment, especially in the academic records. As all we discussed and already made a deliberation also on this, artificial intelligence properly evolved with the proper algorithm into the assessment will definitely help, especially when we are actually looking for the assessment of voluminous of students. See, for example, our UGC has given permission for online courses to be offered. Each center will be catering to more than 5,000, 10,000 students, and we may not find actually teachers to evaluate it so meticulously. And therefore, if a proper artificial intelligence based algorithm is developed to make formative as well as summative assessment of these types of the scripts which are written, definitely that is going to be the future which will meet all the challenges what we also mentioned. But a word of caution again, nothing can be actually taken under the blanket as negative, or nothing can be also taken as positive under the blanket. Has to be critically criticized, and solutions have to be obtained under every step. So with that, I thank the organizers of this event for organizing such a wonderful panel discussion here, and for all the panel members also for giving their opinion. And thanks to you, sir, for inviting me here to present.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar. With this, we come to a conclusion of this panel discussion, the role of artificial intelligence in online assessment, and all of them shared their insight. The fact of the matter remains that technology is now inevitable, whether we talk of education sector or which we talk of any other sector. This is the new normal, and new dynamic atmosphere, dynamic environment, new technologies come in. Unless we shape up, then the day is not far away when we get shipped out. So with this, we conclude this session. Thank you, all the panelists and co-panelists. I take it back to you, Himangini.
Yeah, so you said very truly that technology is inevitable. And if not only technology, we can go obviously with the hybrid ones that we always call upon now. So with this, thank you very much, all the panelists here. And we had a wonderful session today. And we had very wonderful insights as well on artificial intelligence. And with this, to conclude this session, I would like to call upon Mr. Deepak Singh, Commissioner Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to give away the mementos to all the eminent panelists. So I request Deepak ji to give memento through Mohammad Ashraf Bhat, Special Secretary, Department of Skill Development, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. Dr. Sweta Suresh, Head of Innovation, Swissnex, Swiss Consulate General, Bangalore. Dr. S.N. Sridhar, Vice Chancellor, Hindustan University, Chennai. Professor K. Vijay Bhaskar Raju, Vice Chancellor, Bharat University of Higher Education and Research. And to Mr. K.C. Mishra, Product Head, Special Projects, Elitz Technomedia Private Limited. So we can have a formal photograph with all the speakers of this panel. Thank you to all the speakers. We had a very wonderful session on role of artificial intelligence in overcoming the challenges in online assessments. Moving ahead, for the industry perspective, I would like to call upon Mr. Sudarshan Tyagarajan, CEO Verivance, for his technical presentation.
Hello. 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 Yeah. Yep. Good. Thank you. Yep. It's working now. Good. I think there's been a lot of technology around you today. I think we spoke for half an hour about artificial intelligence. Now I'm going to throw another technology at you. I'm Sudarshan, CEO and co-founder at Verivance. The technology that I'm going to talk to you about is blockchain. I don't think you heard that as much today, not as much as artificial intelligence and other stuff. So let me give you a bit of that and let's see how well you hold it. Verivance. Verivance is a name of an organization that I represent, and it's also stands for the product that we have built. First slide. It's basically, what is Verivance? Verivance is a digital ecosystem that we are creating to share and verify credentials. The mission with which we started this exercise is to make credentials, especially academic and proficiency credentials, skill credentials of individual, globally portable across countries when people migrate and go study and work in overseas geographies, immigrate to foreign geographies. When they take these credentials along with them, make them portable, digitally secure, and immutable. Now, when we were looking for solutions that can make it, we ended up with blockchain as a choice of solution for it. It was a tough one because blockchain has got a lot of bad reputation these days with Bitcoin and what's happening in that space. So it was we basically, since I am a technologist, it was an easy decision for me, saying that I looked at blockchain for its value as a technology, picked it up, and
we said that blockchain will do all this for you. Blockchain has the ability to make anything immutable and globally portable. Of course, it's a universally accepted language. And at the same time, it is secure for individuals as well. And that's what we created. We have created a digital ecosystem for individuals, employers, skilling organizations, corporates, all of them to come to one particular ecosystem or one ecosystem. And this ecosystem will allow them to exchange credentials of individuals with each other in such a way that they can trust it with blockchain as a foundation. That's our ecosystem, very once. Now this will move. Yes. Now, why very once? The idea is verify once and use it for a lifetime. Why do we exist today? Now, if you take an average IT professional, I come from IT profession, so I'm taking that as an example. An IT professional, from the time they graduate till the time probably 20, 30 years as a career, given the way in which people switch jobs in IT field, about 2 to 3 years they switch a job. So probably 5 to 6 times, 7 times on an average if the individual is switching jobs. Every time, because of various reasons, such as fraudulent documentation, other things that exist in the market today, every time this individual switches jobs, there is someone who's specifically hired and paid to do a verification. And this verification sometimes takes few days. As we are doing it today, I'm realizing, I don't want to name the universities, with some universities that we deal with right here in Hyderabad, it takes 3 weeks for us to verify. And when we are talking in a world where HR managers don't have more than a week to hire a person, 3 weeks to verify a credential is a long time. So, and that we are talking about money, we are talking about time, we are talking about various other aspects, which is making the system inefficient. Now, we are reducing all of that by saying you verify once on a blockchain and then keep sharing that report over and over as and when required, where the recipient of that report or the credential believes in blockchain, then we are reducing, exponentially reducing the time and cost involved in verification. And it's every time I spoke to people about this, I'm sure a lot of you will have the same opinion. We need to have all the universities in this country on this platform. We need to have as many employers as possible on the platform. That's when the platform will give the value that it has to give. And that's the journey that we have embarked on. I remember someone telling us that if people don't tell you that you're a fool or you are trying to do something very, very difficult to achieve, then you don't have a good mission statement for yourself. So we are proud of our mission statement that we would like to have as many employers. In fact, all the registered companies in this country and across the world on our platform, all the universities on our platform. We are working with an ecosystem of organizations. For example, we are working with DigiLocker here in India. We are integrated with DigiLocker. If credentials are issued on DigiLocker, they can be brought onto our platform and it can be made part of the ecosystem. We are working with clusters of companies in various industry sectors to bring them together onto our platform. So we are working towards that. And that's how we want to realize our dream of building a platform where you verify once and use it for a lifetime. And there is a good lag here. Okay. Now, since I'm talking to an education crowd, I thought I'd just make a single slide on how Veryonce can be a platform for an education organization or an academic institution as a partner from the time of admission to alumni. So I just quickly walk through this. Admission, at the time of admission, you can use Veryonce as your partner for verifying the documents of the students who you are bringing in, instead of doing all the paper registration process. I have seen in several universities on the day of admission, it's almost, I'm sure COVID has changed a lot of it with the technology transformation that it forced on us. But of course, this year, maybe we'll go back to our offline registrations, etc. When we are doing that, a big queue with a lot of documents and all that stuff, can we avoid all of that by using a digital platform? Veryonce can help you with that. DigiLocker documents, now CBSE and other boards are issuing on DigiLocker. Those documents can be electronically brought to you. And other credentials these students can upload onto the platform and share with you ahead of time. So admission can be enabled through Veryonce. Course delivery, during the course delivery process, not only academic transcripts, but also other extracurricular, co-curricular certificates, like the hackathon is a thing in the world today. I mean, everyone is part of it. A lot of students are participating in it. Can we issue hackathons kind of certificates on the digital platform with a blockchain certificate? Now, if you do that, then obviously when students go sit in a campus interview, those certificates or credentials are not going to be discounted. They know that it has a value because it's already pre-verified. So during the course delivery, you can use it as a mechanism to issue credentials of that nature. Campus recruitment, as I said, well ahead of time, all the credentials can be shared with the prospective employer who is visiting the campus in the form of folders. All the credentials can be electronically made available to them. They can check that, they can verify that, they can be sure about who they are talking to. This will certainly add a lot of value, and quality of the conversations would be better with the students because the employer has seen the verified credentials already. And then with respect to graduation, I would like to say this with a heavy heart, but whenever I speak, I mean, we work with foreign university as well. In fact, we work with a couple of universities in US, and many of you, I mean, I know Dr. Jamshed is sitting here. I'm sure he has some overseas experience as well. When we speak about Indian credentials in foreign universities, the first thing they say is, how do I get this verified? And unfortunately, with a heavy heart, I would say that we have been associated with fraudulent credential in some way or the other. And how do we erase that? And how do universities and educational organizations protect their name and brand identity? There are some universities that I don't want to name whose name is associated with such practices. How do you eliminate that? Now, DigiLocker is certainly a solution, but putting it on blockchain and then making it more visible to the world with digital verification possible right there on your website, I'm sure these things can be eliminated and the brand identity of the academic institutions can be protected. So that's why graduation is an important aspect. Of course, to your alumni, I mean, obviously, it doesn't give a good feeling that when my own college takes 3 weeks to verify my own credential while I'm waiting for a job offer to come to me. It's hopeless. I mean, it's just not acceptable, right? And I mean, today's world, education is provided as a service. Students have more options. The service or the help that we provide to alumni, I wouldn't use the word service, the help that we provide to the alumni is certainly a brand image that we are sending out to the society. So I think by providing better verification mechanisms for the credentials that we issue, it becomes easier. Now, this morning, there was some conversations about micro-credentialing. There was some talking about byte learning and all that stuff. The problems that we are facing today are going to be just made 10 times or 20 times the moment NEP comes into effect and people start reading or learning bits and pieces of things in different universities and combining them to a degree. Now you are talking about, we are talking about small, I mean, one student going through 10 different courses in 10 different universities and converting that into one degree later. And these problems are just going to probably multiply by 10 moment that happens. How do we avoid that? A technology platform like this can help you scale better with the credentials that you issue. And this is our product, what all we offer. We offer credential verification for academic credential certificates and other things that are issued. We offer employment verification or employee verification. This is for the corporates. They can verify the work experience, academic credentials of the individual. We offer credential evaluation. This is just an extension of an offering. We offer this to overseas universities. Indian credentials can be evaluated on our platform for their applicability to the overseas universities. And finally, credential management for basically issuing credentials on the platform and managing them better. That's our product suite. And I just skipped the last part, and that's us. That's a number to ID to reach me. We also have a booth here. Would be very happy to explain our product and offering to you more in detail, maybe show an online demo to you. You can log on to veryones.com. You can create an account for yourself right away, put your documents out there and see how you can verify it. That's our product. Any questions? I can take them now. Otherwise, I think for short of time, I'll conclude my speech here. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible? Can you hear me? Wonderful. So, respected dignitaries and everyone present here, this is Siddharth Dangi. I'm the founder and CEO of Mentogram. And at Mentogram, we are empowering lives one mentor at a time, right? I would like to ask a question to everyone, right? How many of you mentor mentor people or have a mentor in life? A show of hands. Wonderful. I can see many hands up, right? Let me take you to 2,500 years back. At that time, the Indian education system was a Guru Shishya Parampara, in which the Guru was the mentor to the Shishya in all aspects of his or her life, right? When you fast forward that to 2022, global tycoons like Robert Kiyosaki, Indra Nui, they have emphasized the role of mentors and coaches in their life. Now, mentorship has a very big role to play in today's skill gap, right? A lot of speakers today talked about the industry and education skill gap that we're having. And we believe that mentorship is one potential solution of it, right? Let me run you through some numbers. A study done by McKinsey and Company, right? It shows that 80% of engineers in India are unfit to take the job. As much as up to 87% of companies worldwide, they believe that they already have a skills gap or they're going to have one in the next 1 year. And this opportunity is huge, right? Because if we are able to tackle this, as a community, then we can add as much as up to $11.5 trillion to the global GDP by end of this decade. Now, the question here is that why mentorship is the solution? What's the power of mentorship, right? So, mentoring can help your students become a better leader. Mentoring can help connect your students with the industry relevant mentors, right? People who are already working on the ground. Mentorship can provide clarity to students on what they want in the career. You pick a random student up, he or she he'll have no idea on what they want to do, right? They are just following the herd. Mentorship can also help people master soft skills. That's very much the need of the hour, as well as improve their personal branding and help and empower other people. Majority of the millennials see mentoring as very, very crucial to the career success. But the reality is, a study done by Forbes, it shows that only 37% of millennials in the US, right, have access to quality mentorship. When it comes to countries like India and Southeast Asia, that's where we operate, the number is not even 1/10 of it, right? So that's where we have a big role to play. And that's exactly what our vision is, right? We want to reduce the skill gap in our current talent pool by providing them access to quality and affordable mentorship. We are here today to partner with institutes, universities, colleges, so that we can empower students one mentor at a time. Our mentors are from global institutes like TAI, ICF, NASCOM, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and lots of other private coaching and mentoring solutions that we have worked with them personally over the last 1 year, right? Very recently, we have also partnered with Steve Wozniak, who is the co-founder of Apple, in order to provide technology programs as a part of our mentorship offerings to the students through the universities and institutes we partner, right? So our offering, our solution is very simple, right? We want to partner with institutes, campuses, and we are having 3 layers of mentorship. Number 1 is mentoring clubs. So what are mentoring clubs, right? In the industry, in the business, we have a marketing department, we have a sales department, we have a tech department, we have a customer success department, we have a management department, right? So don't you guys think that students should learn that as a part of the curriculum when they're taking, their degree programs? So that is where our mentoring programs come in. The mentoring clubs will come in the picture, in which we have curated content from industry mentors, professionals, executives, and students will be getting access to industry level mentorship through these clubs. Number two, selected students will be part of an accelerated mentorship program that will be run by our industry mentoring partner. Post completion of the program itself, the company can decide whether to hire the student or not, right? Hence, improving their employability. And last, we are having accredited dual degree programs in which we partner with the institute, right? You guys will be our content partners, and then we are having the industry mentoring partners as well. So together, it's the perfect combination to provide to students dual degree programs. And guess what? We also have content partners from overseas whom we can partner. Why should students go to the US and Singapore or in other countries where we can actually provide that quality education, sitting in India, right? So these are the mentoring clubs that we're having as of now, right? From marketing, sales, to tech, to HR and management, entrepreneurship, finance and engineering. So these are the mentoring clubs that can be provided to students through the universities. Now, the question here is why you should partner with us, right? It's as simple as the mentoring. We believe that mentoring should be accessible to everyone. And hence, we, as a part of our offering, the access to mentoring clubs is absolutely free for all of your students, right? We believe that mentoring is something that should be accessible and affordable for students. Talking about creation, in the morning, we have Abhay, from the government of India, who talked about launching new age programs, right? He asked us a very important question that in the next decade or so, will the programs that we are running today in our campuses and institutions, will that be even relevant maybe 5 years or 10 years down the road, right? With things changing so rapidly, digital marketing, online, blockchain, crypto, these things are kind of AI, this kind of content marketing. So these are the new age programs that we help the university to run as a part of our accredited dual degree programs. And last but not the least, we want that education should be engaging. So we're having a completely gamified platform in which students will be getting rewards and points in order when they complete their program or when they're unlocking any certificates. Since we have launched last year, we have got more than 500 private and global institutes using our platform with more than 10,000 mentees impacted. The beauty about what we're doing is that 60% of the users, the program takers, are women, right? Women-based programs. So this is something we're really proud of. These are some of the people who are using our platform. So these are private institutes, private online education companies who are launching their mentorship programs through our platform. So this was a bit about our story, right? We would love to hear your story. What is your institute about? How we can partner? So this is my team, right? We are right there in the higher education booth. We would love to hear your story, see how we can help each other, how we can work with each other and empower our students. Our partners include some global names like TAI, AWS, NTU, Meet Ventures from Singapore. The process to partner is very simple. So what I'll do is I'll ask my team members to share with you a simple brochure that summarizes whatever I have said, right? So my team members can share the brochures. And as a part of it, that is our email. We are having a contact number. There's a QR code that you can scan. You can get in touch with me or my team member, and we can kind of curate a custom mentoring program and solution for your university and for your institute, right? So all in all, I look forward, kind of hearing your stories and empowering the student community one mentor at a time. Thank you.
Be here, Siddharth. Be here. Thank you so much, Siddharth. Very innovative thing you have mentioned. So obviously, we would like to get in touch and to know more in details. And with this, I would also like to call upon Mr. Sudarshan Tyagarajan, CEO, very once here on the stage. He's available. Mr. Sudarshan Tyagarajan. And I would all to give away mementos to both our speakers from the industry. I would like to call upon Dr. Shri Rajiv Gupta ji, Commissioner and Director Higher Education, Government of Punjab, to hand over the memento. So, Shri Rajiv Gupta ji to hand over memento to Siddharth Dangi, founder and CEO Mentogram, very young entrepreneur, and to Mr. Sudarshan Tyagarajan, CEO Verivance. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So, moving ahead to the last panel discussion, but not the least, we have a very important topic here on creating a framework for research-ready institutes and future-ready workforce. Very needed, very much needed. And for this, I would like to call upon the stage the moderator of this panel discussion, Dr. A. Bhalla, Additional Director, Higher Education Department, Government of Punjab. Srinivas Rao Mahankali, CEO, T-Hub, Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. C.D. Naidu, Principal, VNR, Vignan Jyoti Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad. Dr. G.V.R. Ravindra, Principal and Professor, Vardhaman College of Engineering, Hyderabad. Dr. Beena T., Director, Happy Valley Business School, Coimbatore. Dr. K. Prakash, Principal, Vagdevi College of Engineering, Warangal, if he is available. So with this, I would like to give the stage to Dr. A. Bhalla, Additional Director, Higher Education Department, Government of Punjab. Sir, over to you. And we can wrap the session by 7. The award ceremony event starts. By 7:10.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to moderate this very important session. Since morning, we are discussing about the higher education dissemination of knowledge. Basically, this part is concerned with the creation of knowledge. If we look at our educational institutions, universities across India, I think lakhs of students are given PhD degrees every year by various universities. Number of theses are submitted. But as far as our patents are concerned, particularly in the science, the number is very minimum as compared to the other countries like Japan, USA, UK, and China even. So it's a very serious concern because research is very, very important. Mr. Siddharth was talking about the Guru Shishya Parampara, and he was talking that in the 2500 years ago, this aspect was prevailing. At that time, every aspect of the knowledge was based on the research. If Dronacharya asked Arjun to hit the naked eye on the tree of a bird, so that means he must have conducted some kind of research on this aspect to make the students more learned. I think this aspect is missing in our educational institutions. Though we have done good research in the field of science and technology, in the field of space, but still, if we see the number as compared to other countries, that is minimum. Why we are not in a position to create research-based organizations and the institutions in India, and particularly in the social sciences, there is much fakeness in the field of research. If you find out various theses which are presented in the universities, apart from that, even after submitting these theses, we are not in a position to solve our social issues. Basically, the research in the social science is conducted on the various social issues. That's an area of concern where I think now we are moving toward next century. And with the advancement of knowledge, we have to compete with the other countries also. How to be future ready in the field of research, how to create research-based educational institutions. Because as far as our national education policy is concerned, they are talking about multidisciplinary institutions that we have to focus on so that the environment of research can be created in the universities and institutions. Though the research funding is one of the very, very important aspects, but apart from that, we have to think, apart from funding, the enabling environment is needed for research in the educational institutions. So our panel will be discussing all these issues in this session. So my first question to the first panelist, Mr. Srinivas Rao, CEO T-Hub Hyderabad, Telangana. Sir, my first question is, as far as the Niti Aayog is concerned, in its recent report, it has recommended substantial increase in expenditure on research and development. Spending on research and development, because UGC is also funding, CSIR is also providing funds for doing the research in the universities. Apart from research and funding for the research and development, what efforts we should make in this regard, apart from research, so that we can create an enabling environment in the field of research in the institutions?
Thank you, Dr. Bala. Thank you, Dr. Bala, and I'll first start with some data points, to basically kind of outline for our audience here the magnitude of the challenge ahead of us. Very recent Niti Aayog report, which I'm sure you are referencing, is our total 3 data points which I'll talk about. First is our total expenditure, gross expenditure on R&D is 0.8%, okay, which is abysmal. Even if you compare with the so-called other BRIC countries, right? Brazil, Russia, China. China is about 2.5%. And of course, no comparison to countries like Israel, where it is 4.5%. So our overall gross expenditure is substantially lower than everybody else. I'll give you that as a data point. Second data point, which I thought I'll cover, is if you look at our innovation index, right? India has improved. We are now 46. We used to be 48 a couple of years ago. We have now got to 46. Right. The third data point, which I thought I'll share with you, is with respect to our per capita expenditure on R&D. It is $43 compared to most middle and higher income countries are spending anywhere between $200 to $500. Right. So that's a challenge. And one last data point before so if you look at the top 2,500 global R&D spenders, okay, India has only 26 in the top 2,500, which means less than 1% is Indian entities. One. And second is, even if you take those 26, 19 are from 3 sectors, which is pharma, automobile, and software. Okay. So the rest of it, you take agri, you take several other sectors, we are not there. Okay, that is one point. The other point I wanted to make is even this 0.8% we are talking about of GDP, which we are spending on R&D, a lot of it is being driven by government. Okay, and I think it's fair to say today that private sector participation is still abysmally low. Okay, so I think the government is doing all it can. The government has obviously so many challenges to defense, problems of hunger, sanitation, so healthcare, so many other problems to solve. So I think the one thing I would say is the private sector has to step up. While there has been some moves, government has had at one point of time, I think there was 150% extended towards R&D, which was cut back to 100. But even today, you find, except maybe those three sectors which I talked about, pharma, auto, and software, I don't think we are doing cutting edge research. It's also a function of do we have pools of patient capital? For example, if you're doing cutting edge work in several areas of frontier science, be it space, be it genomics, or cancer cure or any such thing, those take time, require deep pockets, and require patient capital. So that's where I think we have a challenge.
Absolutely right, sir. As far as the research funding is concerned, absolutely, you have rightly said that 0.8% of the GDP we are spending on it. There are large number of reports, sir, even we are spending minimum. There are large number of unutilized research grants by the research funding agencies. There are no people who are giving the right kind of proposals for doing the research in the field. Even if you look at the CSIR, even you look at the University Grants Commission or Department of Science and Technology, sometimes they are not finding the right projects to fund. So the amount remain unutilized. Again, I will emphasize that apart from funding, we have to do something to motivate the people to create an enabling environment in our educational institutions, because most of our educational institutions, they are just doing research in the name of the research only, just to show the fancy pictures. We have a chance to visit so many private universities as a member of the Board of Governance and Board of Management. When they present their reports, one of the universities was saying that in a year, in one single year, they have 600 research paper in accredited journals which are reputed at the national level, international level. But apart from that, our issues remain the issues in the social sector, particularly in the field of society, in the field of agriculture, in the field of other problems related to industry. Common problems of the people. So it means they are not solved. So it means first we need to have an enabling environment. Second is there are reports that countries like South Korea, Japan, US spend huge amount of research and development. My second question to the next panelist, Dr. Balaram, Principal Siddharth Institute of Technology and Sciences, is that though the other countries are spending huge amount, can we emulate their model of research and development, or should it chart on the indigenous model, or should we have some indigenous model of research for our institutions so that we can promote the research?
Yeah. So thank you, sir. See, first of all, we just have to understand some numbers here. The country is really spending a lot of money in R&D as well as innovation. But I just give you one example. Most of you heard about Professor Shannon. He's a Stanford University professor, and basically he worked in communication field. And in his lifetime, he published only 7 publications. So would he come to India? Probably if he apply any post. Normally we don't offer any post to him because he has only 7 publications in his entire tenure of 70 years at Stanford University. Because very small number, 7 publications in entire life is not so good. But we must understand that he's a Nobel Prize winner. And today, if you are enjoying 5G communications and 4G communications, he's the father of communications, and he's the person behind that particular work. So the indigenous framework that normally what actually we are adopting, we just have to move away from it, and then we need to really understand that sometimes the quality is very, very important rather than the quantity of it. So India is really hub for a lot of innovations, and a couple of days back, MSR sir was also there, that in task in Hyderabad, Honorable IT Minister KT Ramarao sir introduced one concept called Intinta Innovator. A true translation for that is, one innovator from every house. So such kind of activities, and we have to really bring, and that awareness we have to bring in the student community as well as in the faculty community to understand the importance of the research, innovation, plus quality. Plus, very important thing is ethical numbers. So otherwise, these things will really drag us into the other kind of setup where, people really talk about the numbers. So how many publications you have this year? 30, 40. When we are doing PhD, getting 2 or 3 publications are very, very tough. Now they are now having with 100, 200 with H-index and a lot of other things. So numbers are very, very important. They are spending a lot of money, but at the same time, the quality is also very important. The framework that what we have, we just have to move slightly, we just have to nurture into our community thing. Otherwise, spending a lot of money on a particular research, ending with no result is really a big challenge. As you simply said that now, there are a lot of money at DST, but no correct persons to do such kind of the project. So therefore, that key points, so awareness in those key research points, we have to really inculcate, and accordingly, the curriculum must also be changed, whatever that we have, because sometimes, as in educators, our hands are really tightened with other things because we have our own limits and we cannot really cross to really bring such kind of the innovations into the curriculum. But awareness, creating the awareness and cutting into, addressing the cutting edge technologies are very, very important. So that's my point.
Thank you, sir. So according to my point of view, the creation of research bent of mind is very much necessary in the minds of the students when they are doing graduation or post-graduation studies. Basically, I remember when we were doing the post-graduation, there was complete emphasis on research bent of mind, and papers of research methodology and one research project was also compulsory. That was some kind of training to create an interest of the students in the field of research. Now, research is taken as just an additional part of the study, not as a compulsory part of their career option. So that things need to be, I think, taken carefully. Next question, which is very important to discuss, as Dr. Saab has already said, that most of the institutions are focusing on getting the research funding from the government-led organizations like University Grants Commission or CSIR or the Department of Science and Technology. India has a large network of the industries, and most of the problems relating to the social sciences, particularly in the field of management, in the field of HR, in the field of marketing, the problems are related with our industry. Why not our educational institutions are tying up with the industry partner to do the research? Today in this World Education Summit, most of the companies or the service providers which are providing services in the field of education are there. My question to all of them is, why not industry is coming forward for sponsoring the research projects of good educational institutions? Even our educational institutions can be a partner to solve the problems of the industry by providing the right kind of researchers to the industry, and they can present their project and get the fundings from there. What efforts are needed to do it, sir? How can we attract the industry? So this is my question to Dr. C.
Thank you, sir. So before answering that question, So everything around moves around faculty, whether you want to do publications, research, funding, getting funding to the institutions, faculty plays a role there. So in the recently released NIRF rankings have been given by the, I can call it as MHRD, across the country. So in that report, if you scrutinize that, so they dealt with about 6 factors. So 6 factors, if you see, I'm from engineering background, engineering college. So across the country, institutions that maintain 1:10 faculty ratio is only 3 institutions. So between 11 and 20 ratio with student and faculty ratios, it will be around 386 institutions. About 32% of entire institutions will maintain that kind of a ratio with reference to students and faculty. So we can imagine how much the faculty strengths that the individual institutions have, and rest of the other institutions of thousands are far below that 1:20. About that. So, and then per capita, per student expenditure that institutions are spending is far less. This year it has come down still further. So about 66,000 per student per institution, if you take average, the national average. And research publications, if it comes across in engineering domain, rest of the domain, the number, about 199,000 plus research publications are published in the engineering domain across the country. Total, I'm talking about. Out of which, top 100 institutions, if you take in engineering category, so about 131 publications have come from top 100 institutions in engineering domain. So approximately contributing 66% of publications in engineering domain itself is only from the top 100 institutions. So that is a fact. And research output that if you talk about, as you said, that research output is nothing but the funding comes. So most of the productive publications is only 48,000 coming out of about, if I'm correct, 11 institutions or 12 institutions. And medium productive publications is about 49,000-50,000 will be coming around from 30 institutions. So these are all the 4 factors, and 5th factor comes about engineering. I'm talking about, not other institutions. About 1181 eligible institutions, if you take it, citations for the publications. If you take it, highly cited publications comes from the top 100 institutions. Is about 71% of citations comes from these institutions. So like that, another parameter, about 6.93% of world publications is coming from this engineering domain from Indian continent or India. So in each of the institutions, so that some incentive also to be provided for faculty to do those industry-sponsored research projects. As you said, industry also should a step forward to get some industry institutions interaction. We'll be every time talking about industry interaction, but nothing comes except from the dais. So that's the reason why we need to have a separate cell which goes to the institutions, should go to the industry and request them or talk to them. This is what our capabilities that institution has. Please provide the things. And the other way around is the industries are as you said, societal problems are not being solved. So there should be some platform where a list of societal problems and industry problems are available, where any of the institutions interested, they can take it up as a project by themselves by self-funding, or they can submit proposals through that to that particular industry so that they can get funding for that particular project by the faculties. So either of these two things are happening but in a weak mode. So you have to make it much stronger. Collaboration with the industry in the and also see that any CSR funding also should come for the institutions from the industry. Either academia or research wings can be funded by the industry CSR funds. So research labs in the domain, we generally institutions, how do we develop our laboratories? We develop our laboratories based on the things that are being required for the academic purposes. And so if you develop a laboratory on the faculty interest, this particular faculty is interested in work, as you said, the other speakers earlier, as I said, blockchain, AML, data science, cybersecurity. So whatever the area that a faculty interests and their laboratory is being set up by the institutions, in relevant with the faculty expertise that is available, that gives you much more enthusiasm for the faculty. So that is where we are establishing laboratories which may not exactly match the interests of the faculty. So that is how funding and publications may not match together. So solving societal problems through research, students' clubs also to be made to work towards these climatal changes and welfare, sustainable goals, all that. So that some kind of a student participation in the research and funding will also come. So as I said, multidisciplinary research institutions has to be developed. That's why NEP said faculty will be under confusion whether we want to do research or whether we want to teach. So that kind of a thing, both must be there, but that's the reason why NEP is also nowadays saying that teaching universities, research universities, and then graduate or degree awarding autonomous institutions. So they are made into 3 categories, and then probably it may come sooner or later for implementation. So we have to train the faculty towards industry problem solving and also research towards research. We don't train faculty in the research domain areas. So probably some kind of we may train to how to teach and what to teach and what kind of teaching methodologies for. We never taught any faculty or conduct workshops or conduct faculty development programs on research. What kind of research can be done and what kind of research to be carried out by the faculty in the respective institutions. So industry collaborations, as you said, is most in the respective domains. Faculty has to explore, industry also has to explore. Actually, finally, whatever faculty is teaching, those students are going and working in the industry, earning billions of dollars. So why not the industry has come forward and fund the institutions or the faculties so that they can develop from there, they will be useful to the industry, or vice versa. There's a mutual give and take policy must be available. So with these few words, thank you for giving the opportunity on this occasion.
I think, Dr. Saab, you have rightly said that industry engagement in the educational institution for research is very much necessary. But from the long 25-year experience of working with the industry as a professor in a college, I have experienced that industry will not come on its own to the educational institutions. We have to engage them. But we are doing in the educational institution, we are going to the industry for begging the bowl. We are going there to construct some infrastructure in our colleges, getting the donations. We have to involve the industry in a skillful way so that they should feel that this is our institution, this is an institution which is in our area, and it is our responsibility to contribute something positively and creatively for the development of higher education, particularly in the field of research. Now, there are college management committees as per the RUSA guideline, Rashtriya Uchtar Shiksha Abhiyan. I have found in many of the colleges, most of the colleges, none of the member of industry is involved as a member or as a chairman or vice chairman of that committee. Unless and until you involve them. Now in this workshop also, in this summit also, we have involved so many industry partners. we have given them due recognition by allowing them to make presentation of their areas so that they can also get mileage. So unless and until you involve the industry in such a skillful way that they should think that every penny they are going to spend for this institution is going to pay them back in one way or the another. This is one thing. Mostly in the board of management, senate and syndicate of the various universities, minimum number of industry partners are involved. That is the need of the hour, that we should involve them. So until and unless we involve them, there cannot be industry engagement. They will not be coming to you. Secondly, you have to build a confidence in the minds of the industry that your faculty is competent enough that if you involve them, they are going to solve their problems which they are facing by conducting some kind of surveys or by conducting some kind of research. This is the need of the hour which we need to do. Another question related to the research is, now in these days, data is considered to be a new oil. Artificial intelligence learning management is very, very on the high direction these days. Now, our educational institution, what efforts they should make so that this data asset, they should more and more positively create for their organization and encash for the welfare of their education institution. This is my question to Madam Dr. K. Prakash.
So good evening. This being the last session, and I'm almost the last person to present, I think I'm very lucky today. So most of the points are being taken, and I guess I will have to connect many dots to answer his question. So first of all, research, we all know it's a search and a research. It's about discovery. But then again, we talk about research, but with the same old methods, the same old tools, the same old guides, the same old everything. And we want something new. How is that possible? So that's the first one. The second is in terms of, the students who would become employees tomorrow. Now, why are they that important after all? We are talking about future-ready workforce, but what is this future-ready workforce, or who is this workforce? I think workforce was defined as some employee who used to contribute to an organizational success. Today, it is not just your traditional employees. It's also your contingent workforce, like your gig workers, your contractual people, your freelancers, and then again, your non-living employees, like your machines and robots, your drones. So all these together contribute to organizational success. So then, for a student who steps out of an institution, his contribution is only around 1/3, let us say 30 to 40%. So what is it that he should have? And how is it that we are going to contribute as a teacher or as an institution? How are we going to give it to him? Well, there are so many things that can be done. First thing is, we are talking about students and institutions. Personally, I might be very tough and rough here, but I think teachers need to change. Disruption has come everywhere. Disruption has come in transport, in energy, in communication, in everything. And when it comes to education, we are still talking about how to change students. We are not talking about how to change faculty members. We still want to continue with the old methods and then get great results, which I'm sure will never happen. So there are two kinds of research which all of us know. One is your basic research and applied research. In educational institutions, what happens is basic research. That is, we contribute unnecessarily to an existing set of knowledge which everybody knows. The same topic, the same dissertation, the same everything, and we need something mind-blowing. Applied research, unfortunately, is taken on by the corporates. If you look at an example of Samsung over a period of maybe I think around 10 years, had filed 7,500 patents. And among that, 3,500 from India alone. All because they wanted to, manage their IP, and they wanted to be number one in whatever field they are in. So basic research, applied research, where are we? I think we need to move into something which is called your action research, which has also been there for quite some time, which we would know it as ethnographical research. That is, be where there is action. About social sciences, there are so many things happening in society. There are so many problems that we can solve. That I think if a student is asked to do that, he would very happily go about doing it, rather than ask him to do something which he is not interested in. And on top of all that, a faculty looks at a student as if the student is the data for his or her publication. I'm so sorry again. So again, the data that you collect from a student should go into a publication, which is a so-called research, which again will have data. And then it's today the culture is publications. Either you publish or you perish. So what happens is, as you said, the count of research articles. Somebody said, no, not all that can be counted counts, and not all that counts can be counted. So we have to be very clear, what is it that we need? And once we know that, we can always go ahead doing it. If you look at the demographic dividend that somebody was talking about in the morning, all of us know demographic dividend. Yeah, he was asking whether it's going to be a disaster. We do not know. Because moving from demographic dividend, we also have something where there are statistics which says less than 40% of them are actually employable. So what's the point in having this demographic dividend? So whatever we have, if we can do something about it to manage in this hybrid workforce that we have, I think that would cut ice. I was just in conversation with a professor of a university who, the university is ranked in the top 5 in NIRF. And he was telling me, of course, no problem in mentioning the name of the company. So Bosch, around 5 years ago, used to come to their university asking for students, 70% from mechanical, 20% from computer science, and 10% from electronics or electrical. Today, just after 3-4 years, it's just the reverse. They want 70% from computer science, 20% from electronics, and 10% only from mechanical. So what the university has done now is to go in for a major and minor specialization. So you learn mechanical engineering. In that, you can choose whatever major specialization, but also do a minor specialization in Python or maybe your AI or whatever sticks. So today, everything is changing. But as I again come back to the point that I started, I think the teachers need to change first. Thank you.
Absolutely right. If the data is accurate, then it is an asset. If the data is inaccurate or forged, then it's a liability also. That is the thing which we are doing in our universities. On one topic, same objective, there are large number of PhD theses. And in different universities, people are doing with the same objectives, same data set, same conclusions are drawn, and already that research is done 5 years back. And then we are producing the research. So I think these aspects need to be taken care of by our educational institutions, our regulatory bodies like University Grants Commission or the new body which is going to be formed now. Now they have to take into account, though certain efforts has been made by the UGC for avoiding all those fake researchers into the faculty recruitment, but there's a lot need to be done, because whatever they have done, there are loopholes in that also, and people are encashing them for the benefit of their personal interest. That needs to be taken care of. One aspect which is remaining, just 1 minute from every panel member, I would like their comment on public-private partnership in the research. We have large number of network of private universities now. They have established huge network, huge infrastructure in the field of science and technology. Even in our Punjab, there are 3 important universities. One is Chandigarh University, Lovely Professional University, Chitkara University. They have established a very modern infrastructure for doing the research in the field of science and technology. There are other states also. What needs to be done now, that every state now, for sharing the research infrastructure, should declare some of their labs as state level science labs or state level research laboratories, so that the people from across the various institutions can go there and get the benefit out of it. So my first comment from you, sir.
Sir, thank you. See, actually, the main point here is that every state has their own, public research institutes. They have their own research labs. So the government has to come forward and then collaborate these research institutes to the colleges, and then we can reduce this particular gap. That's the first point. But the other point is that though the infrastructure is there in some private universities, but I'm a little bit skeptical whether they come forward to share their infrastructure with the other private engineering colleges due to this. First of all, the ranking system, because if I share my research, they may cross. So these kind of egos are also there in certain group. But keeping those points aside, but the first thing is the state government should come forward and then share the knowledge to the universities with the private engineering colleges. This can reduce the gap, but that cannot really work out in the long period. And every institute must have their own infrastructure to develop their own research. For that, from the central government,
Now, there is a nodal body called RICH, which has been constituted. It is set up as a Section 8 not-for-profit entity, and they are focusing on a few sectors. And this is an entity which is now about 3 or 4 years old. So right now focused on a few sectors, agriculture, mobility, and sustainability. These are currently the core sectors for this. The whole intent there is twofold. One is how do you innovation from the lab to the market, right? So that's one key area. How do you bring out innovation from the lab to the market? And second is how do you ensure adequate engagement between academia, industry type of thing. So for example, if you take healthcare, we have 14 large, corporate and large government hospitals here. So for example, anybody doing work in healthcare, access to data, access to being able to do clinical trials, this entity is facilitating, right? So it's a baby steps, but I think in some ways the initiative which we've taken here in Telangana is one of its kind and worthy of probably emulation and study by other states.
Thank you, sir. Please.
As you said, to public and private partnership, private institutions, we have, as you said, your top universities in Punjab. Getting research funding from public funding agencies like DSTA is difficult these days than that of the public funded institutions. Getting funding is easier. So there is a disparity that always exists. Instead of giving it to private sector institutions, so they prefer to give public sector institutions, education institutions, research funding. So it's a difficult to get funding for the private institutions. They have self-generated funding only happens currently. Mostly depends on self-funding through tuition fee and probably some consultancy work that they do it for the government and other sectors. So to happen, great funding that should come for the private institutions is only through industry, as we said, private to private should happen. Than public to private is difficult. So our faculty, as you said, faculty should get educated and then get motivated and then get, as you said, we should go on beg and polling to the industry and get funding for the institutions. So there's the only way current channel that exists to get larger funding in the funding for research and doing social impact projects to carry out in the public sector, private sector institutions.
So I don't know, India is supposed to be a poor country, but if you look at unused infrastructure, I think it's a maximum in education. You have so many buildings of schools and colleges lying unutilized. So first things first, I think we need to fill that up. And that is possible if we can go in for your PPP, that is your public-private partnership. So you can bring in some private partner to run this public infrastructure, most of it again being government ones. Of course, now private organizations are also joining the bandwagon, especially after COVID, with many institutions closing down. So that's the first point that I would wish to make. The second is, unless you think it is your own, will you invest time, money, energy in it? So when a private partner comes and takes on either the infrastructural running of it or the operational part of it, then he has that belongingness. When I say he, it's a corporate. So once you get the belongingness, then you feel you need to give back. How would I give something to someone who I do not know anything about? So just like that, we go and say, come on, give me some research work to do. Nobody's going to give me that. So once you feel, right, this is the right place and I have the right resources and this is where I can get research done, I could do it. You have your CSR funds, which are very beautifully used by many of the top organizations today, only because it is compulsory. Maybe at the higher levels, if the government can say, okay, spend so much on research from academic institutions, it could happen. Otherwise, moving from this side, yes, the top universities and institutions might be able to do. Actually, with this PPP, your 100% FDI, I think, was a result of your public-private partnership. Again, all the bigger universities were able to, capitalize on that. But what about others? The National Institutes of Eminence came in because of public-private partnership. So all this is possible only for the creamy layer. So what about the rest? And again, just like the disproportion that we have among the wealthy in India, it's only the 1% who have more than 50% of the wealth. Similarly, in educational institutions, it's a cream of the institutions who can actually do all this. So first thing is, I think our objectives need to be very clear. Is it for that 1% or is it for the rest? And that, I think, small fishes cannot do anything about it. It's the big ones who need to plan for it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So this panel discussion conclude with the remarks that though research is very important for the progress of this country, but we need an enabling environment. Number one. Number two, our educational institutions, the mindset has to be changed. If we talk about the public-private partnership, then the mindset of both the aspects should be absolutely clear. The public organizations, the governmental organizations should not think that these private organizations will get a mileage out of it and they will steal the show. Similarly, the private organization has to think other way around, that these public organizations has been created out of the taxes which they have paid it. They should own it in this way. If both the organizations join hands, we can change the landscape of research in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all the eminent panelists sitting over here. So it was a very good interactive session where we heard about all the problems and challenges and solutions for today. And it was, though, the last panel discussion of today's event, but very worthwhile here. So with this, I would like to invite Shri Lal Mingyana sir, Director, Skills Development Mission, Government of Mizoram, to hand over the speaker memento to our eminent panelist today. Can I invite Shri Lal Mingriana, Director, Department of Labor and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of Mizoram. Sir. I would like him to give away memento to Dr. A. Bhala, our wonderful moderator of today, Additional Director, Higher Education Department, Government of Punjab. Shri Srinivas Rao Mankadi, CEO T-Hub, Hyderabad. Dr. C.D. Naidu, Principal, VNR Vignan Jyoti Institute of Engineering and Technology, Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. J.V.R. Ravindra, Principal and Professor, Vardhaman College of Engineering, Hyderabad. Dr. Veena T, Director, Happy Valley Business School, Coimbatore. Thank you so much. And can I request all the panelists to have a formal photograph? Sir, can I request you to stay back and we can have a photograph? I'm losing it. So moving on to most exciting session of today, that is the award ceremony for all the higher educational institutes and corporates. I would like to invite all the corporates and higher educational institutes to stay back here and we can start the award ceremony for this evening. Thank you. Thank you.
So it has been a long day today since morning 9:30, 9:50 to be precise when we started the 24th edition of World Education Summit, which is brought to you by Let's Technomedia in partnership with Education Department of Government of Telangana, Madhya Pradesh being the state partner, Indonesia and Switzerland being the country partners. It has been truly a privilege and honor host here a galaxy of academicians, education administrators, policymakers from both the government of India as well as state level. We also had participation from select international agencies. We are fortunate to have the Consulate General of Indonesia here as a state partner, country partner. Plus, we are also joined by Swissnex in India, the Swiss Consulate General in Bangalore. Throughout the day, we discussed on the various aspects of transformation in the education sector, both in the higher as well as in the school. We had two different tracks, different hall for school education and different hall for higher and technical education. And the deliberations will continue tomorrow as well. As we end the day one proceedings of today's conference, we now enter into the most exciting part of the entire agenda. This excitement has been building up, and this will reach its climax tomorrow evening, same time, in the form of ILETS Innovation Awards. In today's edition of the ILETS Innovation Awards, we will be recognizing, we'll be honoring एक कैमरा के पास थोड़ा शोर कम मचाओ. In today's edition of ILETS Innovation Awards, we'll be recognizing and we'll be honoring some of the torch bearers in the higher education space, from corporate, then higher education, and also the governance, the government sector. And in tomorrow's edition, we'll be honoring and recognizing some of the path-breaking initiatives in the school segment. Before we begin the awards, I will request the technical team to play the WS video once again. And after the video, the order of the awards will be that we'll be first be honoring the government departments. We have a jury had selected 5 departments from 3 states. Some of these honors we'll be giving tomorrow. And today we'll be honoring 2 state governments, 2 state government departments. Thereafter, we'll move on to Higher Education Leadership Awards. Then we go to the Corporate Awards. So this would be the order of the flow. So before we start we commence this award ceremony, a small video on WES by the technical team. Let me invite the Consul General of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Andres Septomo, on the stage to present the first award, the ILETS Innovation Awards in Governance. I would also like to request Mr. Rajiv Gupta, an IAS officer from Punjab Cadre, Director of Higher Education Department, to confer the 2 awards for government leaders here. The first award for government sector initiatives in skill development. This goes to Department of Labor Employment, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of Mizoram. Let me invite Mr. K. Lal Hingmiana, Director of the Department. Let me invite the Editor-in-Chief and CEO of Illets Technomedia, Dr. Ravi Gupta, also here on the stage. The next award in the category of Government Sector Initiative in Digital Learning. This goes to Department of Higher Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Let me invite Mr. Deepak Singh, an IAS officer of Madhya Pradesh cadre, Commissioner Higher Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Department of Higher Education bagged this award for the project E-Shiksha. In the context of national education policy, more than 800 e-contents in Hindi and English languages were prepared and uploaded on LMS portal for major subjects of first-year undergraduates. Similarly, 505 e-contents in Hindi and English language for major subjects of second year 2 of the graduation level were prepared and uploaded on the E-Shiksha LMS portal, Learning Management System portal. These videos, lectures, and e-texts can be accessed by students as well as teachers in their mobile phones. For this, we congratulate the Department of Higher Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh once again. Now we move on to the Higher Education Leadership Awards category. In this, the first award goes to the Vice Chancellor of Avantika University, Ujjain, Dr. Nitin Rane. Category Iconic Leadership Award. Iconic Leadership, Dr. Nitin Rane, Vice Chancellor, Avantika University, Ujjain. Under the category Top Entrepreneurship Award in Higher Education goes to the Group President of Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai, Dr. Sandeep Anand. The Vice Chancellor receiving the award on behalf of Dr. Sandeep Anand. The next award goes to Mrs. Jayanti Radhakrishnan, Managing Director, Shri Muthu Kamaran Institute of Technology, Chennai, under the category Excellence in Industry Academia Interface. Mrs. Jayanti Radhakrishnan. Dr. Shyam on behalf of Mrs. Jayanti Radhakrishnan. Professor Dr. N. Velumurugan, Principal Meenakshi Ammal Dental College and Hospital, Chennai, Best Academic Leadership Award, Southern Region. Next award for Outstanding Leadership Award in Education Sector, Dr. Vahini Devi, Director, Vagdevi Colleges, Warangal. Dr. Vahini Devi, Outstanding Leadership Award in Education. Award for Excellence in Research, Dr. M. Sundarraj, Head of Department, Faculty of Aeronautical Engineering, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Dr. M. Sundarraj.
Warning.
Best Academician cum Administrator of the Year. The award goes to Professor Dr. K. V. Rajshekhar, Dean, Meenakshi Medical College Hospital and Research Institute, Kanchipuram. Professor Dr. K. V. Rajshekhar. Congratulations.
Warning.
Award for Excellence for Women Empowerment through Education. The award goes to Mrs. Jayanti Radhakrishnan, Managing Director, Shri Muthu Kumaran Medical College Hospital and Research Institute, Chennai. The next award for excellence for academic leadership in higher education goes to Professor Dr. C. Prithika, Registrar, Meenakshi Academy of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Education Technology 2022, Meenakshi Academy of Higher Education and Research, Chennai.
Message 1.
Excellence in medical education. Excellence in medical education. Again, Bharat Medical College and Hospital, Chennai. Excellence in online teaching, Jain Online. The next award for Outstanding Engineering Institute for promoting industry academia interface goes to Jaimukhi Institute of Technological Sciences, Warangal. Most Promising Pharmacy Institute in India, Vagdevi College of Pharmacy, Warangal. Most Promising Pharmacy Institute in India.
Welcome to your voicemail messaging service.
Excellence in online learning, Vigyan Online. Excellence in online learning, Vigyan Online. Vigyan Online. Anybody is coming? Okay. Fine. For the next set of awards, let me invite on the stage our Commissioner for Higher Education, Government of MP, Mr. Deepak Singh once again, as well as Senior Advisor from Niti Aayog, Dr. Shashank Shah. The next set of awards to be given by them in the category of Higher Education Awards. I thank Mr. Rohit and Excellency Septono both for coming here. This award for excellence in course and curriculum design goes to Bharat Institute of Higher and Research, Faculty of Computer Science, Chennai. Excellence in course and curriculum design, Bharat Institute of Higher Research, Faculty of Computer Science, Chennai. Excellence in digital learning, Hindustan Code. Hindustan Code, excellence in digital learning. Excellence for outstanding contribution to environmental sustainability, Meenakshi Academy of Higher Education and Research, Chennai. Outstanding Pharmacy Institute, with best placements. Vagdevi Pharmacy College, Warangal. Excellence in Course and Curriculum Design, School of Allied Health Sciences, Vinayak Mission Research Foundation, deemed to be University Salim. Outstanding Medical Institute in South India, Sri Lakshmi Narayan Institute of Medical Sciences, Puducherry. Most Promising Management Institute in India, Happy Valley Business School, Coimbatore. Best Aero School 2022, Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Department of Aeronautical Engineering. Outstanding Institute with excellent skill infrastructure in Telangana, Vagdevi Engineering College, Warangal.
I'm going to use whatever stands. I mean, if we go in the studio, you got an SP1200, you got an S950, you got any of the Akai MPC series, Mochi, Triton, it doesn't matter, dog. You go in the studio with me, we going to make beats.
Outstanding University providing global exposure, Woxen University. Woxen University. Outstanding University for providing global exposure. I can't see him. We move on. Outstanding Engineering Institute for Research and Innovation, Vardhaman College of Engineering, Hyderabad.
I know y'all remember this joint. Sampling is an art form.
Excellence in Industry Academia Interface, Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Fine Arts University. Anyone? No. We move on. Sorry. Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Fine Arts University, getting the award for excellence in Industry Academia Interface.
I mean, if we go in the studio, you got an SP1200, you got an S950, you got any of the Akai MPC.
Recognition for excellent faculty among universities, Mahindra University.
And it doesn't matter, dog. You go in the studio with me, we gonna make beats. I use whatever is there. But right now, I'm gonna show you how to start. Right now, I'm gonna show you how to start. Right now, I'm gonna show you how to start. Right now, I'm gonna show you how to start. Right now, I'm gonna show you how to start.
Outstanding Degree and Postgraduate College in Telangana, Vagdevi Degree and Postgraduate College, Warangal. Leading University in Innovation, Technology, and Entrepreneurial Mindset, ICFI Group. Award for Leading University in Innovation, Technology, and Entrepreneurial Mindset, ICFI Group. And the last award in the Higher Education Leadership category, Emerging University in India, goes to Dr. C.V. Raman University, Vaishali, Bihar.
Sampling is an art form.
So that was the end of the award category in the higher education segment. Now we move on to the corporate awards, and there we are having 7 awards. And for this set of corporate awards, let me invite on stage our next guests. Mohammad Ashraf Bhatt, Special Secretary, Department of Skill Development, J&K Government. And Director, Department of Labor, Employment, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of Mizoram, K. Lal Mingyana. We move on. Under the Corporate Awards category, category is Innovative Assessment Tool Providers. Yeah, Director is there. Mr. Lal Mingyana, please join us. The award goes to Magnetic Infotech under the category Innovative Assessment Tool Providers. Magnetic Infotech. During COVID pandemic, many states cancelled their examinations, but not the state of Telangana. Telangana universities conducted their examinations. Magnetic Infotech helped the universities in digitizing the books and evaluating from examination point of view using technology as the base. This helped the universities to declare their results on time, saving one full academic year. Corporate awards. First corporate award, Magnetic Infotech. We move on. The next award for under the category Leading NEP Solution Provider for School Education goes to Singhania Education Services Limited. Singhania Education Services Limited, Leading NEP Solution Provider for School Education. Next award under the category Innovation in Pedagogical Practices goes to Infinity Learn by Sri Chaitanya. Infinity Learn by Sri Chaitanya Group, Innovation in Pedagogical Practices. Next award, category Innovative Technology Solutions for Higher Education Institutes. Corporate name is Upgrade Campus. Upgrade Campus, Innovative Technology Solutions for Higher Education Institutes. Upgrade. Next, Leading Coding, Computer Science, Engineering Learning Solution. I am new. Unique name, I am new. Award for leading coding, computer science, engineering, learning solution. I am Neo. We move on to the last three awards of today's evening under the corporate category. The award for Emerging Global Campus Management Suite for Higher Educational Institutions, Creatrix Campus. Category, Emerging Global Campus Management Suite for Higher Education Institutions. Corporate, Creatrix Campus. Next award, category Emerging Test Preparation, Evaluation and Assessment Tool Provider, Magnetic Infotech. Magnetic Infotech. Category Emerging Test Preparation, Evaluation and Assessment Tool Provider. And the last award for today's evening, Leading Pool Design and Development for Schools, Grand Prix. Leading Pool Design and Development for Schools, Grand Prix. Are they there? So with this, we come to a conclusion of today's award ceremony. They are not there. So our congratulations to all those who were selected for these awards. Let me inform all the audience here.
The time has come for each and every one of you to decide whether you are going to be the problem or whether you are going to be the solution. You must choose.
Let me inform all the audience here that these awards nominations were invited online. We received many nominations from throughout the country. The awards will continue tomorrow as well. Under the government category, we had awarded two states today, the government of MP and the government of Mizoram, for their outstanding initiatives. Remaining part of the government awards ceremony will take place tomorrow in the school session. Let me also inform that tomorrow's session, as usual, like today, will be taking place in both the halls, higher education, this one, and the school education on my right. Before we conclude, let me invite all the awardees here in the stage, on the stage once again, for a group photograph. A group photograph with all the award winners. I know the stage might be shorter for this, but let's try. A group photograph with all the award winners. Shall we do category wise?
The time has come for each and every one of you to decide whether you are going to be the problem.
I would request someone in the team to arrange here two photographs, two chairs on the podium. Rather, 3 chairs can also do. 3 कुर्सी लगा दी जाए मंच के ऊपर. I would request the Commissioner of Higher Education, Madhya Pradesh Government, to take the chair. Award winner. कुर्सी आगे लगाइए. कृष्णा कुर्सी आगे. Director, Labor Employment, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Mizoram. K. Lal Miyangana, please come on the stage. Deepak Singh ji, please come on the stage. Shashank ji, please come on the stage. Ambassador, His Excellency August Septono, please come on the stage. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Ashraf Bhatt is also there, I've been told. Mr. Ashraf Bhatt, please come. Mr. Ashraf Bhatt, Jammu and Kashmir government.
You are going to be the problem or whether you are going to be the solution. You must choose, brothers. You must choose. It takes 5 seconds. 5 seconds is a minute. 5 seconds to realize your purpose here on the planet. It takes 5 seconds to realize that it's time to move. It's time to get down with it. Brothers, it's time to testify. And I want to know, are you ready to testify?
Such a wonderful event and all these awards. In the lighter vein, when